Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. It's actually Thursday and I'm right today. How are you guys? Good to see you. Hope everything's going well. You guys are ready for Friday and all that good stuff. Hope you guys are doing well. It is good to see Miss Incognito Potato in the chat. Good to see you. Crazy that we have all this popping off. Sebastian's back in the limelight here on social media and in the news. I want to thank Lucky Rabbit 1912 sent me some citronella candles. So we'll be able to do some patio chats very, very soon. Thank you so much, Lucky Rabbit. I was the very lucky rabbit today. And I want to give a shout out to Penny Farthing. She got me my ice pack for my foot. Some of you may or may not know that I'm a klutz. I hurt my foot it's been probably almost 2 weeks now. And it's slowly but surely getting better. So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to look at some of the filings. I'm going to send you to somebody else for a full reading of the filing, and that would be Chasing Truth. I don't know. Is it? I got her link. Hang on. Move my fan. It's hot as F. I got her link in the description of this video. She's just read through all of this, both cases. She did a great job. So I'm going to direct you, if you want to read through all of it, I want you to watch it through her. She did a wonderful job. I don't think anybody needs to redo it at this point. It is very tough to hear. It's tough to hear, and I'm sure it was tough to read. So shout out to Chasing for reading through all those documents. I'm going to highlight what I thought was important to me that I was like, oh my God. I'm going to show you a couple pages of the reports, but she read through all of it, both lawsuits. Hey, Heather, good to see you. Hey, Amy. It's very sad. She did, Tasha. I agree. Hi, Kimberly. So I think that one thing is, I don't think the monetary money that is being asked for in this lawsuit is crazy. I don't think it means that Seth is money hungry. Money is what makes these organizations, these government entities move. Okay? You have to sue them for money. You can't sue them for $1 and expect to get answers. It doesn't work that way. Unfortunately, money talks. Okay? They could have went for $100 million. I mean, look at the Saving Maya case. What was she granted from the hospital? $400 million? $25 million is not that much money when it comes to suing government entities. It really isn't. So I don't think this is a money grab for Seth. I really don't. I think we have to, hi Sarah Lee, I think we have to look at what the allegations are. Exactly, Kresha. It's the only way to get their attention. It's the only way. Well, I mean, the outcome of Maya is neither here nor there, but the amount they sued for was no small beans. Hey, Ishi. That's all I'm saying. But we're going to be going through some things, and all I ask, because this is what I'm doing. Okay, so if you want to do this with me, Upchurch, 17 mil, right? What he wants is the reports, the people's conversations, emails, things that were going on that he didn't know about. In my opinion, it's very clear after listening to the lawsuits, he wants the information. And his lawyer is starting with DCF and the Sheriff's Department. Hey, Dental Lori. It might be the only way to get answers. I mean, we don't know. We don't know what we don't know. So what I want you guys to do, hey, Rhonda, hey, Nicole P., is I just want you guys to keep an open mind, okay? I know we know a lot of stuff. I know we've heard Seth say some really weird, deplorable things, man. I've covered them all. We've heard Chris say some weird things. They've all said weird things. However, what I want to do is take a look at something that I watched a little bit of last night again. And I was like, holy smokes, this hits different knowing what we know about this DCF thing. The DCF thing is more interesting to me because the sheriff's department thing, I whether they investigated good or not, they need to get the documents. Hey, Black Hawk Down. But with the DCF thing, it really tells a story, if this stuff is true, of what Sebastian's life was like before he went missing. If he was in crisis before he went missing. This is so crazy to me. So crazy to me. So, try to keep an open mind. You know, I know that we know a lot of things from the past, but try to like look at it from a fresh eyes with these allegations as they are. They're only allegations. These are things that Seth's lawyer put in 2 lawsuits. So 2 case, 1 to that address. What was the other one? That I don't know, locked and loaded. We're going to go through this. We're going to figure out what we can. All right. And then go from there. Fresh eyes, fresh eyes. Okay. So we have a couple new clips. This one is from 2 hours ago. This one is from 5 hours ago. So I don't know if this has anything new in it. It's 10 minutes long. Has anybody watched this? I mean, we can watch it if you want. I just don't know. It looks like a podcast on WSMV. I'm interested, so I'm just going to start playing it. If you guys don't want to see it, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. So this guy is from WSMV4 who has been breaking all of this news about Seth. By the way, I'm wearing my Truthy tank top. If you know, you know. All right, let's get into this.
Well, good evening, everybody. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday night. 8:45. We're gearing up for the 10 o'clock newscast.
No, this is from last night. Okay, so what was updated 5 hours ago is the question. Because that said Wednesday night. Is it maybe this one? Let's see.
There you go.
Jeez. As a local, this handsome anchor is a newbie. Hey, Rhonda Good. Good to see you. All right, hold on. I think this is the same one we watched last night.
His father is taking the Sumner County Sheriff's Office to federal court.
Yeah.
Seth Rogers' loss of confidence didn't. If the investigation lost steam in the early days, what happened? But the lawsuit
Oh,
says
wait, we haven't
They
seen.
screwed the boot. Nice.
No, we haven't watched this one. Okay, so this is the one that includes his attorney. Let me thank you, a couple of you. We got Canvas and Crime coming in hot with 23 months. Fresh eyes, meta glasses activated. Hell yeah, thank you, Canvas. Almost full 2 years. And I got to shout out a couple people that did some things. Patty became a member before we started. Tracy V upgraded to the inner circle. Ooh la la, girl. We're going to have some fun in the inner circle. Patty, thank you for your super chat. There was a new one from the original news channel this evening. Yes, I have that one too. Ostrich, thank you for 9 months. We just had a YouTube baby. Unapologetically. Okay, so this one's old. Let's go here. Must be this one here. 2 hours ago.
The story of Sebastian Rogers could have been
4
much
minutes,
different. Yeah. That is what the missing teen's father claims in a
Thank you,
second
Canvas.
federal lawsuit. WSMV4 investigates first broke.
Thank you so much, Canvas. Coming in hot with 5 memberships. Thank you so much. You guys enjoy your membership.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Lighting this place on fire right away, Canvas. Thank you. Hey, Pineys. Hey, Linda Lou. Welcome in. Bliss Blessings. S. Elsley, Lamity, and Holly. Awesome. Thank you so much, Canvas. You're so generous. Everywhere you go.
Broke the news.
And if you guys could share Canvas's link, she has a channel and she is making some content. Thank you.
That the father is also suing the Sumner County Sheriff's Department. Allegedly, they didn't properly investigate his son's disappearance. And this second lawsuit targets the Tennessee Department of Children's Services.
Speaking exclusively with WSMV4 investigative reporter Stacey Cameron, Rogers says he learned only after Sebastian disappeared
Hey,
that
Dreams.
DCS had twice investigated his son and failed to tell him what was going on.
For nearly 2.5 years, Seth Rogers has searched for answers about what happened to his son. Now he says he's also searching for answers about something that happened before Sebastian disappeared. According to this newly filed federal lawsuit, DCS investigated Sebastian twice, but closed both cases. And Rogers says he was kept in the dark. That left him with a question he can't escape. If he had known everything DCS knew, would Sebastian be safe with him today?
What did I do for him not to tell me that he was scared? I'm supposed to protect him.
It's the question Seth Rogers says he asks himself every day.
Oh, man, Seth. Way, I was saying. Just Crystal Michelle, me either.
Not whether he could have found Sebastian, but whether he could have protected him. The lawsuit claims DCS investigated allegations involving Sebastian in 2022, then again in 2023, before closing both cases without removing him from the Hendersonville home where he lived.
If DCS had talked to you, what would they have learned?
He can come live with me.
Rogers says no one at DCS told him.
Okay, I want to stop there for a minute. Thank you so much, Patty. Patty gifted a membership to Play Nice. Play Nice, welcome to the Truth Seekers. What I want to say right here, though, is about these, where he says he could have lived with me. We heard these stories that Sebastian was going to live with him. Seth was supposed to find some kind of online school. Remember that? So that means they were going to take him out of the public schools, remember? But then Seth was like, I got to find somewhere. If Seth did not know about these allegations and these reports, could that be why Seth didn't take any urgency? You know what I'm saying? Hey, Jerry. Could it have just been that he thought, they're just, he's just hard to deal with and it's not that urgent because he didn't know about the DCF and the other things that were going on? Like, were they just trying to, pass him over to Seth without this investigation being known to him? Yeah, that's where I was going with it. Thank you guys for chiming in. So he was probably having the discussion like, hey, he could come live with you. And then they were also looking at those schools too. They were looking at inpatient schools, remember? I think if he really was unaware, it changes things. Yes, Evelyn. Yes. If he didn't know it was detrimental, if Sebastian was at risk of being removed from his home, and then you've got DCF not telling him, these are huge issues, whether you like Seth or not. You know what I mean? Right, Gina. Right, Gina. Okay, let's keep going.
3 before closing both cases without removing him from the Hendersonville home where he lived.
If DCS had talked to you, what would they have learned?
He can come live with me.
And I believe him here. I don't think he's lying. Looking at his face, I can't say he's lying. But if you didn't know how crucial the situation was, he could have put it off. He could have been lazy about it. You know what I mean? And I bet he's kicking himself for that. If that's the case. If that's the case. Right. How many others has it happened to? Joja Dog, thank you for the gifties. Oops. Tennessee and DCF, I think, needs a little attention on them, if you will.
Rogers says no one at DCS told him about the extent of those investigations. No one warned him about the abuse allegations, and he says that left him with the pain no one can imagine.
You don't have any clue. Nobody does.
Attorney Darren Ritchie says that's why.
Okay, and I've seen a lot of comments from people saying, oh, this lawsuit reminds me of the RICO. White Horse, thank you. Heather L., thank you. This reminds me of the RICO. This reminds me of Bullhorn Betty. No. Look up and do your research on his lawyer. This is not a Lesniak lawyer. Completely different. Snazzy Jay, in one paragraph of the filing, Seth says he never knew. In another, he says Sebastian told him, so he knew. Lucky Rabbit, thank you for the citronella candles, my sweets. That was so nice of you. I said thank you in the beginning. You weren't here yet, but thank you so much. Thank you. Patio Live coming up for you soon.
Thank you for your support.
Oh, dreams. It's got to be worse than life itself. Yeah, why didn't they tell? Yeah, he defended Dr. Dre. He's not a joke. Hey, Mary, we're going to cover a little bit of it, but I'm sending you to Chasing if, you want to hear the whole thing. All right, here we go.
They filed this lawsuit. Why would DCS leave Seth Rogers in the dark?
That is unexplainable, and it's unacceptable.
The lawsuit claims DCS documented.
Yeah, this guy is not a Lesniak. Is not. Hey, Leo. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. You mean like on camera? I wasn't on camera last night at all. Rhonda Good said this lawsuit changes everything for me. How did DCF withhold information from the bio dad? Dude, I don't know. I don't know. What did the Proudfoots tell them? I don't know.
That Sebastian told investigators he felt safe with his father.
Yeah, we're sharing Chasing's link, and it's also in the description of this video if you want to watch her read through the whole thing after. Thank you guys for being here, and please hit the like button.
It also alleges the agency determined Sebastian met the criteria for a federal program reserved for children considered at serious or imminent risk of removal from their home, but closed both investigations.
No, they had joint custody. But I don't know if DCF knew that Seth Rogers, they had contact with him, if they knew where he was, if they asked about him. Kelsey, how do you know that, though? Kelsey says because the mom and stepdad told CPS in the school that Sebastian's dad wasn't around. How do you know that, though? How do we know that? You think they definitely, if he was at imminent risk of being removed from his home, you would think they would contact the bio dad at the very least.
Ritchie says, had Rogers known everything DCS was looking at, this story might look very different today.
I don't think that we would be here today talking if they spoke with Seth Rogers. I think Seth would have corroborated how Sebastian was feeling, and I think this would have taken a very different turn.
Did anyone ever tell you Sebastian had been considered at serious risk of removal from that home?
Nope.
Then came the moment he says changed everything. Rogers hired a lawyer, got the DCS investigative files, and read it for himself.
They failed my son.
So he got that lawyer, remember that woman in Tennessee, and he got some of the reports. He wanted to put them out so bad, and Tony Mathis like held him back. Remember? Tony was like, yeah, we're going to put these out. And then all of a sudden, nope, because he got a call. His lawyer got a call from DCF saying, mm-mm. So did DCF not do their job? I mean, we don't know. But we know that he got these records. He wanted to put them out, and he was told, no, you can't. I mean, we're talking, there could be therapy notes. There could be police reports, because you're going to see in the filing, there's things quoted that were in a police report. But he wants to get all these reports and everything so he can see the entire picture of what was going on, and I don't blame him. I swear to God, if DCF left me out of a call with my kid, I would be livid. Yes, they had cameras. Okay, after this, I'm going to show you something.
They didn't try to protect him at all.
The lawsuit alleges DCS overlooked warning signs, failed to adequately protect a vulnerable child with autism, ADHD, and a rare chromosomal disorder, and denied Seth Rogers the opportunity to intervene before Sebastian disappeared. Rogers says that's the part he struggles with the most.
All these things hurt. All of them hurt. I don't know what's going on with my child. I just know that he's not where he should be.
And the lawsuit raises another question. Seth Rogers had joint custody of Sebastian. His attorney says that meant DCS had a legal duty to keep him informed so he could take action to protect his son if necessary.
I mean, that seems like a no-brainer. Exactly. Thank you, unapologetically, Nix. In my opinion, he's got the DCS lawsuit in the bag. He's got them on not one, but two federally mandated regulations. This one will be the easiest. Right. I mean, that's a no-brainer. You don't tell the other parent what's going on. Horrible. And I feel horrible for him. I mean, he has done some really weird, effed up things, man, throughout this whole thing. He has done some majorly effed up things. But I can't overlook the fact that this is his kid, man. This isn't any of our kid. This is his kid. And he wasn't told what was going on with his kid. Then that is a no-brainer.
I asked DCS whether it lived up to that responsibility. The agency declined an interview, saying it doesn't discuss specific cases or comment on pending litigation.
No, and we've said these are allegations. So we're going off the assumption if they are true and having a discussion. That's it. That's all. We're not saying these are facts. We're not saying we have proof to back them up. We're simply reading a civil lawsuit, which any lawyer worth their salt is not going to put a bunch of lies into. So let's go over here. We're going to hear from Seth's lawyer. This is the first one here.
And your lawsuit says this investigation, its focus was critically marred from the beginning.
It was dead on arrival. This looks to me like an amateur investigation.
That's Seth Rogers' attorney, Darren Ritchie. The first allegation centers on the home itself. The lawsuit claims investigators never secured the Proudfoot home as a potential crime scene, allowing reporters and family members inside before it was fully processed.
That alone from the jump started this on a faulty road.
But the lawsuit says there was something else investigators should have been asking about: home security cameras, because according to the suit, they weren't working.
Okay, so for the people that said they didn't have cameras, dirt, we see them right here, y'all. You guys can keep drinking Kool-Aid of these parents. I don't like that. We need to look at this case and not get cozy with these parents. Because you see the damn cameras right there on their house. More than one. They didn't have any
cameras, because according to the suit, they weren't working the day Sebastian disappeared.
Do you have evidence that those security cameras at the home were offline and investigators didn't
Listen to this.
determine why?
I just know that they have not been able to get any footage from those cameras.
Hear that? That's all he knows. They want to get more info. They want to get more info. Do you blame them? All we know is that they didn't get any footage from the cameras. We don't know why. I'd want to know why.
I don't know why, but I know that that would have been the first key element of any evidence to collect in this case.
Exactly, right there. And then you have a mom who works for Brinks. So it brings questions.
Bing bang.
It raises questions. You're saying you have a child with special needs or whatever, and your cameras are on the house and they don't work. Why? It's a valid question. It raises questions is what this lawsuit does.
Investigators didn't determine why?
I just know that they have not been able to get any footage from those cameras. I don't know why, but I know that that would have been the first key element of any evidence to collect in this case.
Listen, we already know that Sebastian was found underneath someone's car in the neighborhood. Why would you not have working cameras? Legit question. They were installed from a previous, okay, blah, blah, blah. You have this woman who works for Brinks. You have a kid who has wandered out in the neighborhood and been underneath a car doing I don't know what. It's just weird, right?
Lawsuit argues that should have raised immediate questions because Katie Proudfoot installs and services security cameras for a living. But the suit claims the missed opportunities didn't.
They put them up after he went missing? I have no idea. I think they put up new ones or more or something, but it's kind of like the Guthries putting up cameras after Nancy goes missing. I mean, what's the point? I mean, this kid was coming home from school by himself until Katie got home. No cameras? But we have a push button door? I mean, it just seems weird. I don't remember her name, Lindsay. It's in one of my videos, but I don't remember her name offhand.
There. It also alleges investigators never verified Chris Proudfoot's alibi that he was 3 hours away when Sebastian disappeared.
That's another thing that the lawyer put in there. That his alibi, now listen to this. This is the lawyer explaining. People are like, how does the lawyer know they didn't clear it? Listen to the thing. Listen to the news. Listen to what the lawyer is saying. Was that around the time? Yes. Yes. Tony was on TikTok that day, Lindsay, and he was like, we're reading these documents tonight. We got tons of documents. Remember, he said there were so many, thousands of documents. Yep, in Southern-ish, we heard about him confiding in Robin Rogers, and people are like, oh, I'm confused on the grandmother. The grandmother is Seth's mom. Okay, so listen what he says about why he says the alibi is not verified. This is what the lawyer says.
Evidence says Chris Proudfoot's alibi wasn't verified.
We have looked at the police reports on this matter, and we do not see where they were able to verify his alibi. They may say that the alibi is safe and is accurate, but I don't see the steps that they took to get there.
Okay, boom, right there. He wants to see how they cleared his alibi. It's pretty simple, right? He sees the police reports where it's documented that they looked into his alibi and that they, said it was sound, but they're not saying how they got there. Who did they talk to? How was it verified? These are holes that this lawyer wants to fill in, and I think that's legit. But Ishi, how can a parent be liable if they weren't aware? I mean, did they take his word, Gina? We've seen crazier. We've definitely seen crazier. No, we don't have those reports, but his lawyer was able to get some reports. It would be in the investigation. That's what they're trying to get, is how they came to these conclusions. And I don't blame them. It's been a long time.
verify his alibi. They may say that the alibi...
Okay, here, listen again.
What evidence says Chris Proudfoot's alibi wasn't verified?
We have looked at the police reports on this matter, and we do not see where they were able to verify his alibi. They may say that the alibi is safe and is accurate, but I don't see the steps that they took to get there.
The complaint also describes an alleged tip from a nurse at Sebastian's doctor's office who claimed Katie Proudfoot canceled an appointment just 3 days before Sebastian vanished. The suit claims that lead was never adequately pursued, and it further alleges the sheriff's office was already part of a child protective team looking into abuse allegations.
Okay, this is where it gets really disturbing. We're going to read this in the actual documents. There was a team put together to drop the CPS case against Chris. And it included the sheriff's department. They were aware of who Sebastian was before he went missing, in other words.
Involving Sebastian after Chris Proudfoot allegedly struck him in the stomach.
You're suing the sheriff's office, but the complaint at some point sounds like the finger's being pointed at the Proudfoots. Who are you after here?
I am going after the sheriff's department right now.
Right now. This is just the beginning, I think. Yeah, listen to that part again, guys.
Just 3 days before Sebastian vanished. The suit claims that lead was never adequately pursued, and it further alleges the sheriff's office was already part of a child protective team looking into abuse allegations involving Sebastian after Chris Proudfoot allegedly struck him in the stomach.
You're suing the sheriff's office.
Yeah, it's nuts. Okay, so we're going to go over to... This is Chasing, and she's the one that did the live reading of Seth in the Sumner County. So I'll give you guys the link to this video. You guys can save it in your watch later. Hey, TM. TM and I are gonna Patio Max dual stream one day. Ooh, can't wait. I got my citronella candles. Okay, we're gonna read through Sebastian's history of abuse and vulnerability known to DCS, because this is important. This is an important part of it to me anyways. So let's start here. Sebastian was born to Seth and Katie. His parents separated and Katie married Christopher Proudfoot. Sebastian lived primarily with his mother and stepfather. Sebastian was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, severe combined type ADHD, and 6q27 chromosome deletion syndrome. He had an individualized education plan and a Section 504 plan requiring his school to provide him with accommodations because he was a student with disabilities. Sebastian was in the behavioral program at his school. He received therapy 3 times a week through Mental Health Cooperative, was on Concerta, saw a neurologist at Vanderbilt, and was scheduled to begin ABA therapy at the time of his disappearance. So when I was watching this on Chasings, I saw a lot of people in the chat saying that their children had autism and they started this ABA therapy like at 18 months, like as toddlers. And it was commented that it was a little strange to be set up for that at his age. And I don't know much about it, so I can't really say too much about that. But was it a CYA thing? Was he signed up, for this therapy because there was pressure? They said it was a mental health appointment, Ebony, that was canceled 3 days prior to his disappearance. I don't know when the appointment was for. Hey, Shortcake, but going 3 times a week is a lot. That's a lot for a young man. That's right, Lindsay Hendricks. Remember, he wasn't diagnosed with autism until recently. Okay, let's keep going. His therapist reported that as a consequence, now this is sensitive information. His therapist reported that as a consequence of prior SA, Sebastian was, quote, these are quotes, so I'm assuming they have something from the therapist to quote it. The lawyer is not just going to quote someone if they don't have a quote from a document, in my opinion. His appointment was on Monday. Oh, gosh. Wow. He was, quote, sexually aggressive and suffered, quote, frequent bathroom accidents. This is not new to us. We heard about pull-ups. We heard about all these disparaging things that we never should have known, but we know we can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. But we knew a lot of this. We just didn't know a lot of these details. Law enforcement. Now, this sentence is interesting right here. Law enforcement reported that Sebastian had, quote, some homicidal thoughts, end quote. So we've had a lot of leaky things on YouTube. We've had people coming out saying they heard this, they read that, they saw this. But I do recall Stephen Crabtree being very shook over a journal that was either shown or read to him that was Sebastian's thoughts, and he said it was very disturbing. I don't know if you guys remember that. If you've followed this for a long time, you probably do. So we don't have any talk of suicidal thoughts. We have homicidal thoughts, which means he wanted to hurt someone else, or he thought about hurting someone else. We don't know who. We don't know why. We don't know the context of any of it. But it says law enforcement. So the police must have been involved at some point for law enforcement to document Sebastian had homicidal thoughts. Right, Lindsay Hendricks. Creepypasta. Mortal Kombat. But it's really nuts that law enforcement has documented this, because then we have prior law enforcement contact, right? Number 17, Sebastian's multiple disabilities made him uniquely vulnerable to abuse, neglect, and exploitation, and required DCS to exercise heightened care and to provide reasonable accommodations under the ADA when assessing his safety and needs. And then we go on. Now we're getting some dates. On or about September 28th, 2022, at approximately 6:33 p.m., a call was placed to the DCS Child Abuse Hotline. The intake was screened as a priority 3 with allegations of SA against an unknown perpetrator. The alleged victim was Sebastian. The intake reported that on September 28th, 2022, Sebastian disclosed to a school professional mandated reporter, while living in California with his mother, and we knew this story. This is something we already knew, so, but we get a little more detail, which is very, very graphic, so buckle up. While living in California with his mother, he experienced SA by another child, Child B. Specifically, Sebastian disclosed that Child B quote, now this is a quote from Sebastian, would make Sebastian put his mouth on Child B's penis, and both he and the Child B would put their penises in each other's butts. Sebastian stated he was, quote, forced to do this by Child B, and that it occurred in the upstairs of his home in California and happened several times. So we heard about the incident via, I think Katie talked about it a little bit. I don't know. It's been out there, right? Seth has talked about it. Very, very, very disturbing. Hey, Ballet Flats. Hey, Stacey Monroe. Hope you're doing good. Sebastian reported that Child B was his, quote, only friend, end quote. And that Child B threatened that if Sebastian didn't perform the acts, or if he told anyone, they would not be friends anymore. Sebastian reported that the abuse occurred when he was, quote, 10 or 12, end quote. And happened several times over weeks. Gosh. Sebastian told the school professional that after he told her, she was, quote, the only adult who knew besides my mom, end quote. Were the police never called? Remember Seth said, oh, the child, like, because he was 13, they couldn't do anything. And remember, we were like, bullshit. You can't be a 13-year-old and SA another kid and just get away with it. So were the police never called? Did Seth find out about this after the fact or before he went missing? Why would the police do nothing? Why would the police do nothing? That makes no sense. Well, he went to therapy 3 times a week, Lindsay. He probably did go a time or two. Katie even said he would take him to therapy. 3 times a week is a lot. California is kind of whack. You're right, Sally. I don't know if they even called. The older kid was put in therapy, not with any they would have had to intervene. They would have had to intervene. A child of a friend of KP's, I don't remember. I was wondering that too. How could he be 10 to 12? When did they actually move from California? I need to look through all of this again. I don't remember. He hadn't started the ABA. He was signed up for it. He hadn't started it yet. He was getting behavioral therapy 3 times a week. Yeah, this is wild. If nothing was done. Katie said they were the same age and he was 8. We don't know anything about the other kid. All we know is what they've told us. They told us he was 5 or 6. Think about it. We're reading Sebastian's words, dude. Sebastian, it's in quotes, 10 or 12. I'm choosing to believe Sebastian. I don't know. He's in quotes here, though. It is confusing. All right, let's move forward. Sebastian told the school professional that the only adult who knew was, his mom. The intake further documented. Jeez. Sorry about that.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
Sorry about that. Okay, the intake noted that Sebastian struggled with behaviors after he moved to the Sumner County School District and was placed in the behavior program at Schaefer Middle School. Let me read that again. The intake noted that Sebastian struggled with behaviors after he moved to the Sumner County School District and was placed in the behavior program at Schaefer Middle School. Critically, so that must be a teacher. Critically, the intake documented that Sebastian, quote, stated that he is afraid of what his stepfather, Mr. Chris Proudfoot, would do if he found out, and that he is afraid he will get hurt for telling an adult what happened, end quote. The intake further noted that, quote, stepfather has used corporal punishment on Sebastian several times, and it is unknown if he knows about the abuse or how he will react or blame Sebastian. What? Quote, stepfather has used corporal punishment several times before. It is unknown if he knows about the abuse. Who? Who knows about it? Or how he will react or blame Sebastian, end quote. The intake also noted that Sebastian suffered from frequent bathroom accidents and displayed some verbally sexually aggressive behavior towards multiple other students. Now, I heard about this. This was at school. I believe he was exposing himself at school. We heard about that. On September 29th, 2022, Richie, which is weird. Okay, so Richie is one of the DCF employees, but Richie is also Seth Lawyer's last name. It's also Kid Rock's last name, random from fun fact. But no, seriously, like Richie is this employee at DCF, and it's his lawyer's last name. It is Bob Ritchie's last name too, but it is confusing. But he's talking about the DCF employee right here. Ritchie conducted an administrative review on September 29th, 2022. So we're talking about the DCF workers, okay? She documented the SA and noted the next steps would include a full assessment. An initial face-to-face response was due by October 3rd, 2022. On September 30th, 2022. So the end of 2022 was a little bit crazy for Sebastian. Boswell met with Sebastian at Schaefer Middle School in a private conference room. Sebastian told Boswell that, quote, he feels safe with his family at home and that he, quote, feels safe at Dad's home. Sebastian identified his father as Seth Rogers, who lived in Clarksville. So they were well aware of who Seth was, guys. Sebastian told them, my dad is Seth. He lives in Clarksville. They knew he had a dad close. Which makes it even worse. Okay, so Sebastian identified his father as Seth, who lived in Clarksville. Sebastian stated something happened when he lived in California, but he didn't want to talk about it at school. Boswell noted Sebastian had, quote, no visible marks or bruises and appears happy and healthy at this time, end quote. On October 12th, 2022, Boswell mailed a certified letter to the family noting they had recently moved and there was no forwarding address. So the family moved in the fall of 2022 and didn't notify them. So they sent a certified letter saying, hey, yo, you moved and you didn't give us a forwarding address. On October 17th, Ritchie conducted another administrative review and updated the case, noting that Boswell, which was the caseworker, had seen the child, that he, quote, did not want to talk about what happened in California, end quote, that the family was moving, and that efforts to contact them had been unsuccessful. Okay. On October 27th, 2022, Boswell, caseworker, conducted a home visit. So now they moved, they found them. Now Boswell's going to the new house. Conducted a home visit. Katie said she, quote, does not understand why this keeps getting called into DCS, end quote. And that the abuse, quote, happened when Sebastian Rogers was 8. And another child named Jonathan was involved, end quote. She stated, quote, CPS and detectives were involved in El Cajon City, end quote, in California. So there you go. There you go. CPS and detectives were involved in California. Is that why they moved to Tennessee? I'm curious. I don't know who got fired. I don't know how we'd know who got fired. I have no clue. But it says right here, quote, CPS and detectives were involved in El Cajon City in California. So we have them moving from one town, not telling them, and they're involved in Tennessee. And then we have this. Southernish, that could have just been convenient. Or did they move and be like, oh, this will just go away? Because obviously she didn't get him any therapy for it. We know that. She admitted that, I believe. I think all of this trauma caught up to Sebastian Rogers as he went through puberty, probably. Yeah, we've got lots to get to tonight, so let's keep going. She provided the California address, blah, blah, blah. She confirmed Sebastian had severe combined type ADHD, chromosome deletion, took Concerta, had an IEP. We know all this. In the same visit, okay, now this is where it gets interesting. During the same visit, Boswell spoke to Proudfoot in private. Proudfoot stated, quote, this was all investigated in California, end quote. And that he had, quote, never spanked Sebastian. So he does not know why Sebastian feels he would be mad for talking about what happened in California, end quote. But didn't he admit that he did spank Sebastian? Here it says he, quote, he never did. So he lied. Hey, Earthy. So he lied to CPS. That's not cool. He never spanked Sebastian, so he doesn't know why Sebastian feels he'd be mad. This statement was directly contradicted by Sebastian's own disclosure that he was, quote, unquote, afraid of what his stepfather would do. And by the intake noting the stepfather had used, quote, corporal punishment on Sebastian several times before, end quote. DCS did not reconcile this contradiction. Boswell then met with Sebastian in private, noting he was, quote, completing his homework and appeared happy and healthy. On November 1st, Boswell verified that the SA case in California had been investigated by Detective Gloria Mendoza. She also verified mental health services and Vanderbilt appointments for Sebastian. So the SA case in California was being investigated by a detective. By a detective. On November 3rd, 2022, the case was presented to the Sumner County. Now, this is where it's important. Are you guys ready for this? November 3rd, 2022, this case was presented to the Sumner County Child Protective Investigation Team, CPIT, which included Juvenile Court, Ashley's Place Advocacy Center, Assistant District Attorney Jenny Smith, and law enforcement. That's the Sumner County Child Protective Investigation Team meeting on Sebastian's behalf. All these entities. Juvenile Court, Ashley's Place Child Advocacy Center, Assistant DA, and law enforcement. A detective was assigned to the case. All members agreed to classify the case as, quote unquote, administrative closure. How did they determine that? I don't know. No, this is in Sumner County in 2022. November 2022. So let's keep going. On November 7th, Ritchie updated her review noting, quote, the case has now been presented to CPIT as an administrative closure as it was investigated in California. This was a child on child, and they were the same age. The child reports no concerns at this time. The child is getting back in therapy. The child reports no concerns. The mother is proactive and protective with the child. So that was their decision on why to close the case. They will be very important, Pines. Thank you, Snazzy Trinkets, for the $10. Wasn't it in the divorce paperwork that Seth was abusive to Sebastian and a teacher saw Seth smack Sebastian in the head? All these parents are effed up, in my opinion. Yes, it was. It was. On November 14th, 2022, Richie spoke with CAC director Amy Salyers, and the classification was changed to, quote, unable to complete, end quote, based on policy 14.7, because the incident occurred out of state. That's a huge problem. These states need to start talking on these cases. On November 15, 2022, Supervisor Walker completed the final administrative review and approved the case for closure as, quote, unable to complete due to the incident occurring out of state, end quote, case closed. Passion for Victims, thank you for 12 months. I appreciate you. Thank you for your support. The foregoing investigation gave DCS and law enforcement actual knowledge of Sebastian's vulnerability. By reason of this actual knowledge, DCS and law enforcement were on heightened notice that the subsequent allegation of abuse by Proudfoot or within the Proudfoot household required a more searching and skeptical investigation than they would otherwise apply. The first investigation's findings were not a clean slate. They were a documented predicate of danger that obligated DCS to treat any future report concerning this child and this household with the gravity the circumstances demanded. So that was determined in 2022, November. This is important. This is important. November 2022. Now we're fast forwarding to May of 2023. So they were on heightened notice that if this kid had any other issues, that they were to treat it differently than, and be more intensive with their investigation. So on May 3rd, at approximately 9:06 p.m., this is 2023, a second call was placed to DCS Child Abuse Hotline. This intake was screened as a priority 3 with allegations of physical abuse against Proudfoot. The alleged victim was Sebastian Rogers. Hang on. The intake reported that Proudfoot had made, quote, comments about pushing the child against the wall when he does not behave, end quote, and that the child reported Proudfoot hit Sebastian in the belly. On May 8th, 2023, at approximately 6:30 p.m., Boswell's back at the family home. They came back to the home all like Trisha.
Pound, 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 ding dong, pound, pound, pound.
Proudfoot granted permission to enter. He said, come on in. Boswell met with Sebastian on the porch. Poor Sebastian. Sebastian stated he remembered Boswell coming to his home last year. White boy lockdown radio in the house. What's up, my man? Give the wifey love for me. Tell her I'm sorry I couldn't get on the Discords, but I will get with her. And I love you guys. Okay. So Sebastian remembered her from the previous year. During this interview, Sebastian told Boswell that Proudfoot required he wore a belt every day. We heard this story from Chris about him wearing a belt. And Sebastian stated that Proudfoot asked him to lift his shirt. And when Sebastian did not have a belt on, Proudfoot, quote, smacked him in the belly with the back of his hand and said, "You know you are supposed to wear a belt," end quote. Thank you, Wagon's Tail. Sebastian also told Boswell that he had been lying to Katie and Proudfoot about brushing his teeth and making his bed, and that he had been, quote, getting into trouble for lying, end quote. Okay, this is all from Sebastian telling the worker. Yes, give Noel our love. Okay, so he was in trouble for lying. We heard that, I think, from Katie herself, that he was in trouble for lying. But yeah, the news said punched. Sebastian's words are smacked him in the belly with the back of his hand and said, "You know you're supposed to wear a belt." So, I mean, that could be like, that doesn't mean he smacked the shit out of him. It could be like he lifted up his shirt, he wasn't wearing the belt, and he went, you know you're supposed to wear a belt. Now, I don't know how hard he did it, but I don't know about this whole belt thing. I mean, this kind of piggybacks off the old allegations. Seth has filed 2 federal lawsuits, white boy, and we're reading through the allegations. So, I mean, that context could be, it doesn't have to be how that was done. But then it gets worse, right? Because it says, Proudfoot stated Sebastian had to wear a belt because he needed to start wearing pull-ups. Proudfoot claimed he had, quote, never physically harmed Sebastian, end quote. So I don't know if that would be, yeah, Chris did say on the butt. We never heard anything about his stomach until now. So he said he never physically harmed him, and Boswell said that he never spanked him, but Chris admitted online that he did. So I don't know. Just going through what we can see here. Okay, let's keep going. Proudfoot's own admission that he, quote, whacked a child with diagnosed autism and multiple disabilities in the belly constituted physical abuse. His requirement that Sebastian, quote, wear a pull-up, end quote, and submit to shirt-lifting inspections constituted degrading and humiliating treatment of a disabled child who suffered from documented bathroom accidents as a consequence of prior sexual trauma. Oops. It doesn't paint a very pretty picture, that's for damn sure. Okay, hold on, I went too far. Boswell spoke to Katie in the kitchen. They have been working with Sebastian on when he tells something to tell the entire story. That's a quote from Katie. Katie said, quote, they have been working with Sebastian on when he tells something to tell the entire story. And that, quote, Sebastian will tell bits and pieces to a story to fit his narrative, end quote. Well, it's like locked and loaded. It's like putting a pull-up on the kid and a belt so he never takes his pants down is what I think they were trying to accomplish, because I think there were issues with taking the pants down at school. I think that they put pull-ups on him and made him wear a belt so he didn't take his pants down. Seriously. Oh, this is all just so weird. Okay. She stated, and this is Katie again, quote, no concerns that Mr. Proudfoot smacked Sebastian's belly with intent to hurt him, end quote. Cheech, I agree with that. Very, very stressful environment. On May 9th, 2023, Boswell verified that Sebastian was receiving therapy services 3 times a week through a private therapist and medication management through Mental Health Cooperative. So I don't know when that started, right? But on May 9th, the social worker confirmed that. So that was going on in May of 2023. He was going to therapy 3 times a week and on meds. Holly, that came from Chris Proudfoot. On May 11th, 2023, Ritchie conducted the administrative review and concluded, quote, "This case is ready for closure at this time as no service is needed. Case manager has met with the family and they denied any concerns." Again, the family did not include Seth. Seth did not know all of this was going on. The child reported being safe in the home. He stated the stepfather popped his belly and told him to wear a belt. The child denied any physical abuse in the home. The stepfather reported the same as the child. End quote. Ritchie noted that the, quote, "fast is completed with no need for intervention." On May 11th, 2023, the case was closed as, quote, "no services needed." DCS's failure to conduct a minimally adequate investigation was compounded by its complete failure to involve Rogers, Sebastian's biological father, who held joint physical and legal custody of Sebastian pursuant to a court order. Despite this, DCS never notified Rogers that the investigation was underway, never interviewed him as Sebastian's other legal parent to obtain his observations regarding Proudfoot or the conditions in the Proudfoot home, and never offered to place Sebastian with him during the investigation. Notwithstanding that such placement was clearly within DCS's authority and was the most obvious protective measure available, had DCS fulfilled this most basic obligation, it could have learned critical information that was never captured in the case file. Rogers would have told DCS investigators that Sebastian had expressed to him on multiple occasions that he was more comfortable with Rogers than with Proudfoot, and that Sebastian was afraid of Proudfoot because he believed Proudfoot would hurt him if he disclosed what had been happening. Rogers would have informed DCS that Proudfoot had ridiculed Sebastian about the prior sexual assault, compounding Sebastian's existing trauma and making Sebastian even less likely to disclose abuse to any adult he believed would report back to the Proudfoot household. Now, the one thing I don't understand about this is that Sebastian told Boswell that his mom was the only one who knew. That his mom was the only adult who knew. But here it says, Seth says that Proudfoot ridiculed Sebastian about the prior essay. So which is it? Oh, there's Chasing. Chasing, thank you so much for reading all this. I'm directing everyone over to you for the full read, because that is some tough shit to read, man. Okay, she says, I didn't check until later. Hang on, let me fix this. But the FAST 2.0 was an assessment done days after Sebastian went missing to determine what risks existed. I think that's how Seth found this all out. Oh, so that meeting with that team wasn't until after he was missing? It wasn't before? Because that does change a little bit. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's keep going here. This part is where he says he ridiculed. Okay. Okay, so Rogers would have further advised DCS that Sebastian's mental state had been deteriorating. That makes me really sad. That his behavioral problems were worsening and that Sebastian himself appeared increasingly distressed in the period leading up to the investigation. DCS already possessed documentation of Sebastian's escalating behavioral issues. A minimally competent investigator would have recognized Sebastian's worsening condition not as a fixed background fact, but as a contemporaneous warning that something in Sebastian's living environment was causing him active harm. DCS did not investigate the cause of Sebastian's deterioration. It closed the case instead. Chasing is killing it reading court stuff, says White Boy Lockdown Radio. Unapologetically Nick's super chat, $5. Thank you. Remember, there is allegedly therapy notes Seth was given. So maybe that's how Seth knows this stuff. Just a thought. Very true. Very true. There's a lot of different leaks that we've heard. So I think that was pretty much, let's see. It gets into the disappearance. Okay, this part. DCS's own records demonstrate it knew Sebastian was in danger. DCS's own records from 2022 SA investigation, there is a case ID. So they must have some kind of records in their hot little hands. Thank you so much, Canvas, for gifting 5 more. Amy, Momo, Paige, GSD, Fly on Your Wall, and Pretty, or not Pretty Hate. You already are a member. Thank you so much. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. So DCS has a case number here, and he's saying that their SA investigation, and it gives critical context for understanding what they knew when the 2023 physical abuse investigation was opened. Several case numbers are referenced. Oh, God. The intake also documented Proudfoot had already used corporal punishment multiple times. These facts form a documented foundation of Sebastian's psychological state, his vulnerabilities, and the specific danger he faced in the Proudfoot home when the 2023 physical abuse investigation opened with allegations against the same stepfather. DCS and law enforcement carried all this knowledge into that investigation and were on heightened notice that Sebastian's disclosures had been assessed against everything they already knew about this child and his home. So they go over the things we already noted. But, you know, there's just things that are very concerning, like D. Sebastian was, quote, sexually aggressive per his therapist's reports, end quote. Per law enforcement, quote, the child had some homicidal thoughts, end quote. Here's another one that's documented in a police report. Law enforcement reported. This isn't Seth says. That's what's different for me, right? It's not all just Seth says. Law enforcement reported that Proudfoot, quote, had been heard by neighbors stating he hated the child and he wanted the child to die, end quote. That's crazy. Pure crazy. This is reported by law enforcement. Per the grandmother, which I imagine is Seth's mom, who's Robin Rogers, and Robin Rogers said that Sebastian had confided in her, remember? Promised her not to tell. She said, oh, I won't. I won't. Confined in grandmother. Proudfoot, quote, often called Sebastian names and would degrade him, end quote. But you guys have to remember, this isn't Seth said, Proudfoot said. Law enforcement reported that Chris had been heard by neighbors stating he hated the child, he wanted the child to die. Let's see. And G. Sebastian has been determined to meet criteria for participation in the Title IV candidacy program and is at serious or imminent risk of removal from their home. This determination was made on both cases. First on September 29th, 2022, later updated to no longer meets criteria on May 4th, 2023, and then again on March 1st, 2024, which was after Sebastian went missing. And that the September 29th, 2022 case included a, quote, non-custodial placement need. Why would they need a non-custodial placement need? They hadn't even spoken to Seth. Chasing says, clarifying. One fast with all the authorities prior, one after to determine risks regarding him going missing. Wow. Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay. So the meeting with law enforcement and all of those authorities, the assistant DA, I'm just clarifying, Jason, let me know. The assistant DA, the advocacy center, law enforcement, that was before Sebastian went missing. And then they reconvened afterwards to see if that could have anything to do with his disappearance. Wow. It was prior. Shit, man. It was before. Okay, exactly. Yes. Interesting. Hey, Tiffany B. Come on in. I don't know if the neighbors called the cops or maybe when the cops went door to door, that was a statement that they got from a neighbor that they heard Chris say that. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They did go and talk to all the neighbors. They must have had that meeting and then issued the Amber Alert. I bet you. So, and this, the September 29, 2022 case included a non-custodial placement need, indicating DCS recognized Sebastian might need to be placed outside the home. So I don't know if that was when, I remember the dates they said they were looking at those schools that he would live at. Oh, the meeting was on the 1st. That's right, Chasing. Thank you. The IV or the 4E candidacy determination is particularly significant. Title 4E of the Social Security Act provides federal funding for foster care. A child determined to meet 4E candidacy criteria is one whom the state has formally found to be, quote, at serious or imminent risk of removal from their home, end quote. DCS made this finding about Sebastian and then left him in the very home which it had determined he was at serious risk of being removed. So I'm really confused about that. Let's talk about that for a second. If he was determined at serious risk of being removed at both of those calls, why the hell were they closed? What made them determine that he was going to be removed? Because Seth didn't have stable employment, they didn't think he was capable. Sammy, I don't know if those neighbors were real, though. That's why CP got him a job. Okay, I remember that. I think he helped him. I don't think he got the job for him. Well, Mama Bear, I don't think he knew about that it was that bad, that what was going on. You get what I'm saying? He can't do something about something he doesn't know about. But then he says, on the other hand, that he knew he was being ridiculed about the essay and stuff like that. Hey, Laura, thank you for 2 months. Hi, Jay. Finally, an investigation into CPS. Yep. Tennessee, no doubt. Thank you for being a member for 2 months. Well, he wasn't stable at his job. Remember, we saw his work records. This is a whole mess all around. Okay, so the grandmother... Okay, we already know all of that. So, due process. Okay, I think we are good with what I wanted to read through. It's a lot to take in. But what we're going to do... I'm going to give you the link again. I know the mods have been sharing it, but save this to your watch later so you can get all the deets from Chasing when we're done. Let me go ahead and hit the like. Thank you again, Chasing, for reading that. We're going to go back here. I have one more short, and then we're going to revisit some of Chris and Seth's own words. In one of the most interesting... Yeah, I will. One of the most interesting things, interviews that I think they've done throughout the course of all of this. Of course, the Chris and Katie one on Duchess is really, really interesting. The very first one as well. They all are. But anyways, let's watch this first. This is another short from the news today. I don't know if we've seen this or yet, but I'm going to play this really quick. Then we're going to get into a replay.
What did I do for him not to tell me that he was scared? I'm supposed to protect him.
It's the question Seth Rogers says he asks himself every day. Not whether he could have found Sebastian, but whether he could have protected him. The lawsuit claims DCS investigated allegations involving Sebastian in 2022, then again in 2023, before closing both cases without removing him from the Hendersonville home where he lived.
If DCS had talked to you, what would they have learned?
He can come live with me.
Rogers says no one at DCS told him about the extent of those investigations. No one warned him about the abuse allegations, and he says that left him with a pain no one can imagine.
You don't have any clue. Nobody does.
Attorney Darren Ritchie says that's why they filed this lawsuit.
Why would DCS leave Seth Rogers in the dark?
That is unexplainable, and it's unacceptable.
The lawsuit claims DCS documented that Sebastian told investigators he felt safe with his father. It also alleges the agency determined Sebastian met the criteria for a federal program reserved for children considered at serious or imminent risk of removal from their home, but closed both investigations.
What did I do for him not to tell me that he was scared? I'm supposed to protect him.
It's the question Seth Rogers says he asks himself every day. Not whether he could have found Sebastian, but whether he could have protected him.
He was on Concerta. I think Concerta's an antidepressant. Let's see. Concerta. Oh, that's for ADHD. That's all it says in there, that he was on Concerta. A once daily central nervous stimulant prescribed to treat ADHD and narcolepsy. Gypsy, thank you for 25 months. Glad this is brought out, but it's only one-sided. We don't know the whole truth, in my opinion. Thank you for 26 months, Gyps. I don't think it's really one-sided because this isn't Chris and Katie versus Seth. This is literally Seth versus these agencies, right? Seth versus authorities in these agencies. It's not one-sided. It's facts, and it's really, really hard to accept. So if he didn't take the stimulants every other weekend, I don't know that's gonna make him erratic. Having a break from stimulants is not a bad thing, and especially if he was there like every other weekend. That's not going to F him up. We were made to believe a lot of different things. And that's why I want to take this moment to go back in time to what I think is one of the most interesting and telling discussions with Chloe, the PI, on Web Sleuths. Sarah Beth, thank you for joining tonight. Thank you for your support. Right, they might just sleep a lot. You're supposed to take breaks from stimulants. Right, exactly. I think in the grand scheme of things, that's the least of our worries at this point. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the least of our worries. So anyways, thank you again, Sarah Beth. So we're going to go back in time. We have Chloe, the PI who Seth fired. Remember? And then the other PI joins, the one, Heather Cohen. Heather Cohen. Chris Proudfoot joins right around, we're not going to watch all of it. We're going to where Chris and Seth join. So let's listen to this for a little bit, and I'll stop, and we'll, if you guys want me to stop, send a cooter chat, put red X's, because this is going to be a lot, considering it kind of piggybacks off of some of the things we just heard in the lawsuit. So, like I said, listen to it with fresh ears, and let's see what we think. It's okay to change your mind. We're human beings. We can change our minds at any given point, and we don't have to explain why to anyone. You don't have to have a set thought on a case and never change your mind. If you don't change your mind when new stuff comes out, or even consider new facts or things to consider, then you're not even doing yourself you're doing yourself an injustice. So with that being said, let's go back. This is Web Sleuths. This was streamed April 27th, 2024 on Web Sleuths YouTube Live with your host, Trisha Griffith. Here is the link. So here we go. Hey, Beans. Thank you, Heather L.
Okay. This is a cute picture. I love this picture.
It's about to get good right here.
Yeah, it is a good picture, I think.
So let me pull it up here. Oh, heck, I'll stay up all night if Chris wants to come,
Okay, so I think Chris has entered the chat, and he wants to come on. So Trisha's like, hell yeah, bring it on, baby.
Come on, absolutely.
You can't talk to a fucking log.
Let's see here.
Yes, Chasing. You guys make sure you're reading Chasing's comments, because she's throwing some facts from the suit in there. She just said the other part, a nurse at the medical facility flagged this to law enforcement as highly unusual and concerning because Sebastian was always strictly present for appointments. So yeah, that was another thing that Katie canceled his appointment 3 days prior, and I'm hearing the appointment was supposed to be on Monday. Okay, so here we go, guys.
No, don't need a video. Here we go. There, and you can see there's the tip line, okay? But let's go ahead and read some comments in chat. Are there any that you want to read, Insightful One?
There was one I thought we could answer, but now I'm trying to go back and find it.
Yes, the other private investigator is Heather Cohn, yes. And everybody, if you could read some comments in chat, I need to go let my cat in because, you know, the animals rule this house. So I'll be right back.
Right. You know, I know everybody, there's so much, you know, there are things we don't know and everybody wants to know, but what's really important is finding Sebastian and maintaining the integrity of the investigation. And so there's some things that aren't going to be public.
Oh my God, I'm going to
look at that. And
skipping forward.
Okay, so who do we have here? Who do we have here? I've put you on the...
Okay, I'm going to slow it down because you speed things up and it takes away people's cadence, and I don't want to misrepresent Chris in this and Seth in this interview. Here we go.
On the platform.
You have me, Chris.
Hi, Chris Proudfoot.
Hello.
I really appreciate you coming here. I'm going to change the banner really quickly so everybody knows it's you. But
so Trisha starts out, and I want to point this out because she got a lot of flack for talking to, you know, like babying Seth. And if you notice, when Proudfoot first comes up, she's got her little voice with him too. She's like, oh, you know, I'm going to change the banner. Like she's trying to be nice. You can tell she has disdain, but she's like talking to him like she, you know, she's trying to be nice. I want you to notice that because he is extremely fucking rude.
Proudfoot, I really appreciate you coming here. I'm going to change the banner really quickly so everybody knows it's you. But I don't know how long you've been listening.
Long enough.
Okay, you sound angry. Talk to me.
Oh,
What?
Very.
Talk to me. We don't want to get you. The last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God.
Well,
So
I understand that, but let me help you with something.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay, let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things to help y'all out.
Okay.
Because Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything, first off.
Heather
is the only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me or to my wife.
I
So for you
actually
to sit
reached
on this
out to
show
you
and sit
a
here
month
and
or
give
so ago.
information that you have, that you don't have all the answers to, is a problem.
Okay, well, Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe, and Chloe wants to help. And the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation. And the problem is...
Okay, I understand that. So let me just smash something real quick.
Okay.
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say. That'd be like me splashing all your business out to the world.
Okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son. That's real simple.
Your stepson, right.
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my son. All the kids are treated as if they're your own.
Okay, so now listening to this, knowing that Seth didn't even know about the CPS things, it's very disturbing, right?
There is no title, a stepson, a son. It does not matter. That boy is loved by me just like he is my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay, Chris, may I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me tell you why people are asking personal questions about you and your wife. Okay, it's because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing, and they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with Sebastian going missing? I swear to you, it's not to be nosy. It's not to be rude. It's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian.
And you know, I do not care for Trisha Griffith, but she's right. We're asking details that, you know, it does matter what was going on at home when these kids just disappear out of thin air. It does matter. That's the first thing you look at. What was going on at home and what was going on at school.
And
okay, so let me make this even crystal clear for you.
Okay.
And everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think you know anything about, when honestly you don't know a damn thing. And that's the problem. You assume, you speculate, all this crap. You have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody else.
Okay.
Because it's the vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
Okay. And I understand and I hear what you're saying. But again.
So let me help y'all with something.
Okay.
Y'all said some shit that's really, it's really none of your damn business, but since you brought it up, I'm clear it.
Okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after he went missing.
I don't think
Why my
anybody said
parents
that.
went to Alaska was because my stepfather went.
Wait, who was talking about Alaska? No one. I don't think they even talked about that. Hang on. Let me pull up the transcript. So I want to know if he pulled that out of the blue or if they had mentioned that. I know people online had mentioned it, but I'm wondering if they mentioned it in this interview. Oh. Yeah, they did. They did. They talked about Alaska. So they said, I don't know if the police have looked into that. I know tips have been passed on. The grandparents went to Alaska and Puerto Rico. And then Chloe says they went to Alaska, I believe 4 days after Sebastian went missing. And they were and then it cuts off. So now he's pissed.
Went for work.
Okay, nobody said they went 2 days after he went missing.
Oh, no,
They
it's
said-
out there, trust me, because I have
Okay,
terabytes.
I did not say that.
Nobody
I didn't say
said that
you.
here. Okay.
I said people.
Okay.
Now, I have terabytes of videos of Seth on here saying some vile stuff. I've got videos of everybody and their comments out here.
But
Trust me, what I'm bringing to you is not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
Hey,
I understand. No. And Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a
So,
good.
and by the way, they didn't go for a month.
Okay.
They went for 2 weeks. My stepdad went on business. My mom went with him. But it's really nobody's business.
Well, but Chris, let me, and please understand. I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding because I've been doing this for years. Okay. Here's the thing. When you ask the public for help, they're going to look at everything and try and figure out what happened to Sebastian. And let me from an outsider looking in, it's okay. His parents left town shortly after. Was there a reason? Did they take Sebastian with him? It is speculation that I am sorry it's hurtful to you, and I understand it. And that's why it's important that you clear it up. Just clear it up. Nobody's trying to be hurtful or mean. I promise you, we've all been asked to help find Sebastian. And this is what we do. We try and think outside the box. We try and ask questions and think outside the box and figure out what has gone on.
But
It is
your
not
problem with
meant.
thinking outside of the box does nothing but cause speculation. It causes people to call in tips that don't mean anything, that you're taking sources away from the investigation because Joe Schmo down the street thinks that my family owns a cemetery. We own a funeral home. Like, where in the hell do you get up with this stuff? Not
Okay.
you. I'm saying the public.
And so that, Chris, that's why it is great that you're here, because we want to clear this up and help you get it out. And I'm going to tell you something, Chris, when it comes to the general public, they're always going to be calling in crazy tips and doing crappy things.
I mean, she's right. Is she not right? It happens with every case. Look at Nancy Guthrie.
And all we can do is say, that's not us. We are not doing that.
Well,
But
it doesn't matter, though.
I did want to clear
That
it
does
up.
not matter.
I
Doesn't
did want
matter
to clear
one
it up,
iota.
Chris. I did reach out to you.
Oh my God. You hear Stacy's frogs in the background too? Ribbit.
Not matter.
I did
Doesn't
want
matter
to clear it
one
up,
iota.
Chris. I did reach out to you on March 17th, publicly and privately. You responded to me publicly. You asked me to ask my question publicly. I did. You didn't respond. I reached out to you privately again. So I have reached out to you.
Where in the public? Where?
I reached out to you on Facebook. I reached out to you on Facebook Messenger privately. You've never read my message.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but a lot of the bullshit that I get in Facebook.
No, that's fine. That's
I'm
fine.
not-
I just want to make
Yeah.
it clear that
Can I explain to you?
yeah.
You send me messages along with thousands of other people.
I understand that. And that's why I took it public. And you did respond to me and ask me to ask my question publicly because you wanted whatever answer you were going to give to be public to clear it up.
What was the question that you asked me? Since I neglected your question.
And that's not
was
what
your
I'm
question?
saying. That's not what I'm saying. I want to make it clear that I haven't.
you've got to believe me when I tell you this. Please, if you can dial it back a bit and get us some of these answers and let us help you clear up this bull so it doesn't interfere anymore. And like I said, you're always going to have crazy people interfering and coming up with rumors, and it's so maddening and frustrating, and I hate it. It pisses me off more than anything, and anybody that knows me knows
It
that.
pisses you off? You're not in our shoes.
I know.
You haven't been in our shoes.
Okay, well, you don't know that, but I haven't been in your shoes and missing a child, no. But believe me, I can understand what you're going through, and what I'm saying is we can help you, Chris. We can help you, all right? Anybody here in this chat that asked about a cemetery, it's because somebody else brought it up. Just tell us.
Exactly. And my question comes back to, where do these people come up with this crazy crap?
That's a $1 million question. I don't know.
Yeah, online.
Let's clear it up. Let's clear it up for you. Let us help you.
You're saying, I believe, Chloe, you're saying online. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry I said that. There's a lot of
Stacy.
crazy people online. And just to let you know, I understand you get a lot of messages.
Stacey.
I reached out to you when Sebastian first went missing too to see if we could help in any way. Oh.
Yeah, but Chris, I understand your anger, but I'm telling you, please let us help you, okay? We're not here to point fingers at you or whatever, but the problem is, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Chris, when the public is asked to help and then no information is provided, then people, because of social media, and social media is here to stay, unfortunately, this never used to be a problem, never. Until social media, and it's terrible. I will be the first one to admit it's terrible, but let us help you clear it up, okay? So
no, it does happen. Okay, remember Casey Anthony? Remember all the media outside her house? Remember O.J. Simpson? Yeah, high-profile cases. They still had people outside their house following them around. Da 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 da. It's been going on. We just didn't have social media then. But yeah, I don't know what's going on with the cat. You guys say it's in heat. I don't know. I think the cat's wanting the frogs are wanting the cats, and just a whole lot going on here.
you don't own a cemetery and you don't own a funeral home. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, everybody stop with that bullshit. All right.
Here, let me add this to the thing. We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property.
Mm-hmm.
We don't own a private yacht. What else do you guys want to come up saying that we own? Like we're millionaires or something, like we've got this money growing off trees, which, by the way, it'd be great if we did, because I guarantee we wouldn't need anybody's help because he'd have been home by now.
Right. No, I understand. No, I completely understand. Okay. But understand, when the public is asked to help with social media, this is what social media does. And it can be your
Worst nightmare.
or your best friend.
Yes.
And let us help it. And I can give you examples. I can have you talk to people that have said, yes, the people at Web Sleuths, they've helped us. They've been great. Okay.
Yes.
But hey guys, I understand why Chris is angry, because it's coming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Horrible crap about him. Okay. And his family. I get the anger. So we're going to help you. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to let my cat out before she drives everybody crazy. So I apologize. So hang on. Chloe, is there anything you'd like to say while I let my cat out before she drives me nuts?
I will ask the question. I'll actually read you the message.
Okay, so it's going to get better when Seth comes up. It's more of raw dialogue between Seth and Chris. But this all sets the stage.
Message I sent you.
Kitty Cat Mama says, I'm leaving because the cat. She's letting her out, Kitty Cat Mama. You're fine. You're fine.
So this was March 17th. Good afternoon, Chris. I wrote this in a chat you're involved with, but I'm worried it may be lost because there's so much chatter. First, let me say I'm a Tennessee private investigator and have been praying and actively bringing awareness to Sebastian from day one. His case is near and dear to my heart. I had a question. I know Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend or so. Did you come home on those weekends? Not a specific date, but just in general. Or did Katie come and stay with you? Are you often gone during the week? Just curious about Sebastian's day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post it publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't answered. And I said, hey, Chris, just messaging again. So it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages.
So, and again, we understand that you for joining us tonight, because we have so many questions.
Oh my God, I did not mean to do that. My bad. I am so sorry. When did she take? Okay, so she's back. Sorry about that.
Okay, or turn the chat off if you want to.
So this was March 17th. Good afternoon, Chris. I wrote this. It's not a specific date, but just in general. Or did Katie come and stay with you? Are you often gone during the week? Just curious about Sebastian's day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post it publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't answered. And I said, hey, Chris, just messaging again. So it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages.
So, and again, we understand that you get a ton of messages. We absolutely understand that. Is there somebody else in our chat room? I can't see it.
Heather.
Heather, do you want to come up? I guess she does.
I'm here.
Okay, so this is Heather Cohen. This is yet another PI that was working with Seth. Her name is Heather Cohen. Justice Warriors Investigations. Her and her friends were on a Discovery TV show. There was a lot of documentary, TV show, Hollywood persona people that got involved in this. Dog the Bounty Hunter, all kinds of weird stuff. But anyways, this is Heather Cohen.
Here.
Oh, she is? Okay. Oh, hi, Heather. I didn't see you there.
Hi.
Okay.
There was a lot of talk. I didn't really have a chance to say hello.
And this Heather is the other private investigator.
Yeah, I know who Heather is.
Okay. Heather, would you like to say anything?
Well, so I spoke with them earlier today, and obviously, as you know, Mr. Proudfoot did message me and ask for a number so he could come in, and I think that it is past due. I think that it's a good thing for Mr. Proudfoot to address some of the allegations that are being made. I would like to have the opportunity, like I said to him earlier today, it's good for us, Chloe and I, to have access to them, to be able to when we get this information, instead of having to go around them to other sources to try to get the answer.
All right, I'm
get
fast forwarding.
Comments and
where.
Okay, so let's address.
Okay, so she's rattling on and on about like we need this, da 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 da, and then he is reading chat, and he is getting pissed off.
Address something real quick with your viewers who say I'm drunk and belligerent. No, I'm just a pissed off dad. So let's get that real clear.
Hey, everybody, if any, mods.
So if you want to keep your comments and that's how your audience wants to play this game,
No.
then no, I'm not going to clear up anything or turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get it right. And let's take all the stupid people out of this equation and answer the deals.
Okay, Chris, hang on. Mods, if anybody says anything rude about any of our guests, I want you to ban them, kick them out. Okay?
It's like this. If you ain't got nothing factual about me to say, keep your mouth shut.
Well, okay, but Chris, they don't know if it's factual.
Exactly.
Okay?
So that's the best recommendation I can give them.
Well, but they want to ask questions, and let me tell you why.
Questions are one thing, not a statement where I'm belligerent and I'm drunk, because guess what, folks? I could read the comments that you post.
I know. And I'm telling everybody, if anybody says anything rude, they're booted from chat. Mods, if you could boot them. Stacy, could you get Ping over here to help us? Anybody?
And the other part of this is if it's nothing in regards to Sebastian, I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard, I didn't want to discuss.
Oh, I asked a lot of questions and she wouldn't discuss it. Absolutely.
I think it's semantics at this point. He's been missing for 2 months, and I don't know how his bathroom habits are going to help me find him.
Exactly. Mind you that children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues.
All right, so let's go back to what we learned from the lawsuit, right? About the belt, about the pull-ups. And keep that in mind as you listen.
Control themselves. But exactly. Mind you that children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control themselves. But I'm not really worried that people can't read and do their own.
Well, but Chris, let me tell you.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and care about that either.
Let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his house he didn't need it.
Yes, you are correct. No, you are correct. You just hit the nail on the head.
Mm-hmm.
You just hit the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth. He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't. And he needs to learn how to close it because, quite honestly...
Oh, shit. Joneson's in the house. What's up, girl?
Shake it, don't fucking break it, baby.
None of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian.
Right. And you know what? But Chris, let's keep it that way, because Seth has said he is not going to do that anymore, and he hasn't.
Bullshit. Let me explain to you why. That Sunday when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth, very calmly, very respectfully, we were having a good conversation. While everybody stood behind me and would snap the little pictures and stuff, Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not a aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one.
Mm-hmm.
But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on somebody else's show, sitting and he's blaming Katie, my wife, for Sebastian's disappearance.
Mm-hmm.
Now, unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't open your mouth. Because all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself because you're assuming.
Say that everybody is grieving and handling this situation differently. I won't comment on if I agree with any of the ways that people are acting.
Hey,
at this
Blockbuster.
point. I do think, in the last week we've been trying to build a bridge, and I know it's difficult and it's not going to be just clean and perfect, but I think if we can all just refocus and try to not focus on the other things people have done that make you angry,
So here, let me explain to y'all something that y'all don't get a chance to see, because unfortunately we're meeting on a very bad circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Seth can contest to this. So Seth comes to Tennessee. He gets his job in the security force. He wants to be law enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him and said, look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it, which is the job he currently has.
Okay.
Now, he gets accepted. He's excited. He calls me and says, thank you, man. I really appreciate you helping me. That I have been a supporter and a cheerleader for him this whole time. Okay. But y'all don't get to see that. And Seth's not going to tell you that. During the middle of the training, Seth decided one day he wants to call me, tell me he doesn't think he's going to complete it. But I told him, I said, look, you're going to sit there and you're going to go back in there and you're going to complete this training because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun.
Okay, so if we, after knowing about the lawsuit, reading what we did in there, was he so persistent on Seth finishing this and keeping this job because Sebastian was at risk of being removed from the home? The real Kels, the cheerleader. I wish I had that handy. That's where we got that from. But is it because your son thinks you hang the moon and the stars? Or was it because your son's going to be removed from our home?
But I told him, I said, look, you're going to sit there and you're going to go back in there and you're going to complete this training because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun. So you need to go in there and prove to your son that dreams and goals can be met.
Mm-hmm.
I have been very, very supportive of him trying to do these things.
And he really made a point to clear that up. Right, Leon? Good point. They were trying to get Seth straightened up so that he could take Sebastian. And why is this important right now? Well, in the papers, Mary Doyle, it said foster care was where he would go. Because Seth didn't know about this. So Seth wasn't an option. But they were trying to make Seth an option, but Seth didn't know why.
Very supportive of him trying to do these things. I have told him on Sunday, I supported him then, I would support him now. But I will not stand by and watch somebody be straight up disrespectful and accuse people and say things that have absolutely no bearing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay, well, again, I just, if I could just step in.
I mean, Chris, I would love for us to refocus and talk about not necessarily the investigation that we can't talk about, but what has been done, what you understand about dog tracks, what you understand about the circumstances. We could go on and on all night, and I know we have a lot of really big feelings that are valid. But I think Heather would agree. We would just really love to redirect this back to Sebastian because the anger doesn't solve anything.
It's not truly all anger. It's disappointment.
No, and I'm not saying that. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying at this point, it's just
not helping find Sebastian.
Yeah, and it's like an energy vampire, and we're all tired. And I can't imagine how tired you are. I know how tired I am. So I would love to redirect back to.
You guys are asking about lie detectors. Bass Essentials, law enforcement is not going to give Spanky any information about this investigation and tell him who took polygraphs. Then he faked it. That dude is known for faking things. Did you know he faked a blob video? and got it and used it to go on Nancy Grace. And when she figured out it was fake, she had to pull the episode. He lies. They're not giving, if Seth has to go to these lengths to get information, you think they're just going to tell Spanky, oh yeah, they took lie detectors. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. That's just unreasonable to even believe. But I will tell you this, that Chris Proudfoot did tell me that Katie was taken to the station that morning, or that day, rather. You got to be careful with people that lie and make things up. But he told me that Katie was taken to the station without his knowledge. He was mad about it. Because, they all of a sudden just took her. And she was there for a long time, and she did a lie detector test. So take that for what you will. Apparently, she passed it. Yeah, Clutch the Pearls, Justin for All. He runs around here chatting with different name, Justin for All. But do you guys remember that? I do.
What you know and what you think.
And then I have some questions that I hope you can answer that will help clear things up.
I'll answer questions unless it's something I have been told by law enforcement that I cannot answer. I've said that from day one, and I'm telling you now, it has not changed. So ask your questions.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
And it was TBI that gave it to you?
Yes, TBI gave it to me along with another agency.
So there he is. He's saying he took one. That's all we have. Law enforcement hasn't told us anything.
Okay.
No, that was kept quiet because it's nobody. We kept it all quiet.
Well, no, I think it's great that you're telling us now.
Right. And, Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday when I took it, passed it. They called and told him that I passed it.
And okay. Well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him. And I said, I have listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now. So please do what you feel is best.
Okay. So you passed the polygraph with flying colors. Let me ask you this. People in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian, you or anyone you know?
That is a straight up no. And I can't believe people would think I would tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson.
Okay,
which,
but again,
another thing which is kind of funny that you bring this up, because some people, and yes, they are pertinent to the investigation, have said that there's a video floating around of me tearing these things down.
Mm-hmm.
If you got it, post it. Because if you ain't got it, shut up.
And I'll say on record from myself, I have never seen that.
And
exactly, because it doesn't exist.
No, I'm sure it doesn't.
And I want to say on record that in my conversation earlier with Chris and Katie, Katie said she had one request of me, and that was that when I do these interviews, that I, at some point in the interview, remind people to hand out the flyers and put them up everywhere.
Please, we're begging. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever, to understand. We are begging you to hang posters, talk to whomever, spread the words, keep your eyes open. And when you find something, don't wait 2 weeks to make a report. Because let me tell you something, that's what's been going on. Some of the leads that are coming in are 2 and 3 weeks old.
Why do you
Instead
think
of when
that
you
is?
see something, you pick up the phone immediately and you call the cops.
Yeah.
Don't call your best friend and say, hey, I think I've seen this kid. Don't call these investigators. No offense, Chloe and Heather. You don't call them first. You don't call Seth. You don't call anybody but law enforcement only, and make your report immediately.
I will say, we've received tips that maybe haven't been called into law enforcement, but we called them in. And we also received tips that have been called into law enforcement, but the person that called the tip in didn't get any.
Okay, so Heather asked, does he have kids? I mean, his own blood kids? So, yes, he has. There's a whole nother aspect to this. He has a bio daughter who lives in, I believe, Arizona or New Mexico. And he was in a custody battle with his ex at the time Sebastian disappeared. So we have all this CPS business. No, she's younger. She's younger. We have all this CPS business. And remember, Faith came to visit over Christmas in 2023. So we had all these reports. We had stuff going on in November or whatever it was, or what was it, May of 2023. Then the daughter comes to visit over Christmas. I don't know what happened. But when she got back to New Mexico, that was when her bio mom filed for full custody, and there were like affidavits sent out that for Katie to come to court, and there was all this shit going on, and they had court. When was the court date for Chris? Remember, there was like a court date that week, the week that Sebastian went missing. There was a custody hearing that same week. That's another red flag. I mean, you can't ignore these things. Canceling an appointment. The next week he's got custody hearing. We don't know what all, was in that. It's a closed case. Thank you for 2 years, Dreams. If my child was missing, I would be 100% transparent. Just saying. Yes, he still sees his daughter. So I don't know. I mean, Sunshine Girl, I don't think we should get ahead of ourselves. I think we should take everything in, and we got to wait. These are allegations. But if you put this together, it's kind of matching with a lot of things that were already said, if you will. No, they don't have kids together. Mm-mm. They rescheduled it, though, Ishi. It was supposed to be that week.
Feedback when they were told they were going to be called back. And so they were worried that maybe it didn't get looked into enough. So I don't want you to think
for the record,
passing
right. So
to law.
For the record, I think what folks need to understand, because y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't. And I understand that. And it's
okay. So here we go. Y'all don't have the information that Katie and I and some of the information Seth has.
That Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't. And I understand that. And I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wished we truly could. But unfortunately we can't.
Right.
But when you do make a report and you give them a name and a number, you tell them the location, you tell them a very detailed description and everything. You don't expect to get a call back from law enforcement, period. Don't. Mm-hmm. Because I'm sorry, but they don't have the time to stop and answer every single call back when they're looking for missing children. Not just ours, but there's so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
Right, Marlene. I mean, that's true. They could have just dropped him off and said, here, take him. But I don't think Katie didn't care about her kid. Have you ever seen a mother caught between a husband, like the stepdad, and her own kid? Happens all the time. I don't think she didn't care. I mean, she was, by all means, he didn't miss a therapy appointment. It was the next week, March. Okay. Well, it was coming up.
Answer every single callback when they're looking for missing children. Not just ours, but there's so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
So I'm sorry that some of y'all feel that you deserve an answer, but it's not and I'm sorry, it's just going to sound rude when I say this, but you don't deserve an answer. You'll get the answer when we get the answer. The family gets the answer on a missing boy, not strangers. They're not calling y'all to tell you.
Chris, this is what I have to tell when I talk to law enforcement, and it's difficult to accept, and I still have trouble with it too. This is the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But again, when you ask the public for help, people are going to start looking, and they look at the last place that Sebastian was known to be. And then it just goes from there. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't, but that's how it does. And we can clear a lot up tonight. And I'm so
let's
glad.
do this.
Okay, BW says, Chris, are you frustrated with law enforcement, or do you feel like you're getting adequate information from them?
I'm not upset with law enforcement. I'm going to tell you right now, the agencies that are involved have thrown every asset that they have at this. What people don't understand, this has actually probably been one of the largest searches for a missing child in Sumner County history, period, and probably in the state with the number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything they can? You bet your sweet tail I am. You can bet on it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think, I mean, just short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start on one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand, that's probably about, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you.
Shane Culkin, thank you for gifting a membership. Who got that from Shane? Jenny by the beach. You can thank Mr. Shane Culkin for that membership. Good to see you. Hope you are doing well, Mr. Culkin. Me too, TM.
I mean, I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of course.
You have to keep in mind how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved.
That is such a weird thing to say. Like, I'm sorry, if my kid was missing, I would be so selfish. I would be so selfish. I've never heard someone talk about the other missing kids and how the time has to be divided equally, and I would be so up their ass and being so selfish. Yep. I wouldn't, it not to be mean, but I know I would be selfish as hell. I would be laser focused on my kid.
Among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you. It hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us that they have to pull back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it ain't nothing. There was more of a gut punch to take.
Oh, fuck. I don't like that at all. That was a bad choice of words after what we just read. Always groovy. Good question. That's something we need more context on. She said the lawyer said the tip was a canceled appointment. Was there a reschedule or just see you next Wednesday?
Nothing. There was more of a gut punch to take than being told that. I mean, it
I can imagine. I mean, that's because you're not expecting them to say that.
And a belly slap is what got us in the second predicament. The belly slap, the belt check belly slap. Okay.
There was more of a gut punch to take than being told that. I mean, it
I can imagine. I mean, that's because you're not expecting them to say that. You're not expecting them to say, yeah, we're going to pull back and put less.
I do expect that, but here's the thing. I'm also a realistic person.
Mm-hmm.
I would love for them to expend every aspect and every asset and every single second of the day finding Sebastian. That's not realistic.
Yeah.
It's
I
not.
understand. I want to read you a comment, and I like this comment from Brittany Cole. It says, sometimes you have to block out the noise, Chris. The public will do what they do, and that's the truth. A lot of us are just trying to offer help. It's the bad ones that you remember, and not all the much bigger crowd of good people who are not doing this.
And I mean, weeks ago, somebody asked me what I thought, and I had some information from court documents that could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have.
Oh, she's talking about court documents. This is Chloe talking.
Could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have. And I refused to release it because
Court documents on, let me ask you this, on who? Me, Seth, Katie?
Katie.
Okay.
I refused to release it.
So he wants to know on who? Me, Seth, or Katie? She says Katie.
Because number one, I didn't think it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal thing. And also,
when she was young?
Yes.
Okay, so let me
finish, and I referred to the Michael Vaughn case, where his parents got completely slaughtered.
Yes, they did.
By the public for a very long time. And they didn't do anything to that boy. I do not believe.
They didn't.
Now they have proof. But they just got slaughtered. And people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
Yeah. Tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics and all this, since they've got it, by all means, we welcome you to the case. We welcome you to come in here and show us and show these law enforcement officers that have so many years of experience that they don't know anything. We'd love for you to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
I know it's not helping, but this goes back to what's being asked.
Let's get people on your side, and then we can all work together. Because I know
that's just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
Exactly, and that's
this is not.
What we're
this is about
to do.
Sebastian.
It is.
Damn,
but
and that's
this is not.
That's what we're
this is about
to do.
Sebastian.
God, he clapped when he said his name too.
Sides.
Exactly, and that's
this is not.
That's what we're
this is about
to do.
Sebastian.
It is. But if we're not,
I'm Team Sebastian. Same. I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
Okay, guys, let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the public's help. Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there. And believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacey? Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. We don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. But it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on your show, and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people that come on, the more money this show makes.
No, I make no money.
We don't make money. We're not monetized.
See, why are we talking about how much money Web Sleuth is making? Why did you come up on this panel if you knew they were making money to begin with? Is this all deflection? Like, what is going on here?
Zero money.
It's not monetized.
And we
You're
don't
not a
take
monetary
donations.
show.
No, they don't monetize.
No,
we do not
Right.
monetize.
Okay.
We do not monetize. It costs me money to do this.
Yeah, and
Web Sleuth
So
is
the reason why I asked
show I
that,
will go on.
It's completely free,
Well,
and the website is as well.
No
right,
advertising.
so the
on
reason
our
why
website, nothing.
I'm asking that question, okay, is because if people are true to what they say in their heart, especially those, and they know who I'm talking about, the clickers, the shows that make this money, I would love for you to make a public announcement for every dollar you've made. If you truly do this for the goodness of your heart, every dollar that you have made, you should.
Right, but they're not monetized, so move on. This is about Sebastian.
Should donate it to the cause, not to your personal gain.
Right.
Well, yeah, we don't, like I said, we make zero money. It costs us money to
And
do
I
that.
appreciate it, and I respect that. Thank y'all ladies for that. I will give you that.
Okay,
So,
you're going to just
but
have
no,
to
I
cut his
understand
mic.
what
I
you're
don't know
saying.
what else to
But
do with
again,
him.
it's just like with, Nancy Grace or with news media, they report the news. Unfortunately, this is social media. And I agree, there's people out there, and I'm not going to even say their names, but they know who they are. They do this crap to get clickbait so they can make more money, and it's disgusting. Absolutely.
Oh, very much
disgusting.
so. Very much so.
And I want to add something to that. Like I told Chris earlier, everybody that's involved in this case is under a microscope. I've been ripped to shreds. They've been ripped to shreds. Seth has been ripped to shreds. I mean, like the public gets a hold of somebody in the spotlight and they dig into them and they pull up anything that they can about them. And some of it's true and some of it's not. It doesn't help find Sebastian. And that's where we all need to get on the same page and regroup and just make the decision right here, right now, to ignore the rumors, to clear up misinformation, and just to get on track so that we can start trying to find Sebastian.
Now,
right. If we can keep parties involved in this investigation focused on that and staying off of YouTube and other aspects of social media and playing the game, okay?
Yes.
I'm sure we would all benefit greatly, and this would completely change narratives and the direction, and it would straight focus completely on Sebastian.
Well, let's do this. This podcast or Web Sleuths podcast that we're on right now, we can make a pact right now. That's what we're doing right here, right?
But here's the other thing. I appreciate you willing to make that pact, but you know exactly who I'm referring to. That needs to be done publicly as well then.
well, all we can do is what we can do here tonight. So, but Chris, there's a couple of questions, and then there is somebody. There is somebody that wants to come on the panel, and I don't know if you want them on here, but I'll ask. Well, let me ask you these questions first, okay? Everybody wants to know, what do you think happened to Sebastian? What do you think happened?
I don't know. For the love of God, I wished I had an answer. I wished we had something to go off of, but we
Chris,
don't.
I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and so just no thought.
I'm gonna hear you out.
In your gut, spit it out. Doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall. What is your knee-jerk reaction to what happened?
Sebastian walked out of the house, stepped off the porch, and has vanished into thin air. That is what I think, because that is what I know.
But what do you mean you know?
I've been part of the investigation since day one.
Okay.
And if anybody else out there that's got some information in regards to where Sebastian has went, because last time I checked, there's not one shred of evidence.
You know he walked off the porch is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you, unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch, he sure had to go somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch. Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house or somebody's taking that child outside of my house, say
I'm not
that.
Insinuating anything. I'm asking, do you know that he walked out your front door? Do you know?
That he went out the front door?
Or any door?
Is that what you're asking?
Do you know?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Okay, thank you. I just need a confirmation. I don't play games here. So, just to make this real crystal clear, there's a back door. Every door in the house, when Katie got up that morning, was locked.
Okay.
Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door. You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a key to lock every other door. And every other door was locked, folks.
So
Did Katie do that?
Do
and he
what?
walked out. Did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked? And could have Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Every door was locked.
So what you're saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the most conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did he walk out without his shoes on? Is that what you believe?
My statement earlier is real simple. Sebastian walked out of the house not wearing any shoes.
Could he have been running and scared of something?
Don't know. He could. It's a young boy. It's dark outside. God only knows.
Okay. Now, there is somebody that has been asking to come on, and Gray Hughes. He would like to talk to you. Would you like
You can
him
bring that. You can bring that man on board because I've talked to him. I respect him, and I will talk.
Oh God, is YouTube Bad Actors here? Here we go. Gray Hughes is going to come up because he's already bonded with Chris. He's already bonded with Chris. Chris told him all about the flashlight video, that it's a trash truck on the next road. All right, here we go. YouTube Bad Actors, get ready.
To him.
Gray, I just sent you the Facebook link, so jump on up. Okay, Gray?
And he definitely has a man baby moment. He does.
I just sent it to your Facebook. So he'll be jumping on here shortly. Stacy, can you keep an eye out because I can't see because of my stupid computer.
Hey,
Okay.
in the meantime, I would like to, since Chris is here and this has become very public, I would like to mention something that we spoke about earlier. Chris and Katie did actually confirm that the clothes that he was wearing at Texas Roadhouse that night were accounted for. And I believe they were the articles of clothing that were used for the scent dog. Am I correct when I say that, Chris?
Yes, those clothes are in the possession of law enforcement.
Great. And so do we know what Sebastian was wearing when he left?
From the house that night?
Yes.
The description is still the same. It hasn't changed from 60 days ago. However, I will say this much. Some of the information that's out on some of these posters and flyers, we have actually requested to have some of that changed, but it hasn't happened. So I'll walk you through what the description actually should be. Sebastian was wearing long black pants. Think of the 1970s style Adidas style pants. You know, had the white stripes down the side. That style of pants on. He had a long sleeve shirt, not a sweatshirt, not a hoodie, a long sleeve shirt. On the front of that shirt is probably one of three depictions: Halloween, Star Wars, or Minecraft.
Okay.
So, Chris, I know that Sebastian didn't have very many pairs of shoes because his feet were growing, and Katie would toss them out pretty quickly after he grew out of them. But is there a reason we can't confirm which shirt if it's just one of three?
I didn't say one of three. I said one of three depictions on a shirt.
Okay, so that's
So
three
there's
different shirts, right?
Say again, I'm sorry.
So I don't know if we're saying the same thing or something different, but are you saying there's three different possible shirts he was wearing? Like he had three different black long sleeve shirts. One had Halloween on it. One had Minecraft
What I'm
on
telling
it.
you,
Star
no,
Wars.
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did you see Gray's face right there, YouTube Bad Actors? I don't know who he's making a face at. I think he's reading chat because I don't think the chat was very kind to him. Watch his face right here.
Shirts he was wearing, like he had three different black long sleeve shirts. One had Halloween on it. One had Minecraft
What I'm
on
telling
it.
you,
Star
no,
Wars.
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I said he had a long sleeve black shirt on, and on that shirt had one of three depictions. I didn't say he had three. I didn't say anything. I just said one.
Okay.
Right. I'm just confused by how have you not been able to identify which of those 3 depictions is missing?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Can you tell me every single shirt in your closet right now and everything that's on your
No,
shirt?
but if I had
Okay,
to
then.
choose between
Right, but
3
wait a
of
minute,
them, if
But
I had
hold
to
on a
choose
minute.
between 3 of them, I could.
You're saying 3 of them. But I'm
Well,
telling
you
you,
listed 3 things. I'm just confused.
I listed what could possibly be on the shirt.
Okay, can I jump in and try to interpret a little bit here? Okay, so are you saying that all 3 of those shirts are not accounted for, or are you saying you don't remember which depiction it was that was on that shirt? Does that make sense? Is that a little bit clearer?
Say it one more time, you broke up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so are you saying that
She did not break up at all. And the question was, are you saying all 3 of those shirts are not accounted for? Are you saying you don't remember which depiction it was that was on that shirt?
does that make sense? Is that a little bit clearer?
Say it one more time, you broke up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so are you saying that you don't remember what the depiction was? It was one of those 3 things, or are you saying there are 3 different shirts with those depictions and all 3 of those shirts are unaccounted for?
I'm not saying he had 3 shirts with 3 different depictions on them. That's not what I said. I'm telling you, I don't know what exactly was on the front of the shirt is what I'm telling you.
Okay, so
Sebastian's clothes mostly consist of, if it has a picture on it, one of the 3 things. Those are his 3 favorite things.
Okay,
Halloween,
so what you're saying is he has,
Minecraft.
multiple Minecraft shirts, multiple Star Wars shirts, multiple Halloween shirts. So it's likely he had a shirt that had one of those things on, but there's not just 3 of those shirts.
I'm telling you that he had a long sleeve shirt on with one of the 3 depictions on it. That's it.
Okay.
I'm not telling you any more shirts. I'm not telling. So
No, I'm not
I know
trying
what
to
you're
do
asking.
I'm just trying to understand.
I understand that, but you're asking me if he had 3 different long sleeve shirts with 3 different depictions on it, and
No, I
I'm
think I
telling
understand
you,
what you're explaining. Like, so Sebastian had multiple shirts that had a Minecraft graphic on it. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Halloween. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Star Wars. I guess maybe several of them were long sleeve and black. So you can't identify.
Here, let's just make this very simple.
Okay.
He had a long sleeve black shirt on with a picture on the front of it. There you go.
And that obviously is what you got from Katie, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody, Gray Hughes is here, and people are saying, why is Gray here? I will tell you, Gray is, I consider Gray someone that I like. Gray helped me in the beginning. When I started this, he was very kind to me. I know it's a shock, but he was very sweet.
Shock.
I asked, he knows I'm kidding him. And I asked Chris, is it okay if Gray Hughes comes up? And Chris said yes. So Gray, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say I've talked to Chris, and the way he's sounding right now is exactly how I think I would sound, or anybody else would sound, given the attacks being leveled. When I talked to him on the phone, we talked on the phone. We've messaged back and forth, but we talked for like an hour one time, and literally went over detail by detail on where the light video was taken. The flashlights. Exactly where that was filmed. We went over where the dog scented and all, and I kept sending him the map, and he would show me the route and everything. And it was like, to me, he seems like somebody who's literally out there trying to figure something out. I know my opinion isn't like all the rest of the people out there. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. It kind of reminds me of like remember the Chloe, was it Chloe? Yeah, Chloe Smith in Australia. The 2 parents that were sitting there, and they just didn't look quite right, and everybody blamed them for the abduction out of a tent. And it turns out it was literally somebody abducted the child out of the tent.
Right.
I mean, there's just so many cases like this. And all I'm saying is when I've talked to Chris Proudfoot, I have never seen anything that he said in any of the interviews where I went, wow, this guy, wow, he must have something to do with it. I actually look at him and think, man, I would feel the same way if from day one the entire community hated me and I never got the same love that Seth got. Seth was absolutely admired by everybody like he was God or something.
Let me explain why. And I agree. I think that's exactly how you would sound, Gray. There's no question. But let me explain why, okay? Again, social media is here to stay. We need to learn this. When anybody comes on and they are aggressive and insulting, it blows up like wildfire. And you're asking public for help, but you are condemning the public because of a handful of jerks, and that causes problems. I haven't
Well, for the record, ma'am, I have not in the past gone onto a show and been a jerk and ridiculed the public and said a bunch of hateful things and inappropriate things. I have not done that. So I'm sorry that folks are upset that day one, Katie and I were not on TV or on YouTube expressing everything. Well, you say that, but as you said, social media is here to stay.
Absolutely.
So with that being in mind, you're one, and there are millions out there that think otherwise.
I would never expect you to come on.
But I think the way he was just talking a minute ago, to me, it sounded normal, given the fact that the 90% of the chat is just trashing him.
No, that's not true. That is not true. We are kicking people out.
I can see it right now. No, I know you're kicking him out, but I keep seeing comment after comment after comment after comment that are really suspicious and like,
yeah,
oh,
great. Just close the chat. I'm not even.
Yeah, like you had somebody in the chat that literally asked the question: was Katie arrested at 19 for an incident? Like,
these two guys are reading the chat. Gray, I see chat after chat after chat. Gray, go cry in your own corner. Trisha ain't got time for this shit tonight.
I'm sorry, but once again, this goes right back to none of that has anything to do with Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to create anything.
I know you're not, Gray.
I'm just trying to say that I absolutely understand how he's feeling, and I know out there they go, "Oh, look, he's soothing Chris's ego."
You are. No one said that, but you. See, the leakage is so obvious with folks like this.
Feeling, and I know out there they go, "Oh, look, he's soothing Chris's ego." I listen. I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's just a normal dude. Listen. I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's just a normal dude trying to figure something out. That's how he sounds like. Now he's on here with. I've seen him on shows. Remember at the beginning, him and his wife would go on shows, and they were totally calm, talking, and they were normal. But everybody dissected every single word that they said.
Chris knew if this dude came up, he would freaking not stop talking, and he'd be on his side. Right, independent thinker.
Creep town, dude.
And everybody came up with a negative meaning for every single thing they
let
said.
Let me tell you what happened. I can explain now. Let me tell you. Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuck.
Look at Gray chugging that Gatorade. I know from back in the day that Gray Hughes mixes liquor with his Gatorade. Look at him chug-a-lugging. He needs some more liquid courage. That's why his lips are all red, y'all. He's been drinking red Gatorade with vodka.
You went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you. That got people upset.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
Right, let's clear that real quick.
Okay.
That needs to be cleared up because what was said and what people heard are two totally different things.
I heard you say you hit him with a belt.
Okay, so let me finish because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, well, this and that. No. You wanted the answer. I'm giving you the answer.
Damn. Say it.
Now, when I answered that question, I told people Sebastian got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
I don't. That was years ago.
I got spanked by a belt and.
See, now Gray. Shut up, Gray. I got spanked by a belt and a wooden spoon and chains. Right. Said he never spanked him in the lawsuit, right? It was quoted.
When that happened?
I don't. That was years ago.
I got spanked by a belt and wooden spoon by my mom for years.
So, but let's not sidetrack. Let's stay on board. Okay. So the question about the CPS thing that came up to play that everybody wants to tie to this belt is not what it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
yes, you did.
Like it was years ago.
We thought it was like right recently.
Well, instead of asking more clarification,
let's clear it up.
Should have been. So, as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked.
Okay, he's telling the truth here. We know that now. It didn't have anything to do with Sebastian getting spanked.
That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble.
Okay, there you go. So we have that report of being where Sebastian said he had to lift his shirt and he got the whack in the stomach with the back of Chris's hand. Right? So he's clearing it up. This had nothing to do with being spanked. Yes, the teacher called this in. I mean, he told us that.
Nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that.
So Sebastian thought, okay, let me reread this. This is the part I was waiting for. Sebastian didn't like being in trouble, so he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that.
That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it.
Wait a minute. He's leaving out that the CPS case was about the bop in the stomach. Okay, now listen to this. Wait a second. This is where you guys are going to get really upset. Yeah, you're not going to like this.
Because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happens, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble and you can get in trouble. And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
No. The teacher reported this. Yeah. What did he say happened? Here's Trisha.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, what does that have to do?
Listen.
What did he say you did to him?
What did he say you did to him? We know what's in the lawsuit. We know what's in the lawsuit. Listen what he says, y'all.
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China?
That's the answer. What did he say you did to him? All right, let's listen to this again.
And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happens, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian, you can't false report. that will get people in trouble, and you can get in trouble. And then
What-
she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when
Well,
it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And
Yes,
it's
because
he was in your home last. That was the last place he was seen.
yes,
So
he was.
when we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happens. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there-
Right. I mean, she's exactly right. I mean, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China? She's like, well, it depends on what he told her. What did he say?
there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's the problem.
And
So
guess
we have a
what?
difference
That's
of
the
opinion.
great thing. That's the great thing about having your opinion.
But see, he knows damn well it was about the stomach, the whop to the stomach or whatever. She keeps talking about the belt because she's under the impression that the CPS got involved because of a belt incident. But it wasn't. But she doesn't know that because we weren't privy to that.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
Okay. I think a belt is abuse, but that's my, again,
Well,
that is my.
if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse. That would be considered abuse.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
so
but-
by definition,
oh, that's weird.
that's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You can say your opinion, and that is fine, but you have to back it up and say, what I am stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it. When you don't say that, you leave it open to interpretation for a lot of people to take it and run with it. That was a lot of the problems with this.
And there will be people, I can get people from CPS that will say hitting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing, you're right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily with Sebastian and his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up and change it. Okay? So let's do that.
So we just did.
Okay.
He said we just did, but he never answered the question. What did Sebastian say you did? He said it wasn't about the belt incident, but she's going on about the belt incident, and she's not really asking the proper follow-ups to get out of him what that second call was about. The first call was about SA that happened in California. The second call in 2023 was about Chris bopping him in the belly. Thanks, Charlie. I'm glad you're here.
If now you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called. And
No,
a lot
that's not. No. Nope.
Okay, that's what I heard. What did you say? on that?
She asked the question about a situation, and she asked me if I had ever had CPS called on me. I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again, so I'm
Okay.
not going to answer you with something without having it in front of you.
Oh.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair.
So did he tell Nancy Grace that? We're going to have to go back and look. Making a mental note. Hey, Llama.
Very fair. And so let's move on. Okay, so nothing came of that from you hitting him with a belt. Has there ever been any, and people are going to ask, has there ever been any violence in your home as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay, now you ask Gray is concerned.
No.
So he said, no, there was never any violence as far as Sebastian is concerned. Now, you can take that for what it is. I mean, he probably doesn't consider a bop in the stomach violent. I don't know. I don't know what to think.
In your home, as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay. Now, Gray asked, why is Seth being treated so different? Because of how Chris came on and became so angry and did what you did tonight, Chris. You've done this before. And I think that's why. And Seth didn't. And I think that's the difference.
Right, because I don't feed out of people's hands. I don't feed into what people think. I don't, and once again, that's the difference.
But how about just saying thank you to the people that want to help you?
Okay, well, that's simple. There's a difference in me saying thank you to everyone, which if you go back and listen to every single interview I have done, I have told everybody, thank you for everything that you have done. There's not enough thank you in this world. We can't begin to describe how much we appreciate it. I have said this.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to one video and show me where I haven't. I've also said that our family prays for everybody else, and we love you all, regardless of what you think. But you know what? Once again.
Yeah. I think when his first interview, you got to admit, his first few interviews were really calm. The one on, can't remember the names of their channels, but he was on multiple channels, calmly talking. Both of them were.
Wait, what was that?
On multiple channels, calmly talking. Both of them were.
Is that Gray? Is that Gray's shit?
Their channels, but he was on multiple channels, calmly talking. Both of them were. And yet the public was already angry with him before he became angry on a show, because that was definitely later. You got to admit, his first 3 or 4, both of them.
And I can tell you why. Because he said he hit Sebastian with a belt. That made people angry.
Which interview was that?
It was the very first one I heard.
Okay.
With I can't remember.
Smiley stories.
Yes,
I can try to pull up a transcript at some point.
Yes, it was on the Smiley story. Yes.
That one.
Okay.
But
but I mean, here's the thing: there is a perception. See, look at.
There you go.
I just want to say this. When I was growing up, my mom spanked me with a belt, wooden spoon, everything, and she's the greatest mom I've ever. I mean, just awesome. I didn't ever feel like it was abuse. Things have changed though over time. Like nowadays, it's considered abuse, and maybe that's sort of
Gray's issues.
How our society has changed quite a bit. But but the thing is it used to be totally normal, and it is still sort of normal in some families, as long if you're not sitting there just wailing away for hours, creating the bruises like Chris was saying. It's just sort of I think it's sort of normal for a lot of people in society. It might not be for some people, but I think, I don't know. I think if you took a poll and people were off, not in this particular chat right here, it wouldn't be as high as you might think. It's not going to be 99% of the people. It'd be like 50-50 on whether or not.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a little bit anecdotal.
But once again,
could we talk about
get him,
the
Chloe.
thud that Katie heard?
The thud.
Yes, that's a good one. Let's talk about the thud. And I apologize. I had your name spelled wrong. Everybody that knows me, Chris, knows I'm the worst speller in the world. And I thought I put Proudfoot, and I didn't.
About spelling.
So
Oh my God. Okay, we're gonna take a quick palate cleanser back to Nancy Grace. I found it. This was Nancy Grace, March 25th, 2024. And the first part we're going to be watching is about the belt incident.
I don't understand how that. When was this?
Hold on.
He'll lie. No, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian. Blending in with students. So it's a little.
There we go.
He's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close. And then kids don't really accept that too much, so it kind of causes an issue. But he'll not stop, and he continues on. So then it causes an issue, and instead of being honest about it, he'll lie. No, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
Okay. So she says,
Was that the first?
He was lying about doing work. Remember, in those documents, though, it did say that Christopher Proudfoot, and we have to be fair on all ends of facts. In the documents, Christopher Proudfoot said that Sebastian was upset for getting in trouble. He did tell the CPS worker that Boswell. It's in the court documents. So they're not lying. They're consistent is what I'm saying.
Sebastian.
We're lying about doing
Was that the first time? Was that the first time you had ever hit him with a belt?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
When was this?
Years ago, ma'am.
Any idea how many? 3, 10, 1?
It probably at least 3 years ago.
I don't understand how that turned into a CPS or Child Protective Services complaint. How were they alerted that you hit him with a belt?
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
There were other CPS reports, right? Were they regarding your other child?
There is one in regards to my daughter that I know of out in New Mexico with my ex-wife and myself.
What happened?
At the time, my ex-wife had fled to New Mexico with my daughter. We're going through a custody and a divorce case at that time. And at the time, when I call and try to check in on my daughter, I could never reach my ex-wife at that time. So a welfare check was requested. Law enforcement told me to call CPS if I had concerns. So I called CPS. Law enforcement did make a welfare call, and that was it.
Then how does that turn into a CPS complaint against you?
I have no idea, ma'am. There's a lot of misinformation out there right now.
He has no idea. Bullshit. And look at her. She's like, bullshit. You know why you have a CPS report on you. I have no idea, ma'am. Okay, so let's keep going.
Then how does that turn into a CPS complaint against you?
I have no idea, ma'am. There's a lot of misinformation out there right now in regards to my New Mexico case that actually has no relevance to the Sebastian case.
Then was there even a CPS complaint against you in New Mexico?
Not that I am aware of. And my attorney and myself are well educated on my case, and there's nothing that we know of.
Wait, what? Didn't he just say there was one in New Mexico? The hell? Hold on.
Then how does that turn into a CPS complaint against you?
I have no idea, ma'am. There's a lot of misinformation out there right now in regards to my New Mexico case that actually has no relevance to the Sebastian case.
So he just said that there was one.
Then was there even a CPS complaint against you in New Mexico?
Not that I am aware of. And my attorney and myself are well educated on my case, and there's nothing that we know of.
Oh, he called them on her. That's right. Okay. So it's not against him. He's not saying one doesn't exist. He's saying that it's not against him. Got you. No, he didn't. Let's play it again, because he did say it's confusing, but listen to him closely. He called CPS in New Mexico. Listen.
Custody and a divorce case at that time. And at the time, when I call and try to check in on my daughter, I could never reach my ex-wife at that time. So a welfare check was requested. Law enforcement told me to call CPS if I had concerns. So I called CPS. Law enforcement did make a welfare call, and that was it.
Then how does that turn into a CPS complaint against you?
I have no idea, ma'am. There's a lot of misinformation out there right now, and
So I think he's saying there's a lot of misinformation saying that that was against me, but I'm the one that called. But I mean, that's again his word. We don't know who called. We'll never know who called. CPS calls are anonymous. What's up, Patriot Pride?
in regards to my New Mexico case, that actually has no relevance to the Sebastian case.
Then was there even a CPS complaint against you in New Mexico?
Not that I am aware of. And my attorney and myself are well educated on my case, and there's nothing that we know of.
Was there a TRO taken out against you regarding
Yes, ma'am.
your daughter?
Not a TRO, but a TPO.
A temporary protective order. Why was that taken out?
So in regards to that case, my ex-wife had a TPO put against her in Tennessee at the time. When we went to court, that got dissolved. I was ordered to hand my daughter back over to my ex-wife at the time. She gets in a truck. She fleds to New Mexico. 2 days later, she files one in retaliation.
These people are so messy with all of this.
Is it still in place?
No, ma'am. That was dropped within, I think, 2 weeks of it being put in place.
I've got a question about the belt incident. You're telling me that was the only time that you ever hit Sebastian with a belt.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also telling me that did not make it to CPS?
No, ma'am, that did not.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding Faith's furniture.
Yes,
a few
ma'am.
days after Sebastian goes missing, did you replace furniture in Faith's room?
No, ma'am, I have not replaced any furniture in my daughter's room.
Is there any new furniture in the home?
Yes, ma'am, there's a bed that was given to me, and it's currently in my garage.
Has anything been taken out of the home?
No, ma'am.
I was curious about a statement that Miss Proudfoot made earlier, that canine dogs hit on.
All right, there we go. Let's go back to this now. God, we still have Hughes up here. Hugheser the snoozer. Hugheser the snoozer. All right, here we go.
I apologize.
Best speller either, so.
So I do apologize for that, sir.
I put proud food one time when I wrote it.
Yeah.
So
Oh, I've been called Bradford, Proud Food, Brown Foot, all kinds of
I'm
stuff.
so sorry.
And it really,
I thought I put
don't
Proudfoot.
matter.
Let's talk about the thud. I want to know about that. Chris, please tell us.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Well, tell us the whole story. What did Katie tell you about the thud? What is the story behind that?
If Katie's there, maybe she could tell us.
Does she want to come on?
No.
Okay,
We ain't
that's
going
fine.
that route.
Okay, that's absolutely fine.
Because it's like this, people, it's enough as it is. I'm not putting her through this.
Oh,
And I'm
that's
sure that
fine.
right there is going to cause a big stir and say, well, I'm controlling. No, I'm not controlling. I'm a husband who protects his wife.
Well, you will only get polite
But
questions here.
Let's go back to the Sebastian deal.
I want to know how you feel, the Sebastian deal. Okay, put a 1 in chat if you think that he is protective over his wife. Put a 2 in chat if you think it's controlling. 1 protective, 2 controlling. What vibe are you getting? 1 protective, 2 controlling. I want to know what you think. Seeing a lot of twos already. If you think both, put one and two. Both things can be correct at the same time. I agree with you, Nikki Jax. I think it's a little bit of both. Maybe she's happy letting him take over. You know, maybe they discussed before the interview that you do most of the talking. Depends on what he's protecting her from, says Ishi. Interesting, yeah. But you guys do all think he's controlling. Whether he's protecting her or not, you guys think he's controlling. See, Cheryl and Amanda say Chris Proudfoot is protective of his own reputation, in our opinion. She was there. Why does he need to be the talker? Maybe she's scared, shy, petrified. I don't know. There's a lot of things it could be.
Okay.
Okay. Katie reported she heard a thud.
Thud. The thud.
And that's it.
But
oh my God. So Trisha's like, okay. I want to know all about the thud. He says, let's get back to the Sebastian deal.
But
questions here.
Let's go back to the Sebastian deal.
Okay.
Okay. Katie reported she heard a thud. And that's it.
But didn't she
knock her
ask?
off and go to bed?
I've seen different reports of she heard a thud. She said, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to bed. I've seen other reports that Sebastian responded back to her. If he did respond back to her, do you know what he said?
Yeah, he replied, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean,
we're clearing things up.
Right.
That's all this.
I mean, I don't know why that would be funny, because those would be the last words that she ever heard, right? Him saying, yes, ma'am. That would be the last words she heard. That'd be pretty damn important to me.
Yeah, he replied, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean,
we're clearing things up.
Right.
That's all this is. Let's just clear it up, you know?
There was a noise. Katie heard it. She responded. Sebastian answered.
Okay. And see, people out there, they want to help. And it feels like that you just are like, that pissed you off that we even asked that. You know,
what pisses me off is when the statement is out there. There was a thud. She asked him what, he responded back and moving on.
And around what time was that?
I'm not going to give you details as far as.
Katie gave details, but
Well, guess what? That is Katie. I'm not giving you those kind of details.
No, she gave details publicly.
That is fine.
Okay.
Katie can give you that. I am not giving you that information. I will tell you this. It was between the time we were on the phone to the time we got off the phone. That's what I'll give you. That's it.
Has Sebastian ever left the house barefoot that you know of?
Has Sebastian gone outside of the house barefooted? Yes. Before, has he ran off? No.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's how you were asking it, but
no, I'm glad
I'm going to answer it.
That's perfect. No, that's great. And again, I swear to you, Chris, we're not trying to be hostile. In fact, I've spoken on this live channel before and said, if Chris ever came here, we would treat him with total respect and honesty. And I really am trying to help, because I want people to get behind you and Katie, Chris, because I want people to help find Sebastian. And it's just such a bizarre thing. I mean,
it's a bizarre case. Yes, it very much so is.
And so Sebastian leaves, but he's not on anybody's camera. Is that what the police have said? Or are you allowed to say?
I can't go into details on that, but here's what I will tell you that's public. Our subdivision is very dark.
Mm-hmm.
There's no street lights in the subdivision whatsoever. If you go online, Google it, whatever, you'll see that there's absolutely no street lights in the subdivision. None.
Right.
If is there a possibility that some cameras may not pick up somebody walking in front of them because how dark it is? Yes.
Okay. That would be the only thing that would make sense, really.
Right. So,
well, he even told me, I remember when he told me that,
oh my God,
like even some detectives didn't show up on the cameras.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
So it was pitch black, no street lights, just like Guthrie's neighborhood.
Oh, that makes perfect sense then, because that's been driving everybody crazy. But if it's so dark,
and I know, and it's hard for it. Trust me, for everyone out there that cameras.
Yeah, the time of the thud is very important because it states, he was still in his room at that moment in time. But he doesn't want to give that timeout because whenever she heard that thud, we know Sebastian was in his room.
Pick up and all this. No, I promise you, not all cameras have the best quality as, the stuff that you see on TV and, you see a demo of a camera in a store. It's different when you put it on a house and different elements. So,
What?
Okay, so it was so dark that it is logical to conclude that the cameras that Sebastian would have walked by, did not pick him up. And that's something that is logical that people can accept. Absolutely. I think this is a good question. Did Sebastian ever have nightmares? Could he have had one that scared him so badly that he took off? Has he ever had bad nightmares?
He's had sleeping issues. I mean, he doesn't really sleep a lot. That's why he's been, but that's been his whole life. That's not just been like a segment. I believe Seth has even mentioned this before as well. The only time, I've seen a couple times where he slept really well, but that's when after a hard day of playing, if he's helped with outside work, but for the most part, he's had issues sleeping.
That's a big help in understanding this. Has he ever done anything like hid under a neighbor's car or anything like that?
Well, I'm going to say we have never seen anything like that. There's been somebody that has said something to that effect, but I'm not going to sit here and say for a fact, yes, he has.
Okay.
Okay, but didn't it come out later that there was a whole story that he did, that he was underneath the neighbor's car? I think he even said what neighbor it was at one point. Thank you, Beans. Coming in hot, just like the fajita. Coming in hot. Leon, Cheryl, Oki, Darren. Welcome in. Jim Coddington. Thank you. Hey, Colette. Welcome in. Thanks for coming in, Patriot. Good to see you.
Like I said, I don't have an answer for that.
I got a question. I got one for you. Do you think it's possible that he could have left in the evenings on other nights, like at 1 a.m, and came back through the front door and nobody would have known? Like on other, let's say a dry run, for example. Like he got up in the middle of the night at 1, went out the front.
A dry run. Thank you again, Beans.
Front door and then came back in and nobody would have known, right? Because you don't have a camera. And he knows.
Not that I'm aware of. Not that Katie is aware of. I will say this, and this is for the record. I'm not going to tell you what he does and doesn't do at his father's house. Those are two separate households.
Okay.
Sebastian is one way at our house. He's a different way at his father's house.
Okay.
That is something that we've all had mutual respect on. all the parents together.
Can you answer, was he planning to go live with Seth?
Yes.
Okay. And was he excited about it?
No.
Okay.
At one point he was, but no.
Do you know why he changed, why he wasn't excited?
Yes, because he was informed that he will be doing online schooling vice in-person school.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
That's personal matters of my
Okay.
family that will not be discussed with
Understood. And
Okay, so she asked why he would be doing the online schooling. He said that's personal. Does that lead us back to the CPS again?
And I respect that. Thank you. He was on medication. Did he get his medication changed recently?
When you say recently, can you define recently?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe within the last few months. I'm trying to think of something that maybe would have changed his behavior for some reason.
Interesting she asked that question because we heard in the lawsuit about a deterioration in Sebastian.
It's really hard to say yes or no to that, just because he goes and sees his doctors, and then in there they will talk about his medication and things if they want to change or if it needs to change.
Right.
But I mean, as far as I know, I'm not I didn't see any difference, but
So he's saying he had medication. We know he had the medication management. He's saying, as far as I saw, I didn't see any difference. And we heard in the lawsuit that he was taking Concentra, which is for the ADHD. So let's listen to that again.
he goes and sees his doctors, and then in there they will talk about his medication and things if they want to change or if it needs to change.
Right.
But I mean, as far as I know, I'm not I didn't see any difference, but
And is it, and again, this is just something that people want to know. Is it common for you and Katie to talk as long as you did that night?
Sure.
Okay. Seth is here. I've asked him to join us. Insightful One, if Seth jumps on, can you please put him on the
There we
screen?
go.
Because I can't because of my computer.
Right. I got it.
Thank you.
Have you guys
Eric-
seen the dog scent track? That because you actually showed it to me, right? Remember on the map, Chris? I don't know if you're interested in.
Oh my God, no.
It's kind of an interesting route.
Here, this starts his baby fit. He wants to talk about maps. Okay. She just announced that Seth, okay, is going to join. And he cannot read a room for nothing. He's like, oh, this is my opportunity. Let me push my glasses up further on my eyes. I'm going to get into my maps. Cannot read the room.
Because you actually showed it to me, right? Remember on the map, Chris? I don't know if you're interested in. It was kind of an interesting route up a street.
Well, and are you referring to the like day 1 through 4 dog tracks? Because some of those are.
Well, he had like a dog scent outside the front door and
Yeah.
sort of around by where the fixed light was on the flashlight, and then north, and then around to like a retention pond, something like that.
Cut his mic. Cut it.
Just short of it.
Stacy, I believe Seth is here.
Yeah, I got it.
Seth, I am so glad that you are here, my dear. Thank you very much. Seth, what would you like to say now?
I got a few questions to ask Chris.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
You can, yes, he can hear you.
Hey, Chris. So why did you texted me the other day about something I'd already sent Katie an email?
say it one more time. All I heard was something about an email sent.
Why did you text me about an email I sent on Monday to Katie?
because I didn't see the information in what you're referring to as Tony Mathis's phone number. I didn't see it, so that's why I asked for it.
I mean, come on, Chris. If we're going to work together, more than a week communication between the
Seth?
people that I'm sending stuff to you and Katie.
Okay, so hear me out.
Not proper.
I told you. I told you.
Okay.
I told
Let's
you,
not come
Seth,
into
that we will
hot,
work
okay?
together.
All right.
I explained to you that I'm willing to work with you. You asked me some questions in regard to this dog handler. You asked me questions in regards to going on a social media platform. You've asked me questions about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now, if you think I'm not going to do my homework and dig into people and find out who they are first, you're crazy. Because I would expect you to do the exact same thing if I gave you a name.
Okay, so this is really interesting knowing everything we know now. He didn't trust TikTok Tony or the canine handler or all these people that were actually grifting and trolling off of this case, whether it was to sell a book, whether it was to make a movie, whether it was to do a documentary, whether it was just to troll on social media and act like you're an official international media company. No matter what it was happening. And I see that Seth was completely reeled in. I think Tony was completely reeled in. And I think that it was just like we said in the very beginning. Seth was hosed. Chris vetted that shit. He caught it.
I don't know what's going on, but
no, Seth had dropped. He's dropped off.
Did that solve it? I hope.
Oh,
Seth?
Seth gone? It looks like he's
Uh-oh. I think Seth. Wait, is this Seth? Did Seth jump off? Let's see. We've got me, Stacy.
Yeah. How about I'll get off the panel. I'm sure that'll make a lot of people in the chat happy. But I just wanted
stop it.
I just wanted to say that.
Oh my God, Gray, you are such a man baby. It'll make the chat happy. I'm just going to step down. He is such a baby.
Let's see, we've got me, Stacy.
Yeah. How about I'll get off the panel. I'm sure that'll make a lot of people in the chat happy. But I just wanted
stop it.
I just wanted to say that, I understand what I've seen.
As he continues.
What I've seen from the beginning is that there was sides chosen. Now I know you're saying because of this and because of that, but it was Seth good, Proudfoot's bad, and everybody has been in those camps, and they never really got a chance to breathe, and that's probably why Katie went to be with him, because she probably was scared to stay at home by herself, given these lunatics like JLR, et cetera, running around.
Oh my God, he even had to throw JLR in that. Like, dude, just hop down already.
Scared to stay at home by herself, given these lunatics like JLR, et cetera, running around, chanting and screaming. It's insane.
I agree. It's horrible.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
So
it should not be that way.
That's just kind of where I'm coming from. I appreciate communicating with him. We've had nothing but good conversations, and that's it. I mean, that's all I can do. And I've never seen anything that made me go, God, ooh, that's, it's weird. I mean, I don't know. I've watched the same things you guys have. But anyways, yeah, see you later, guys out there.
Okay. See ya.
Take care, Gray.
Bye, Gray.
Okay, bye.
Does anybody know where Seth went?
I'm working on it.
Okay, thanks.
I do know. I think up in his area, he doesn't have like the greatest signal, because a lot of times when we talk, his
you know what?
phone, he will drop.
Do you want to ask him if he wants to call me rather than go on the internet? Just call me on the phone, and I can put him on, and to be a really, really strong signal. I mean, it'll sound really good.
Well, I think it's just like his cell signal up there is not the greatest.
Oh, it's his cell. Okay.
Yeah.
But if he wants to,
I mean, if he's on his cell phone, let me
Okay,
Texting.
I'm skipping forward.
We can do that. So, hey guys, I don't want to talk about other creators in chat, so let's not do that, okay?
Yeah.
So,
agree.
yeah, let's just. I mean, I don't want to
Oh
give
my
them.
God, Chris. What the fuck? This is wild.
Okay, we can do that. So, hey guys, I don't want to talk about other creators in chat, so let's not do that, okay?
Yeah.
So,
agree.
yeah, let's just. I mean, I don't want to give them any.
Right. So let's get to our next question.
Okay, next question. Let me take a look at my notes, yeah, because I just wrote some things down. Have you had, and I may have asked this and I forgot, Chris, my mind is sometimes mush. Have you had search dogs inside the house and outside?
Yes, ma'am, I have. Yes, I sure have.
And what did the dogs hit outside?
So, as you know, if anybody has followed Mr. Gray's, what he was talking about, the dog and the trail and the scent and the overlay on the picture. So, there anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs have been involved in this search. Now, on day one, there was 5 dogs. 5. There's an audio dispatch tape that's been released. I don't know who released it. Whatever, I don't have it, but you'd have to dig it and find it. In that audio tape, you actually hear that the deputy sheriff does state that the dog hints toward a scent and takes over off to the retention pond and the construction site next door.
Okay.
Now, other dogs did the exact same thing. Now, am I going to say every single dog? No, but I do know of at least 3 dogs that went on the same scent trail, same path. The rest of the dogs, I'm not going to tell you that they are 100% honest and perfect and accurate, because honestly, dogs are only probably 25% reliable when it comes to a scent.
Okay.
Now, 8 days, I've had dogs in my house the first 8 days. In my house, outside my house, around my house, around the neighborhood. So, yeah.
So they've been there, and yeah, so they did, you're saying they did hit and they all went to that pond?
No, I didn't say all that. I just told you I've had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around my house. I told you 3 different dogs hit on the same path that go to that retention pond.
Right.
I'm
That's
not going to say that every other dog.
Not every dog, but some dogs hit. Okay.
Right. So, but I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay.
So when people say every,
that used to be a sound bite of mine.
I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay.
So when people say every dog, that is not the case. 3 dogs went on the same path.
Okay.
That is all that we have on that. The rest of these dogs go in different directions, but it's all unreliable.
Understood. We do have a question from Michelle. Chris, was Ellie able to go in and search the cave they said had collapsed about 10 feet in? I haven't heard this.
Okay, so Ken Widener is the EMA director for Sumner County. They called in all kinds of stuff, got layouts of where these caves were. I don't believe, and I'm not telling you by the gospel, I don't believe they were able to get into certain caves because they were not safe to enter. The one that she is referring to that collapsed, honestly, we know that the one collapsed. We don't believe they had anything to it.
Got it. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get my notes. I was taking notes while we were talking. Let's see here. Hold on. So people have been asking, and I don't mean to sound insulting, but people are asking, are you searching? Are you putting up flyers? That's what they're asking.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes, and here's why they're asking that question. No, you're not going to find pictures of us out there doing this, because it's real simple. We, all three parents, initially were told in the beginning not to go out and search, that we needed to be available to talk to law enforcement.
Right.
Yeah.
Seth has been out there searching and doing his thing. He's had a bunch of people following him. Whether or not he chose that or these people decided to do it on their own accord, that's not for me to say. But we, Katie and I, are not going to have some big, massive search party following us around with a bunch of people that are already threatened death threats, by the way, to us. You know, I'm not doing that. If you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing. You listen to law enforcement. You do what they tell you to do. Yes, we're out there putting up signs. Yes, we're out there putting up flyers. Yes, we are searching.
Chris, I'm sorry. Did you just say you guys are getting death threats?
Yes, we've been getting death threats. And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets forwarded, screenshot, and sent straight to them.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL speaker.
All right, so Seth is on the phone and she's got it through her JBL speaker, y'all. You ready? So Seth is back. It's going to be a little bit of a cluster because Seth is on the phone now.
Okay, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL speaker. Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk uninterrupted. So please.
Well, Chris says they were getting death threats. When the sheriff was asked if there were any death threats reported, he stated no.
Go ahead.
All right. Mainly, Chris, the communication needs to be a little bit more prompt. If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back. I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
I understand what you're saying. I respect that. But when it comes to you asking people to come into my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can.
And I don't blame him here. He definitely made the right choice because there were people trying to get into the house with their dogs, quote unquote, do investigations, and he didn't trust it, and I don't blame him one bit. Not one iota. If they weren't with law enforcement, I wouldn't have messed with them either. Yep, you got it, Real Body Moving. Plant evidence. F that.
Can vouch for these people. I don't care. I'm going to do exactly what I have always been doing. You send that to me.
Okay, well,
we're going to review it, and then we're going to send it to law
interrupt you,
enforcement.
Chris.
Let law enforcement go that route, and then when law enforcement comes
speak for us, doesn't
Hold on.
need to be on your property.
Hold
See,
on,
this
Chris.
is
Chris, hold on one second. Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
But
Chris.
yeah,
You're
you
correct.
haven't
You
spoken.
are very correct.
Okay, so he's still trying to push the spokesperson thing with being Tony Mathis. And he's like, well, he doesn't have to be on your property to speak for us. And Chris is like, dude, I don't want this dude speaking for me, basically. And there was a lot going on at this time, yes. And this was only 2 months in.
I have spoken to him.
When?
And I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have work hours. I also have to sleep. And unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that. I will do what I
When did
can
you speak
as
with
I
him,
can
Chris?
when I can.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
What does that got to do with finding Sebastian?
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We've spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done some consideration and talking with law enforcement. We'll get back to him and we'll let him know our decision.
So,
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So, Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband-wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But like I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
What information do you think she holds?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Okay.
Don't pour gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful, and this is a
I
very
am too. So please just get to it.
Okay.
No,
so
you're
we would
interrupting.
really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day. We've heard from others who are not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Well, that is something that if she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is even on video, Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at Strike and Spare. After that, he went and had dinner at Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal. I mean, everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen, he doesn't show any negative signs of he's upset or anything like that. As far as we all know, Sebastian had a great day.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they did a lot. I was just curious. And like I said, I mean, every relationship is different and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you. And I think that has been a little bit difficult.
But hold on a second. But for the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses, and she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
But she spoke without me.
Okay.
I want to clear up something that Chris said about Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative. It could mean he ran away. And that is, Chris, did you not say that he was not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Yes, I did state that.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
Chris, do you want to elaborate?
And I'll tell you why.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will be glad to elaborate.
Become a question.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. I'm sorry, Seth. Start over. And then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed his therapy to actually have been started with ABA, so on and so forth, before I put him back into the situation, because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay. So he was going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's just online school.
Okay. Online. Right. Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said homeschool. Right. Online school, totally different.
Really quick, Chris, the day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like, it just, I don't know, was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question because you just diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We
Chris.
want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school. Seth
School.
was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't. But I don't really care.
Okay. So that part, we need to go back. Okay. So here's Seth. Listen again.
I will be glad to elaborate.
Become a question.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. I'm sorry, Seth. Start over. And then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed his therapy to actually have been.
Okay, so he says, I know why he was going in online school. He needed his therapy.
Started.
That had actually been started. The lawsuit said he was scheduled to start ABA. So was Seth lied to? And did he find out later it didn't happen? Or is Seth lying? We don't know. Listen again. Thanks for the follow, Angel.
Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed his therapy to actually have been started with ABA, so on and so forth, before I put him back into the situation, because he's not ready for certain things.
Before I put, okay, wait. ABA, so on and so forth, before I put him back into the situation. Put him in online school. He needed his therapy that actually had been started with ABA and so on and so forth before I put him back in the situation because he's not ready for certain things.
Situation, because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay. So he was going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
Okay. Does it sound like Seth? I don't think he knew about that second one, but he had to have known earlier. Yes, Landry. That's true. That's true about the lights. Let me pin that.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's just online school.
Okay. Online. Right. Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said homeschool. Right.
But did Seth really know like what was going on behind the scenes with this report and Sebastian being in danger of being removed, if that's true?
Online school, totally different.
Really quick, Chris, the day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like, it just, I don't know, was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question because you just diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We
Chris.
want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school. Seth was aware of this because Seth stood in my house.
Okay, so now we're back at okay. So Chasing says he was in therapy. Katie canceled one of them, right? That was the one that was 3 days before he went missing. The nurse said to law enforcement that was unusual. Seth said, quote, he needed his therapy to actually have been started, his ABA, so on and so forth. Ah, okay. I think he was in the talk therapy. He hadn't started the ABA right. That's what, yep. That's how I understood it too. 3 times a week. And this coffee is hitting the spot. Good idea, Beans.
With me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't. But I don't really care about playing tit for tat. I understand that this may be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the...
Okay, yeah, so that's important to remember too. That Bobu said, if I remember right, this was before it came out that Sebastian was having inappropriate issues at school. They kept that private at this interview time. So yes, they were talking in code, if you will, because at this point, I don't know if it was a CYA or if they were protecting Sebastian's dignity. Chasing, what do you think? Do you think the reason that they kept it hush-hush was because of themselves and how it made them look? Or because they were thinking of Sebastian? Or a little bit of both? It sounded like Sebastian wanted to continue being in in-person school. This has been enlightening. Haven't listened to these since the first time. Yeah, this one is really interesting too because of the dynamics between the two of them. And they talk about this CPS a lot. All right, let's keep going.
The case?
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay, Seth, go ahead.
Chris, unbeknownst to you, had already talked to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing. And me and him had already spoken.
Okay, so that's when Seth says, hey, I've already spoken to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be permanent.
Well, that right there is a conversation you should have had with Katie and myself about what your plans were.
Okay. Now, if it's true that Seth did not know, like the thing says, the lawsuit, he's telling Seth, well, you should have had a freaking conversation with us about what you talked about Sebastian with. But if that's true, then they didn't do the same. They didn't give him that same respect. It's just weird to me that all this was going on and Seth Rogers had no idea. It's so wild. It's so wrong.
Well, that right there is a conversation you should have had with Katie and myself about what your plans were.
For sure, Chasing.
Sorry, do you want?
100%.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
What Seth was saying is that if I had known the conversation that him and Sebastian had, then I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have had that same conversation with me and Katie, and that didn't happen. But this goes right back to, here's the thing. If you're saying that because he didn't want to go live with his dad, he potentially ran away, is that a possibility? Sure, we'll put that out there.
Okay.
But quite honestly, what goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our households is none of the public's business.
So, Stacy, remember we found out that Chris was kind of the go-between, and Chris and Seth had been talking about Sebastian without Katie. Remember, we heard that as well, that Chris and Seth were having conversations. So this is super duper messy.
If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that, but it doesn't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I understand that. That's why we're making this clear.
And that's why I asked about his day, because
Let's
I didn't
go back
know.
to the day. Okay, go ahead, Megan.
No, okay. So, Chris, you don't know me very well. I have 2 decades of experience working with autistic children in different capacities. So I do understand they are all different. I do understand that that day may have been very overstimulating for him. So that's why I was asking if that was a normal day for him. And if it wasn't, that, I mean, that just gives me more information that maybe he was very overstimulated that day.
Chris?
So, all right, so one more time, I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, in my experience with autistic children,
Do you think he's having Katie listen to what she's saying so she can answer?
obviously they're all different. But if this was not a normal day for Sebastian on Sunday when he went and did all of these things, and it sounds like he was gone from home for a while, if this wasn't a normal day for him, would this have been an overstimulating day for him? Is this something normal? Does he normally go to BJ's and bowling and all of these things on a weekend? Or was this kind of like a special thing? And if it was a special thing, what caused it to be special? Was there an occasion?
If it was a special thing, a mother and a son bonding and just having a good time.
I'm not being ugly at all.
I'm not. I'm making the
I mean, is this a normal day for them on a weekend? For them to do all
our days fluctuate. Monday through Friday, we're a working family, just like everybody else out there.
It's just a pretty simple question. Like, do you typically do that much in a day? That's a lot to do in a day. I wouldn't want to do that much in a day, but is that normal for them? You know?
And when the weekend comes, that's when you get a lot of stuff done. You go a lot of places, you do a lot of things. And a lot of times that's where, you know, you go and spend time with your kids and do extra things. Right. Sebastian's not in sports like most kids. So we don't spend ball time at the ballpark. You know, when Seth has Sebastian on the weekends, he goes and does fishing and things like that with Sebastian just as well. I mean, Seth works long hours. I work long hours.
And I'm not saying any of that is suspicious.
I mean, he didn't look overstimulated at the dinner to me. He wasn't like bebopping around and couldn't sit still. He looked fine.
At all, Chris. I'm just asking if that was normal. Because if it wasn't normal and he was overstimulated, that could be a reason for him to have ran out of the house.
No.
Okay.
He was not overstimulated.
Okay, so that wasn't one of the possible reasons for him to leave.
Here's what I'll say. Everything is on the table. Nothing has been taken off the table, period. That's the same statement law enforcement has made. That's the same statement I'm going to tell you every single day in and day out.
Whoa.
Katie gave my son to your mother and father. I'm sorry, I should.
Whoa. Seth just butted in and said, there's people saying that you gave my son to your mother and father. And he goes, sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Gave my son to your mother and father.
The ones that went to Alaska. Chris's parents.
Day in and day out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and father. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that? Well, we can move on. So
No. I want to hear it.
He says it again.
There's a rumor out there, Chris,
that
your mom and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, you know darn good and well, you got a question about my
I'm
mother.
just asking.
You pick up the
Did they
phone.
take him somewhere to like a boot camp or anything like that? And Katie just thought I wouldn't accept it.
I don't think
Hold
so.
on.
Did you take him somewhere like a boot camp or something? You and Katie didn't think I'd accept it?
Being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to answer any
Chris, I'm not
questions.
saying you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie.
Well, it's real simple, Seth.
To put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room with all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
You sat in the room with all the agents. Damn. Hold on.
Seth on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room with all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room with law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Sunday, buddy.
Chris, let Seth speak. Go ahead, Seth.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
Just, Chris.
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's watch it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents, my whole family. Once again, the statement is true, what law enforcement says. Just because you hear a rumor doesn't make it true.
Chris,
I don't think he said it was true. I think he's just trying to clarify.
He said
that's not clarifying. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
Okay.
The fact is, Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here. Squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult. Be a responsible adult. And just call her.
Chris. Can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, I can hear you.
Because all I'm hearing is anger and attitude from you. What I'm trying
and you should, Seth. You should. Because what you're doing is bullshit, and you know it.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
People are talking over each other.
Enough.
Seth, go, and then Chris, go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Oh, my God. Trisha being a mediator. Thank you, Mama Bear, for your generous super chat. Thank you for going through this again, Jay. Poor Sebastian. This hits differently now. Love you. Love you too, lady. It does hit differently. This is crazy.
Chris, a unified front squashes rumors together. That's all I am stating.
Okay, Chris.
This is a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that
this was 2 months after Sebastian went missing, and it was all over Facebook groups. People were digging into his parents. People were looking at their vacation photos. People were speculating that they took Sebastian, did something with him. It was really, really bad. So I think at this time, this was something that really needed to be squashed.
about your mom, her car being parked at like Warsham's and him getting
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to this.
It's not just an online rumor because.
Okay, so hold up. So it was a quote unquote rumor that his mother, Chris's mother, was seen at Warsham's early that morning. Good night, Lucky Rabbit. Thank you again for the candles. I can't wait to chit chat with you at another patio live. It feels fake to you, Locked and Loaded? But listen to what Chloe says. She said it's not just an online rumor. Listen.
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to
It's
this.
not just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken about this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement?
I wish
This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone. Hell, I'll do you one better, and I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
We're not going to have a powwow like that, but I would.
Well, then guess what?
The situation, and I would love for it to be private because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
So explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
I didn't.
So Bobby and Carter were the two investigators. And Carter is, I think it's Carter that's actually in the Sumner County lawsuit of Seth's. Yes, this is me. We're just reviewing Trisha and Seth and Chris on this panel. This was 2 months after Sebastian went missing. Oh, yeah, Simmons is with the TBI.
Say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath because no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel things. Because in turn, dispelling these things will take
so full of
some
shit.
of the BS off of you.
Whoa. That was uncalled for.
Trisha, that was uncalled for. Chris said under his breath, "You're so full of shit."
Because in turn, dispelling these things will take
so full of
some
shit.
of the BS off of you.
Whoa. That was uncalled for. And Chris, I mean, I do understand your anger, but I know these ladies. I don't know Seth. I just know what I've seen. But
I understand him being angry too, but I would also want to clear it up. But I wouldn't have been happy with Seth bringing it up out of the blue without any warning. Like, Seth just kind of blurted that out. Like, there's people saying that your parents took my son. The way he said it was very accusatory. If he was trying to clear a rumor, I think he would have worded it a different way. And I think Chris ain't stupid. He knew what he was getting at. And I think it just pissed him off.
these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comment.
Well, that doesn't
Trisha.
help.
Seth being...
Ladies are not full. Don't know Seth.
I'm going to clip this.
I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit. I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comment.
Well, that doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show and he wants to start this shit, that isn't going to answer questions. It's going to spiral into the shit that's in. So we can set this shit aside and answer the questions that you got.
Okay. I would like to move on very quickly.
She might have a lot of guilt, Keezy. His mother, if she kept things private between her and her grandson, she may feel absolutely horrible. Guilt.
Quickly, but I will say the public opinion is not going to improve unless we can take a deep breath.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, Seth is trying to trigger him. Yes, and Cindy. You're right. You're right. It is a very heavy burden to carry, and it's awful. It's just this whole thing is so messy.
And I know you are frustrated.
You have no idea what I am.
I'm not saying I know how frustrated you are, but I know you are frustrated. And I am not saying that's not valid, but this is not helping.
If it's not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media.
But
as a PI, you should have said, you know what? We're not going to answer that question. We're going to do that privately. That's where that should
I
have
did
went.
say that actually several times,
You
and you
did.
can listen to that recording later.
So let's move on to the next question.
I just got to say one thing. You want the public's help. You want them to be behind both of you. And
we need them to find Sebastian.
Exactly. And it's a very good chance that somebody in the public will find
that's
him.
my biggest frustration is that we all collectively have to deal with all of this instead of focusing on Sebastian.
I'm going to pause and read our poll because I want to get that unpinned. Do you believe the allegations in the lawsuit are true? At this point, 55% of you said yes. 29% said you weren't sure. 16% said straight up no. That's out of 551 people. Thank you for voting. Let's continue.
Right, and it's a disadvantage to Sebastian. Really, it's sad because we're not any closer to finding him as long as we're all arguing like this.
Yeah. And mods in chat, you're removing these comments, I hope, because I've been removing some too. And we've got extra people, extra mods in chat. Anything rude that said, they're banned, they're gone. Okay. So we'll get them out there as quickly as possible. And let me go through chat really quickly here to get some more questions here. You've been on here for many hours, and I so appreciate this. I really, really do. So,
Can Chris hear me?
Yes, he can.
Can you? Well, you can't throw us in a back room so me and him can talk real quick.
I wish I could. I wish I had that ability, but I don't. I can take you both off, and you can call him. Do you want to do that?
Let's finish this first, and we'll do that after the fact. Let's get these questions out of the way.
Chris, listen, you may not like my opinion, but when we got rumors out there, if you and I squash these rumors, then they stop being rumors and everybody just looks at the people who are spreading them like they are shit.
Okay, I think he fairly wants to clear up rumors here. I mean, there were thousands of people watching this stream.
I was not trying to upset you. I'm trying to squash these stupid rumors that are literally filling up my privatized email address, their inbox with crap. Which is crap. It's not helping find Sebastian, so if it gets squashed, then people will stop. Not everybody. Lord knows there's still going to be stupid people out there. But it will stop. It will, I mean, literally, it will stop.
Did someone laugh?
It will, I mean, literally, it will stop.
Private Eye. He had a PI working for him. These two ladies.
My retort is real simple, Seth.
I want is to find Sebastian, Chris, and there are rumors out there that we have to put an end to. You may not like them, but we have to put them into them publicly, because right here we can end rumors, so people know. When I told them to fuck off, if they didn't like it, they know that I meant fuck off because they don't like it.
So stop right there, Seth. Stop. Let me help you with something real quick. You want rumors to die? You want to stop with all the stuff that's coming up and flooding these PI's inbox? How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out? You never should have.
How many what? Wait, what did he say?
How many terabytes do you want?
He has terabytes of videos of Seth? What? Jane Hodge, thank you for joining. Appreciate you clicking that membership button tonight. Thank you so much for your support. Good to see you.
Of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out. You never should have. And now don't take this the wrong way. That is a conversation for
I'm not
later.
here to swing mud.
Let me finish.
There are things that I put out.
Jesus Christ. Shibby. How many terabytes do you want? Okay.
How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out? You never should have. And now don't take this the wrong way. That is a conversation for
I'm not
later.
here to swing mud.
Let me finish.
There are things that I put out there.
Once again, you can't talk to a fucking log.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. This really hits differently, doesn't it? Jeez. Oh my God, Shibby.
Conversation for
I'm not
later.
here to swing mud.
Let me
He said, I'm not here to sling mud.
finish.
There are things that I put out there.
Once again, you can't talk to a fucking log.
Okay. What? Okay.
Chris,
So
Let me finish.
Chris, that's not productive.
It's not. So let me finish. You all are playing one-sided here.
no, we're not.
I don't think that's fair.
So then tell Seth when I'm talking, let me finish.
Okay, Seth,
Okay.
let him finish.
Yes, Seth, please let him finish.
There's conversations you've had that should have never been out in the public light, and you know it. And because you did that, it started a lot of rumors. Own it, accept it, and move on from it.
That is kind of true. Seth let a lot of things leak, and we can go over those in another live and review some of the things that were concerning that kind of was, I think, bothering Seth. I don't know. I'd like to take another look at it because I'd like to look at it in a different lens now and see the things that Seth was kind of leaking, if you will. Now, did he use the best language? Hell no. But he did leak some things that were in these lawsuits. And that's what he's talking about right now. Penny is coming in hot at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with 5 memberships for y'all. Audra K, Rum Runner, Jersey Girl, Teresa, and Torchy.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Thank you so much, Penny Farthing, for your support. All right, here we go.
I told you on Sunday, I supported you. I would be there for you no matter what, how ugly this got. But I'm not going to stand by.
How ugly this got. I told you on Sunday I supported you. I'd be there for you no matter how ugly this got. Could that be media? That could be a lot of things.
No matter what, how ugly this got. But I'm not going to stand by and watch you disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter. A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have said. Accept it. I'll show you the videos.
You don't need to show me videos.
Now, in hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation.
Yeah, you got to remember, this is 2 months in, and there's been a lot of fuckery. But Tony Mathis is not even officially involved yet. And it's already messy. This shit was messy before Sebastian even went missing, you guys. I hate to say it, but it was. And I have to go back to that Sebastian Rogers YouTube, where that person was hiding underneath something and videoing. That was crazy.
You and I, we sit down and we can talk. Literally, Lise, you had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Well,
They were snapping pictures because they were trying to get some juicy information.
Trish,
So let's answer.
can we move on to the question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, let's. There's a question here in chat, and I've heard this. And Chris, this is a good one I'd like to clear up. Is
Okay.
it true that Chris told Seth, "You will find your son at church"?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's
what he stated was if I went to church, maybe I'd find my son.
So in other words, if you went to church and talked to the Lord, is that what you were saying,
Yes,
Chris?
that is what the whole conversation in reference was.
I have a
Not
question for
you go to a church and you'll find
Chris.
it. Who's
Hold
coming up
on,
with that
Seth.
crap?
I'm sorry, Chris, finish. I'm sorry.
I'm talking because why I understand, I see where people got that.
Right.
But that is a conversation that Seth and I had privately. You know, I'm sorry, but we're not going to sit here and drag certain things into this. It has nothing to do with it. Okay. I told Seth, basically we should all go to church. We should pray. That's exactly what it was in reference to.
Understood. Seth, go ahead. It's your turn now.
There's a better way to said it, Chris.
Okay, and that's semantics.
For you to think that I don't go to church.
Seth, I didn't say anything about you not going to church or going to church. Can we go to the next question?
Sebastian?
No, it's not. Can we move to the next question?
All right. Thank you.
Okay. How about this? Because you guys have been on here for almost 3 hours, and I really appreciate it. And I do think Chris and Seth need to talk off air.
Off air?
Let's talk about what we do know. We do know, and this is how we started out the live stream. We do know that Sebastian was last seen publicly at Texas Roadhouse on Sunday. We know he was seen on camera taking out the garbage at some point. We know that there.
Okay, so let's talk about taking out the garbage. I believe there was a video of someone taking out the garbage, but was that ever confirmed 100% that was Sebastian taking out the garbage? Does anyone remember definitively? Because I thought that Seth said when he was shown the video, he couldn't tell who it was. Thank you, Bonnie. Never confirmed. So it just came from the Proudfoots then? Because he just said, yep. Because she's like, he was seen on camera taking out the trash. He's like, yep. So it's just been confirmed by them. Seth said he wasn't sure. They're confirming it.
Roadhouse on Sunday. We know he was seen on camera taking out the garbage at some point. We know that there is a.
So she said he was seen taking out the garbage at some point. He goes, yep. Seth said at first that it looked like his gate, but in his latest live, he called it a Peter Pan figure. Interesting.
Possibility that the cameras did not pick up Seth leaving the house because it was so dark.
Sebastian.
I'm sorry. What did I say? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Seth. I'm sorry. You're not missing Seth. You're right here. Sebastian.
I'd like to be missing.
Yeah, I understand. I hear you. Sebastian was not seen. A possibility that Sebastian was not seen leaving the house because it was too dark. Okay. There were certain scent dogs that hit on Sebastian. There were 3 of them that went down to the retaining pond. According to Chloe, that retaining pond has been searched.
It was actually been drained and it has been walked and searched.
Okay. So that's good. I think that's what we know about that night and the hours before he went missing. I think that's all we know for certain. Now, I want to ask all of you, what is the next step? Chloe and Heather, I'll go to you two first, and then I'll go to the two gentlemen.
I'm sorry, my dog was barking. What did you say?
That's okay. I said, what is the next step?
Do you guys remember when Chris Proudfoot went on Elevated Truth's channel and they were talking about Chris's truck possibly pinging in the area when it wasn't supposed to, when they did the geofencing? And Chris got really mad. Body Moving or anyone else, do you guys know if there's a clip of that anywhere? So that we can listen to it and get like the full context? You were on that panel. Do you have a clip of it? Because I feel like it would be gone off the original channel. Yeah, I remember Granny was up there. And he got really mad. And Truth was like, don't make me pull my man card. Wasn't that the same one where he said that? Don't make me pull my man card? Lindsay Hendricks, you have it? Lindsay Hendricks. Peter Pan is a dark story. The whole stream is on my Everyday with Jay. Oh, did I review it? Oh my gosh, Lindsay, if you know where that is, can you like email? I can't even find my own videos. December 2024. Lindsay's right. Okay, cool. Cool. We'll have to we'll have to watch that one. Okay, hold on.
What is the next step for you? What is the next step for the public? What would you like us to do? What do you think you guys are going to do?
Well, for us right now, we are really focused on getting Q in. Chloe and I are working on a report and some
Okay,
maps.
blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Like to work together. Flyers. Don't call Seth. Call law enforcement.
If you're not comfortable searching, call law enforcement. They, I'm sure, can work in getting a team out there to. I can't stress this enough. Please do not just walk on private property without having prior permission. Please.
By the way, there's comments in chat and we're removing them. Chris has been searching. Okay, he has been searching.
She's trying to aggravate him too. There's comments in chat and we're getting rid of them. Then why are you telling him about them, Trisha? Because you want to see him blow up again. You hear her?
Have prior permission. Please.
By the way, there's comments in chat and we're removing them. Chris has been searching. Okay, he has been searching. Just because you don't see him searching, because you personally don't see him, doesn't mean he's not searching. So that needs to stop. Okay, that needs to stop right now. And Seth?
Lori, thank you for your PayPal. I just saw it. Making your morning a little better. Get some creamer. Thank you.
What do you feel the final word should be?
I need people to keep the faith.
Beans.
I need people to keep faith that we will find Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know what people's mindset are right now, but it doesn't need to be about me. It doesn't need to be about Chris. It needs to be about Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
Sebastian is the goal. Sebastian is what is lost. Sebastian is what needs to be found.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Just remember, he's here for me.
I am so sorry.
My son is missing. I need people to continue with the flyers, as Chris said.
Mm-hmm.
PBI has already stated that most of their tips do come in from flyers.
Yeah, we're going to watch that in a minute. I've got it right here.
Okay.
I have 100% faith that the humanity that still exists out here, that we can come together, heads up, eyes open, see something, say something. Contact FBI, contact TBI, call 911 for your local. Tell them that, you think you just saw the missing child from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Get them on it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. At the same point in time, if you feel that they're not doing it, you just fix it. Law enforcement is short-handed. All it takes for evil things to exist is good men do nothing. And that's good females too. I'm not, it's just for evil to exist and continue is good people they do nothing.
Right.
Don't fall into the simplicity. On your way to work.
Okay, most of this is just them saying all of this. They don't really get. They're talking about people bullying, threatening, calling in tips. Seth's doing most of the talking. Then they end the live. It really, that's about it. Okay, so I've got a quick thing to play, and then we're going to watch some of that truth panel. Listen to this part. This is what Body was just talking about. Body said that he talked about the garbage, Sebastian taking out the garbage. This is his latest live 2 weeks ago. Hold on. Let me unmute.
I see a question that just came through. I'm going to interrupt you for a brief second.
Sure.
I'll let you go back on. Rosebud wants to know, Seth, could you answer the question whether or not you saw the cleaned up, taking the garbage to the street video that Katie said Ellie has? Well, technically, Katie stated that the FBI cleared up that video and you could make out that it was Sebastian. I will tell you right now that as soon as she said that, I turned around and I called the FBI and I spoke with my liaison, the FBI agent and special agent. In case you're listening, I know you like to be called special agent. My bad. But they told me that there was nothing they could do to clean up that video. That it was so dark, there was nothing to clean up to even see.
Whoa. Okay. So Katie told him the FBI cleaned it up, said it's Sebastian. He said he called to verify. They said no. They said no. We couldn't do anything with that. It's too dark.
Who was in the video? Okay. That's a straight up lie that she doesn't put out, but it's not the first time she's lied. Won't be the last time she's lied. And that's about the only thing I'm going to address about her. That video.
Yeah, he doesn't sound too hung up on her anymore. SF said he edited it. Oh my God. I can't. Well, she told him the FBI, according to Seth. I'm going off what he's saying.
She's lied. And that's about the only thing I'm going to address about her. That video was not cleared up. It was not cleaned up. There is no evidence that was Sebastian that took the trash can out.
That's what he's saying. There's no evidence that he took the trash can out.
It was not cleared up. It was not cleaned up. There is no evidence that was Sebastian that took the trash can out.
And what time did that take place? Do you know the time?
No.
Okay. Because according to her story, it sounded like he took it out like anywhere between 7:15 or 7:25. So I was just curious, if
I do not remember the time stamp on
That's
that ring camera.
it's not a big deal. I mean, if you could remember it, you could remember
I
it.
wasn't looking at that. I was trying to see if I could actually
You could see him, right?
him or who it was that was taking out the trash. And well, quite literally, the best thing I could get to telling you is that it looked like Peter Pan's shadow.
Do you believe law enforcement adequately looked or scrutinized your ex-wife and her husband?
Okay, so that's where he said.
Literally, the best thing I could get to telling you is that it looked like Peter Pan's shadow.
It looked like Peter Pan's shadow. He's so weird with his descriptions. Good Lord Almighty, Seth. Okay, so let's go here. We're going to go to the truth panel. There we go. Oh my God, his name was Elevated Truth Maxing? Or did he change it? Dude, what a dork. He changed his name again? Elevated Truth Maxing? Guy's a goon. Okay, so here we go.
So here we go.
Well, what context did I miss, Heather? Do I need to start
using creators to sling mud instead of doing it themselves?
Absolutely.
For weeks.
Well, and
Absolutely.
that's one thing I kind of wanted to come up here for. Like, you know, we know that
shout out body moving
that this preacher is being kind of like thrown under the bus right now. And this isn't the first, you know, innocent, let's assume, right? Innocent person that's being thrown under the bus, right? And it does upset me that all these creators, I'm not myself, because I don't really go after people, but
all right, I'm going to fast forward to, I want to hear just the part about the truck right now. Here we go.
Yeah, that's what Bobby said. Bobby Binocular said that.
Okay, well, that goes to my second point then. I'm so glad y'all said that, because although you think that you just, you know, somehow closed that off, you absolutely didn't. Here's my thing. If that's the case, there's no light, okay? And all Sebastian had was a tiny little toy flashlight. And he allegedly didn't have any shoes on, right? You're telling me that in wet dude grass, he didn't slip while running away from the house?
Who's to say he ran?
Well, I mean, because what do you
or Slim Hauser, does he want to become a PI or SAR? Like,
that's what we're talking about. We think it's very dangerous. People are being thrown under the bus and nobody seems to fucking care.
Okay, Chris is up here now, and this says, moving beyond the conflict, managing intense emotions, the school visit. All right, let's just listen.
Who's in the back chat?
I have no idea. Hold on.
Is that?
I totally took it like Chris's truck was there the 25th. Try to open that link with your browser on your phone. Open it with Safari or your browser. Yeah, this is, I that's exactly how I took it, and I'm sure that's how he took it. That's why he came up. It's confusing as fuck. It is. Okay, so it was talked about before he came up. All right. So we got to listen to this first.
I'll tell you who did, because when Seth came back and he told everybody, he told the public, I'm going to be working with Chris and Katie, and if you don't like it, fuck you. It's literally what he said.
Fuck off.
His creators, JLR, Pascal, Dolly, went live and started saying things like people are going to want their GoFundMe money back. I don't know how many people are going to support this. And by that night, he was back online cursing them out. So that's where the fight became and stayed. Because he came out as the shining father, and they looked like the pieces of shit that left their house. And I mean, they did. They did look like it. They were. And right away, people were like, they must be guilty. And Seth fed off of that, and he fed off of that. And the minute he risked not having the public on his side, he decided he needed them more than it was important to work with the parents to find his son.
Okay, let me play.
The Peter Pan's shadow looks like that freaking bun. Okay, this is getting weirder and weirder. Look at Peter Pan's shadow. With the feather, it looks like a bun. It's so weird. What, Sherry Rollins? The definition? How is Peter Pan's shadow depicted in the movie? Mischievous, with a personality of its own, separate from Peter. It acts independently, sneaking, hiding, and pranking. That? It's a spell within the game. I don't know. I don't want to go too deep in that rabbit hole right now. Where am I?
A devil's advocate, right? If you believed that someone did something to your son, would you want to work with them?
Well, why would he agree to? If I believe that that man did something to my son, the minute he had me pinned against my truck, I'd kick him in his fucking nuts and we'd be fine.
Well,
Right?
yeah, we talked about that, but let me put it to you this way.
Granny.
I don't know who did what. I have my own opinions, right? But my opinions are just that. And I think that I've done as much as I can to keep those off of my page because I don't want people to believe what I believe. I want people to be able to make their own decisions based on what they hear and what they see, right? But at the end of the day, if we're to believe all the things that we've been told, then any of the three of them could have done something, and any of the three of them could have not done something. But I will say this much. There's no video of Sebastian leaving that house anywhere. There's no video of any car picking up anybody. There's only a flashlight video and maybe one or two other ones, right? And if there's nothing showing him physically leaving that neighborhood, and there's only two things that left that neighborhood that morning, what are we supposed to think?
Well, I can battle that because there's no footage, right? Sure, there's no footage, but it was also supposedly during the night. And law enforcement themselves have reenacted walking through to see if any footage would pick them up, and it didn't. So this idea that he, just because there's no cameras that caught him means he didn't go outside that house, I have to disagree with that.
I'm going to add, hold on, because I too am going to add on to what Granny is saying right now. Our camera that we use, our night vision camera, trumps any security camera in that entire neighborhood. And I'm talking about two grown-ass men walking out front of that house, and you can never see anything. Not a goddamn thing, bro. When people tell you, I'm here, I've been there in the middle of the night. And when people say that it is so dark you can't see your hand in front of your face, it is not a lie.
Yeah, that's what Bobby said. Bobby Binocular said that.
Okay, well, that goes to my second point then. I'm so glad y'all said that because although you think that you just, somehow closed that off, you absolutely didn't. Here's my thing. If that's the case, there's no light, okay? And all Sebastian had was a tiny little toy flashlight. And he allegedly didn't have any shoes on, right? You're telling me that in wet, dude grass, he didn't slip while running away from the house?
Who didn't say he ran?
Well, I mean, because what do you
or Slim Hauser? Does he want to become a PI or SAR? Like, all of it is crazy.
You mean if you're walking in the dark in that neighborhood, if you go off into that terrain, you have to see the terrain. It's not possible.
Well, I don't think he went into terrain. I think we see a car light. Come on. I think he went to a vehicle. I think he met
somebody.
I think he could have made it to Long Hollow and met somebody.
Right.
Where's the digital footprint then?
He doesn't have to have a digital footprint. It could have been it could have been anybody on the road.
How do you think people kidnapped before electronics were around?
Before electronics were around, they didn't have car teams that could come in and figure out what phones were used, what Wi-Fi's were in the area.
Right.
Now, mind you.
Yes. Okay, here we go.
Now, mind you, it was said that there were only two exterior internet sources that came in and out of the area that night. And isn't it funny how one person said one of them was his?
Oh. 2 Wi-Fi's that came in and out of the neighborhood that night, and he said it was his. Listen again.
Said that there were only two exterior internet sources that came in and out of the area that night. And isn't it funny how one person said one of them was his?
Yeah, that'd be a little weird for sure.
Oh, it got quiet real quick on that one.
I answered.
I don't think I understand what you're. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're saying. That's why I'm quiet. I'm sorry. I don't get it.
He's saying supposedly on the night that Sebastian disappeared, they go through and they check like all the Wi-Fi in the area, and there was only 2 Wi-Fi's that came in that area and left that area. Like 2 open networks, 2 traveling Wi-Fi's came in and left.
Okay.
This is what prompts Chris to jump up on the panel. This part right here.
And apparently Chris claims one was his truck.
That night? Okay.
And apparently Chris claims one was his truck.
That night?
Body's like, that night? The fuck?
That night?
They did the search for that night. So.
Why would Chris's truck be there?
Oh my God, this is so awkward. All right, I'm going to play it, not pause. Here we go.
Like 2 open networks, 2 traveling Wi-Fi's came in and left.
Okay.
And apparently Chris claims one was his truck.
That night? That night?
They did the search for that night. So.
Why would Chris's truck be there?
I mean,
this is the first I'm hearing of this, so that's why I'm like, what?
Me too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't
go
really
back.
comment on it because I don't know anything about it.
The iPhone link. Let me try to grab the iPhone link. Or
Sebastian disappeared. They go through and they check like that area. Like 2 open networks, 2 traveling Wi-Fi's came in and left.
Okay.
And apparently Chris claims one was his truck.
That night? That night?
They did the search for that night. So.
Why would Chris's truck be there?
Wait.
I mean,
Truth didn't say his truck was there. Katie did. Or Katie. Granny did. No, they both did. That's old me. Just ignore that.
That night? That night?
They did the search for that night. So.
Why would Chris's truck be there?
I mean,
this is the first time hearing of this, so that's why I'm like, what?
Me too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't really comment on it because I don't know anything about it.
well,
it could have been the 25th through the 26th. I don't know. I mean,
25th to 26th still means that allegedly he wasn't in town.
I mean, the 26th he would have been.
Right.
Oh, right. The 26th he would have been. But if I'm not mistaken, I think the comment went something like, "Those dumb assholes didn't even know that it was my truck."
So he's saying that Chris said, "Those dumbasses didn't even know it was my truck."
Lazy. Well, if you can't ask me what time, because I don't know.
That's really weird because, like, so you're saying it's like a hot spot that came in and out.
Yes.
And that's really weird because you have to turn those on. They're not just on. You have to turn them on. They're not just on willy-nilly.
I'm just telling you what was said. Right?
Yeah,
Like, I can't stand by it.
It's really hard for me. It's really hard for me. I'm in tech. That's my job.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really hard for me to believe that. And not that you're not telling the truth. I just don't know the source of that. It's hard for me to. Okay, so it's hard for me to believe that. Then it's hard for me to believe Chris. Yeah, not you, truth.
Right.
Because it doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't disagree with you, but it would make you ask the question, why would Chris say that?
Yeah, it wouldn't. It absolutely would. Yes, you're right. Absolutely.
It was said privately, y'all. And it was said to more than one person on this panel.
Oh, boy. This was the same night you shut down your live to go over and watch? I don't even remember that. Oh, my God. So much has happened since then. I'm glad you guys still have memories, because I don't.
It was said privately, y'all. And it was said to more than one person on this panel. So
okay, so they had no idea at this point that Chris was lurking. Okay, let's fast forward.
She might be feeding the dogs or something.
Yeah, at this point, I'm walking my cat. I'll be back.
Great. Yeah, I don't know anything about that, truth. I can't really.
But would that not throw your head for a loop when you hear that?
Well, it is. That's why I really don't have a response, because I really need to process that, because it truly doesn't make sense, because Chris is basically saying his truck was in the vicinity and he turned his hotspot on during that time.
Now, let me say this, because Granny made a good point. It could have been that they did the 25th and the 26th, and because he came home on the 26th, it showed up.
Right.
Oh, so it's not during the time frame.
I believe they tested the 25th to the 26th, which is the time frame that he allegedly went missing. So
it wasn't in the middle of the night.
We don't know that.
Okay, I gotcha.
See what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
But the response, my point wasn't so much his internet. It was the response of, these stupid motherfuckers don't even know it was my truck.
Yikes. Everybody's, you know what else, Sleuth? Everybody's a fucking investigator now, right? It's the point we're getting to. Say shit in case. I mean, how the fuck do we know of any of these?
Not Chris. Seth's tip line verified to me that Seth was definitely at work.
Bing bong.
Understand.
Involved in Sebastian's disappearance. I don't. You know what I mean?
Why? Why don't you? Because you talked to him? We have no idea who did this. We have no idea if Chris, Katie, and Seth did this together. It is.
Directly anyway.
I don't either. I don't either. I think that he is protective of his wife.
Yes.
I agree. I feel like that was that if he did really know something without a doubt, I feel like they would get it out of him. Like, if that's true, if there's a chance that...
Dude, if they lawyered up, well...
I don't fucking know them, so I can't...
Yeah, I don't think he has anything to do with anything. I truly don't.
I don't either.
I truly don't.
I've stood by that for a long time.
And if he said my Wi-Fi, my truck, whatever to you or whoever, I don't know, but I would imagine it would be when he was arriving from the work site, right? I mean, that's what I would think. I thought you guys were talking about during the missing time frame, like let's say 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
That's what I thought too.
That changes everything.
No,
that probably
yeah, that's why I made the point to say there is no time. Right? Like, I don't know.
If that was the time frame, then the police would definitely have more suspicion, you would think, right?
Yeah, because we got a problem living here if they didn't act on it. You know what I mean?
For sure. No, that's what I'm saying. That was my once again.
Okay.
Fair is fair, right?
It's just like with Seth. Shit fucking
bring something. You got to put it all out there. You can't just put half of it. Fair is fair. It was the 25th, 26th, under my understanding, so it could have been the entire day, right? That's just what it is. But it still makes it odd, right? It also tells me, and not odd. I'll take that back. It adds a little bit to it, but it also tells me that law enforcement checked that area for any signal, which means that Sebastian could not have communicated with anybody, even from another device, because it would have shown up.
No.
What the car team was doing.
No, because you said that they looked for they looked for Wi-Fi, like they looked for hotspots. A burner wouldn't be a hotspot. That would be a geofencing thing, and they would have found it though. Like this cell phone doesn't belong here.
Yeah.
You know, but if it has history of being there, like if he had a burner in his room.
Chris owes creators nothing.
Kind of relax a little bit there.
Oh wait, what's going on?
If it is Chris, just show me your face when you come into the back chat, and I'll
Wait, here comes Chris. I have to make one more point. First thing, because he's talked because they wild.
Your damn phone.
Oh, okay.
Now you're checking it.
Yeah.
I'm on my phone and the chat
Chris
is
in
going by
chat.
so fast I can't even read it.
It's because they're all freaking out. Like, oh my God, Chris, like, drop me a fucking link. You said
Oh, well, I'm not going to be spoken to like that, so I will get down if that's the
No,
case.
you're not.
It's not. I don't even think it's him. It's a troll.
Your device isn't connected, Chris.
Large March.
No, I don't want y'all to get down. I want y'all to stay up here respectfully, ladies. No, I'm not trying to put anybody
Body was like, I'm out. I want to get out. I want to have peace fingers.
Oh, he's got peace fingers.
in a position, but I respect each and every one of y'all that are up here, and I want you to stand your ground. You know what I mean? And nobody's going to be disrespectful, because if anybody is disrespectful, I'll just kick them off the panel. I hope that everybody is willing to have a respectful conversation. Chris, for some reason, it's showing that you're not connected, bro. You might want to go out and come back in.
I think it's a troll.
It's
But
not.
the thing is, Puff Muffin, they think that they're going
I can tell you it's not.
They think they're going to get him to spill something. And he might.
So it won't even let it says they will need to connect their mic, guys. So I'm going to bring Chris up. So here we go.
All right.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Hey, Chris, what's up, man?
What's going on? I want to know what's this.
Oh, we finally hear Queen speak. Because Chris came up. Okay, here we go.
Talk that somebody on this panel is saying that I told you that my truck was in that neighborhood the night Sebastian went missing, or the night before.
That's not what was said. What was said was, you said that your truck's Wi-Fi was in the cart when the cart team did their thing on the 25th or the 26th. And I also restated that it could have very well been when you came home after Sebastian went missing.
So that would have to been the 26th when I got to my house.
That's what we said.
That's what we said.
Chris. That's exactly what we said.
Yeah, I said it has to have been when he was coming home from the work site.
That's not what they said, though. Didn't they say he was there the 25th?
Guy knows this. My truck wasn't in the area, the vicinity. The FBI knows this. So don't speak of my truck being in that vicinity, that area, until the 26th at 1 p.m. in the afternoon.
That's what we said.
Well, not the time frame, but
Not the time frame. We didn't know the time. But what we said was,
What they said was the 25th or 26th.
just as much likely that it was when he came in after Sebastian the 26th,
Or 26th.
that they did it for the 25th and the 26th. So it's just as much likely that it was when he came in after Sebastian went missing.
Yeah, and that's why I was confused, because I was like, what? And then that's why I said it had to have been when he came home.
They totally walked it back.
Well, see, the problem is you get a bunch of people out here.
They went with Body. Yeah, they went with you. Body was like, okay, we'll go with what Body said.
You say one thing, you mean one thing, and this, that, and another, and then it runs wild like a fucking brush fire. That goes crazy.
it's true.
And here we are. We're 10 months into this. We got no leads. We got nothing. But yet we got another team over here that's out here just throwing shade left and right and a bunch of crap.
That's what we're talking about. We think it's very dangerous. People are being thrown under the bus, and nobody seems to fucking care.
Who's in the back chat?
I have no idea. Hold on.
Is that?
I totally took it like the back. Who was in the back chat, Body? God, them and their back chats. Open it with Safari, or you're exactly how I took it. Using his fuck.
We go. Under Chris's name too.
Yeah.
Proud
Yeah.
for it.
I see it in the back chat. Yeah.
Oh, it was Rapper.
So who is this person?
Right. The total backpedal. Wow.
I do. That's the person that's attached to that woman that accused you, Clue, of having something
I
to
have
do
no
with
idea who it is, to be honest with you.
What the hell's her name again? She was making those anti-Seth videos, and out of nowhere, she went nuts on us. Remember?
Momming it up. You talking about momming it up?
Oh, that crazy bitch. That's her man in the back right now.
You know, I what you think. Kids fly, and it go to Renee and empathy. I don't give a. He's missing. It's fucking weird.
It ain't my show to control who gets.
She just said, I'm psycho, LMFAO. Yeah, but you psycho as fuck.
Says Chris, tell them to let MK Ultra in.
And you need a bitch.
Well,
it ain't my show to control who gets in and who gets out.
I wouldn't let them in for anything. Those people are fucking.
So I'm not even going to pay attention to that. What I want to talk about is what we're doing up here, right? The point of this situation is that all of the bullshit has got to fucking stop. All of it. The putting shit behind the scenes for creators to talk about. Seth needs to stop.
Didn't he just do that? Who's he preaching to? You just said, wow. See, this guy has been a problem for a long time. Seeing this so different today. You just said this was in a private conversation. His Wi-Fi was there. La la la. Throwing out the little breadcrumbs for your viewers. Right, you can't trust his shit. What? And then you go, the bullshit's gotta stop. I don't get it. It's the same, you're doing the same thing. Oh, I can't with this case anymore, man.
Stop.
Well, Chris, can I ask you about
Hold on,
the
what are we
ban?
putting out behind the scenes? Chris, don't put me in this position. Don't do it. Do not pull my man. Don't
Stuff out behind the scenes.
bullshit. Stop it.
Oh, I can't. I can't with this case anymore, man. Here we go.
Stop it. Chris and Katie need to stop it.
Well, hold on.
And
Let me
either-
stop you there because we ain't putting stuff out behind the scenes.
Bullshit.
Well, Chris, can I
What
ask
are
you
we?
about
Hold
the
on. What are we
ban?
putting out behind the
Hey,
scenes?
Chris, don't put me in this position. Don't do it. Do not pull my man card. Chris, don't pull my man card to put me in this position.
I ain't pulling anybody's man card.
Chris, I'm going to ask you one more time. Do not put me in this position.
Well,
hold on. We're going to get back to this in a second. Okay. Chris showing emotion. Oh, bitch. Hold on.
When all these behind closed doors, when I'm up here to have an issue with you, Chris.
the way you're making it sound is.
And everybody's like, oh, he couldn't have done anything. Stop it. Stop it. It's been almost 11 months. This is some messed up shit, man.
The way you're making it sound is a little odder than it may be true. So maybe instead of getting like that with him, because he may not know what you're referring to, because to be
Yes,
honest,
he does.
but it's for Sebastian. Right?
Man,
I'm not up here to have an issue with you, Chris. I just sat here and said, I don't think you have anything to do with the disappearance of your stepson. But do not put me in the position of you saying that there's not shit being pushed behind closed doors when you know damn well there has been.
I'm gonna tell you right now, there ain't a thing out there that we're afraid of. We
I don't
haven't
think there
done
is either.
anything. Hold on. Let me finish. Because this isn't about fucking sides. Once again, when all these creators can get past this shit and finally focus back on Sebastian, then the case might go somewhere. But it won't go anywhere if everybody is out here putting different narratives out there that don't need to be out there.
We all agree on that.
Right, but that includes
So once
everybody,
again,
Chris.
Yeah, that includes everybody. And I'm going to
Yeah.
tell you something. If you come at me sideways or you come at my family sideways, you can bet your tail that when we bring the proof, it's proof. It's plain and simple.
Well, that's the thing, Chris. No one is
I don't throw
accusing
shade at people. I bring the proof. That's the difference.
about what?
Whatever. If y'all want to come out and say some shit, come out and say it.
Well, he's showing, in my opinion, he's showing a lot of emotion right now. Okay, so he says, y'all want to say some shit, come out and say some shit. The truth is saying, you told me behind the scenes. Would Chris behind the scenes shout to a straight that conversation? How can you trust any of these people? Why would Chris Proudfoot be having private conversations with elevated truth behind the scenes? Think about that. If your stepson was missing, would you reach out to a stranger who has a YouTube channel? Would that be your go-to? Think about it. That's old Jay, by the way. 10 months into the case, December 20th, 2024. Use your sense. We know Seth manipulates. How do we know we're not being manipulated even craftier with this one? Because I don't trust anyone who's going to reach out to some stranger on the internet that has a monetized YouTube channel and fucking confiding in them. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. I think Chris Proudfoot has a fucking motive to talk to YouTubers behind the scenes. And that's CYA. He doesn't consider these people friends. He's not dumb. He is not dumb. Actually, Chris Proudfoot is very intelligent. He's not dumb. He knows exactly what he's doing.
What are you worried about someone saying?
It does.
I don't know.
That's
I don't
the
know. Hold
problem.
on. I don't know
That's
how
the
much you
problem.
said.
Because you all come out and say different things, and you all have your little riddle ways of putting shit out there.
I think you're confusing us with different people. Never have we done.
Buddy's like, nope, I'm not going to be caught in this bucket. No way, no how. She's like, I think you're talking about somebody else, bro. Because that ain't me.
Little ways of putting shit out there.
I think you're confusing us with different people. Never have we done riddles.
She's like, no, I'm not the riddler. Not happening. Yeah, me and Jump Ass, we're cool now. He took it back, he retracted it, and he apologized.
There yesterday or the other day.
Hey,
said
Indigo.
some stuff about Katie.
Like what, Chris? Open that can.
Oh, shit. Oh, about Katie. Open that can and look at him sit back.
Hey, said some stuff about Katie.
Like what, Chris? Open that can.
I don't have the exact quote on me, okay?
Well, if you're going to accuse me,
If you want to keep Sebastian's name, sing. This isn't. No.
I'm willing to back it up. If I had the exact quote, I would give it to you.
What was it about?
In regards to whether or not Katie was there or her going to the school looking for Sebastian.
You mean my question of why did Katie go to the school? Is it because Sebastian had maybe missed the bus and had walked there at some point? You're upset about that?
The way it was projected made it sound like you're questioning why did she even go to the school in the first place?
That's exactly what I was asking. Why?
Because she's
out
a
of
mother
everywhere-
who has a son that goes to that school.
Right.
Why wouldn't you go to the school and look for your kid?
I would
That
agree
was
with
my-
that.
Why?
mean,
I would have gone there too.
I would have done the
My
same.
question was not my question was there a history of Sebastian walking to school, which is why she first thought, let me go to the school. Now, if you took that as me being
Well, I think that,
Say Monday morning, he was supposed to be at school. So just like any other parent out there who has children, they're going to do the exact same thing.
I mean, if my child was missing, I would be out screaming from the rooftops for him.
And you're saying that she's not.
I'm absolutely saying she is not out screaming from the rooftops for her child.
do you agree with that? I agree with that. Sorry, but
What you don't know happens behind closed doors.
screaming from the rooftops doesn't happen behind closed doors. He's right here. I don't like the guy, but when people are right, they're right. You don't know what happens behind closed doors. We're not talking about closed doors. We're talking about screaming from the rooftops.
Absolutely saying she is not out screaming from the rooftops for her child.
What you don't know happens behind closed doors.
That's not screaming from the rooftops.
Wait a minute.
No
wait a
one can
minute.
hear her.
The problem is every time that somebody comes out and does something or says something, it gets twisted and turned in such a negative light. It doesn't matter who it is.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter.
It's true, 100%.
I don't disagree with you on that. But when
So once again, you're out here saying this.
Hold on. No, I'm out here saying this.
Yeah, but but I just want mothers to put this in perspective. I'm not trying to be judgy, but I'm going to be a little judgy. If your kid was missing, would you give a fuck what people said about you? I wouldn't. Say all you want. Hell, I don't even give a fuck what people say about me on the internet. If my kid was missing, I'd give a fuck less what people thought and said. Think what you want. Say what you want. Give a fuck. I wouldn't clam up. That's weird. No. No. That's not normal. Good night, body. Thanks for being here.
Because I've said that. Hold on. I've said this to you and Katie personally, have I not?
You have, Truth. And
Okay,
what you don't
then I'm not-
understand
hold
is
on,
you're not
hold on.
here in this situation.
Hold
You're
on.
not seeing the whole picture.
Hold on. Now, when I had that conversation with you, was it one conversation, 10 conversations?
Truth, we've had several conversations.
Okay. Now, did I ever have that conversation with you with any ill intent whatsoever?
No.
Okay.
Not
So
well.
why are
hold
you
on,
mad at
wait.
me?
Let me
Why
correct my
are
answer.
you mad? Because I'm asking questions. Because I
Well,
want,
I'm mad.
just
Hold
like
on.
you want,
Well, let me answer your
Sebastian to be
question.
home.
I mean,
Let me
you got
answer
to
your
give a chance
question.
to talk, Truth. To be fair,
I mean, exactly. Why does Chris Proudfoot feel such a need to prove that his truck wasn't there to YouTubers? All that should matter is what Ellie knows, what Ellie thinks. Boom. Old Jay was on it. Who gives a fuck what anybody thinks? Who cares? So it feels like maybe someone's a little too close to the truth because he's awfully defensive. I don't care. You twist my words, you run me ragged, you talk me down. I don't give a fuck. I'll take a bullet for my kid. Words? Shit. Fucking bring it on. Yep, this is me, December 2024. No, I haven't changed. I've looked at every aspect of this case. Bring it fucking on. And it's come full circle because I started with the Proudfoots, went to Seth, and then now I'm looking at the Proudfoots again. My kid's missing. I didn't do anything. You want to say my car was there? Fuck off. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. Who cares if they twist your words? Who are they? I mean, no offense, but you're talking to a guy that's sitting there in a Runts shirt with the flu who's on YouTube. Who cares? The flu. Who cares what he thinks? Who cares what we... Isn't that weird? We're having this same discussion right now. This is so weird, dude. Like, here we are, July 17th, 2026, having the same fucking conversation. Excuse my French. To the one Margaret in chat that gets mad when I swear. I'm sorry, Margaret. We all think we shouldn't even matter. Have a good day at work, Suze. Kelsey says, I don't think Chris told YouTube. He told Truth in private, so Truth is feeling left out, so came live to bring it out. Why bring it out? Who cares what people like Betty say? They're taking her to court. Let the courts handle it. I don't see this. I see this as a waste of time when you have a son missing. This is fucking weird to me. I don't see anything normal about this.
So, automatically, my phone has been blowing up ever since you started talking about my truck.
Oh, his phone has been blowing up ever since they talked about his truck. This is what we're worried about. What?
So it's shit like that when it's put out there and you don't have the right information, which I'm pretty sure I've told you that before.
I said exactly
when
what
my
you
truck
just
was
said.
There, once again, are you going to let me finish?
If you'll listen to what I say.
Damn, he's really defensive. I mean, after watching the web sleuths, he was pretty defensive on that one. It's the same cadence.
Repeat it.
Who the fuck is calling him? That's watching YouTube. Oh my God. Oh, I'm just going to let old Jay roll. I'm going to go grab a drink. I'll be back. Is crazy to me.
Trying to, but I was trying to finish my statement.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
So I've told you this before. And the cat's out of the bag. FBI looked into me a long time ago.
What does he mean, cat's out of the bag? What's secret about it?
They've tracked my whereabouts with no problems. So when you come out here and somebody makes a statement, and then once again, like I've said before, you say something and 50,000 people take it and they run with it and they twist and turn it. And you could bet your sweet ass this conversation will be twisted within less than probably.
Chris, though. Wait, where are you? I'm sorry, but I'd stand up for myself if a so-called friend was lying about me. But don't you think that CP is smart enough to know that these people aren't his friends? He's not dumb. He knows these people aren't his friends. Or do you think he's naive like that? He was starting another narrative for them to be attacked over. I get that. I get correcting this. I'm talking about, what about the past 10 months? You know what I mean? No, it shouldn't have been said, but who cares? Like, if law enforcement knows you weren't there until the 26th, why do you care? I don't know. I just feel like people are on edge. There's something going on.
An hour of the show being over, if not twisted now.
It's twisted.
Oh, somebody's
No.
live. Somebody's live.
Yeah, but here's
They're
the
all in
thing.
the chat.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter
true.
how people. It doesn't matter how people twist it. right? Like they're going to
For
twist
you, it doesn't
everything.
matter
You just,
because you're not
hold
living
on.
this life that we live.
Are you going to let me
Plain and
finish?
simple.
Are you going to let me finish? Because I'm listening to you, right? You cannot come on here and act like I'm doing something wrong because I'm paying attention to you and Katie, and you have no problem with everybody throwing shade at Seth. You have no problem with that, okay? You can't come on here and pick apart something I'm.
I mean, this actually is a valid point. He was just fine with everybody attacking the F out of Seth. Perfectly fine with it. As a matter of fact, when I had conversations with him, he was more than happy to answer any questions about Seth and the weird things that he says and does.
I'm saying because you don't agree with it now, but you sit there and have no problem with people attacking Seth. Okay?
I have problems when I
That's
gave
not
you the
fair.
truth. I
Your
have a
truth.
problem when I gave you the truth.
What truth? What truth?
I told you about my truck.
Is that not what I just said on my live? I literally said what you said. So why are you arguing with me about that?
Because there's a lot of questions about it. Because
That has nothing
not
to do with me.
every-
I said word for word what you said.
No, you didn't. Because it wasn't, well, my truck would have been there the 25th or the 26th.
That's not what I
There
said.
is no question about me on the 25th. I didn't show up until at least 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the 26th, period.
Can you just clarify the situation, Chris? Like what exactly? You show up on the 26th, they go for open networks. Like what was the story, just so it doesn't go further?
So on the 26th, when I got there, okay, I went and talked to the detective. Probably, I don't know, I wasn't even home maybe in 30 minutes. And I went and talked to the detectives. Okay. Later on that day, I mean, there was, like we've said before, there's been people in and out of that house quite often. They brought in their special little tools and their gadgets, and they do what they do. When they saw that there was my truck's internet on their system, they were like, well, this is a new one. Well, no shit, because it's my truck.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes total sense.
My truck doesn't need to be in anybody's conversations about where it was, when it was, and how it was.
Chris, did you hear me say that I don't believe that Chris had anything to do with
you say
Sebastian?
that.
Okay. So then in saying that, when I spoke about your truck, do you think I was insinuating that you had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
I know. So my point is, it was said that your truck was there. I explained that they did because you told me that they did the geofencing thing for the 25th and 26th. Okay. Am I right?
I didn't tell you exactly what dates. I told you when they.
Oh, Truth he got upset there because I think he really did tell him that. Excuse me. Sebastian went to the road train. It was picked up on.
Insinuate.
Fletch, for real.
Did it. However, what I'm telling you is don't insinuate my truck or me on the 25th or the morning of the 26th.
I didn't. So why are you still stuck on that?
I mean, Truth, to be fair, like I'm really trying to focus on the chat because I know we have trolls. And there are people saying that you kind of were insinuating. And I mean, I'm not going to lie. I kind of felt that too.
And that's why I was
told Truth that, and it was bothering Truth. And he, but none of this matters in the grand scheme of things.
What the fuck is he talking about? Like,
Go back
you
and say
do
what I
have a
said.
way. Hold on. You do have a way of saying things like this mysterious fucking chocolate in a like fucking Valentine box. Like, what the fuck am I going to get? I don't know until I bite. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be rude, but I mean, you do insinuate when you speak.
I mean, I guess what's okay is that we can grill Seth to the end, but we can't grill Chris and we can't grill Katie.
No, I don't think anybody's saying that.
No,
hold on. I'm going to stand. I have the right to say my own opinion. I'm not saying y'all agree with me, right? But it's interesting to me that Seth has been accused.
Do you notice how all the women were like, no, that's not true.
Accused of horrible things with Katie.
So much emotion.
Seth has been accused of being abusive. Hold on. Can I finish, please? Just 1 second. Seth has been accused of being physically abusive to Sebastian. Chris has been accused of these things. But what we're arguing is a truck being in the area. That's what made you jump up here. Not all the other accusations, but
So
the
once
way
again,
that
yeah.
the
So
truck.
we'll address that real quick. It's real simple. What goes on in our family is not the public's business. We're not going to sit here, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you what in the world goes on or what happened in the past or any of that nature. That is not the public's business. I'm not going to sit up here and do what Seth did. That's not happening.
So wait.
I don't care if it offends or hurts somebody's feelings. That God forbid the parent between Seth and I'm not going to sit here.
I mean, in all fairness, Shaggy, if like right now I'm skipping, you're gonna pass. I'm not.
Seth, I'm not going to sit here and put out personal information. That's nobody's business.
And he comes
people out there, and all of these things have all said the same thing.
And he comes
that
across,
it never.
and it works. He comes across as the nice guy because he doesn't bash Seth. So everybody gives him a fucking free pass. Well, he doesn't go on YouTube and bash Seth. He's smarter than that. He's smarter than that. He knows what's going to shed a better light on himself because he's self-aware. Seth isn't self-aware. Seth has no idea that he looks as horrible as he does. I don't think he can even see it. But this dude, he's smart. And he knows what perception means. That's why he's up here defending himself about his truck when we all don't really matter. Because he's worried about perception. This is all perception, guys. It doesn't matter. Why would they need to do right in YouTube's eyes? Fuck YouTube's eyes. What does YouTube mean? Nothing. YouTube isn't going to find their son. And if you add to this, this is current day. Add and think about the channels they initially went on. Smiley, Stories World. I mean, you guys might be experiencing buffering. I'm not. My stuff looks fine. But try leaving and coming back if you're having problems. YouTube glitches sometimes. But what was I saying? Coming on very small channels. No shade to the size of the channel. But when time is of the essence, you don't pick a channel with 2,000 subscribers. Right? You pick a channel that is going to get a lot of coverage very quickly. Nothing. YouTube isn't going to find their son. I mean, haven't we figured that out? 10, 11 months now? I mean, haven't we figured out that YouTube is not going to find their son? This is fucked up. This is 5 days before Christmas. It's messed up to me.
Never happened. And it's correct. It shouldn't have.
Oh my goodness!
It doesn't do anything.
Jump as. Thank you so much for the 5 memberships. The real Brenda, Lindsay. Look, Lindsay got one from Jump Ass. Joe, Rebecca, and Marmalade. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, and comparing what Seth goes through, there's a shit ton more people that are accusing Chris and Katie. Look at them in your chat. Fucking
Yeah. Could you see the Gonsalves family doing this kind of shit? Oh my God. Nope. Could you imagine them being up panel after panel, defending every little thing that Lana Oriani makes up about their daughter? No, they don't do that. Think about it, people. Think about it. Don't you think they would love to scream from the rooftops all the truths about Kaylee? After she was killed, hovering in a corner? But they don't.
Thank you for your support.
You don't need to prove anything to YouTubers. You don't. When your kid is missing. And I've never seen anyone so defensive when their kid is missing. Not even the Wells. The Wells didn't even act like this. You can't. Why, Chris? I don't trust any of these parents. I'm not saying he's been on every panel, but why would you even be watching it? I'm sorry. I'm telling you how I feel, and it's very crystal clear to me.
Listen, hold on.
It's wild in there. Like,
I mean,
and then they're saying, "Oh, Seth doesn't care if people talk about him." Tell me.
Damn, he's got a cig in his hand with that cough. Truth. Dude, take care of yourself.
He fucking doesn't when I'm paying a lawyer for an injunction.
Yeah,
When
that's a
he's in there
lie.
sitting
And on
there
top
Oh
of
my
it,
God, the injunction. Here we go.
bold-faced lie. He cares.
Well, I will say the truth. You and I, we've had our conversations, and we respect each other enough to understand.
Because I think they followed Summer, Mama Bear. I think they went back and watched Summer Wells videos, to be honest. Delta Dawn, I have no idea. I honestly have no idea what happened.
We don't always agree, and we don't always disagree.
For sure.
But when your chat and my phone blows up with the person,
Your chat. He's worried about his chat. Like, this is what's weird to me.
perception of what you were, I'm not saying you're directly insinuating it, but even the fact of the way it came out was enough that my phone blew up.
Listen, here's the thing.
I don't think Seth wanted people to stop talking about his kid. I think he wanted the insinuations to stop. And I think he truly believed that At Night Media was going to be the sole person to be able to get a message out about his son. I think he had good intentions. I think he got hosed.
And that's a serious issue, man.
The serious issue is that Sebastian's missing. That's the serious issue. Your
I
phone
agree
blowing
with
up.
that. That's the top priority. That's not
Honestly, I'm not trying to be
that's the top priority.
disrespectful, but for people to be hitting your phone up, that tells me there's a lot of people on YouTube that have your fucking phone number.
I agree with that too. Yep. Bing bong. Ooh. Bing bong. I mean, I haven't changed much since 2024. Oh my God, this is funny. Listen.
A lot of people on YouTube that have your fucking phone number.
I agree with that too. Bing bong. I mean,
No, just a lot of people have Facebook Messenger.
Well, maybe that, but my point is, I'm not responsible for the chat. Okay, I haven't even been paying attention to the chat because they've been saying just as much nasty shit about me in my chat. Okay, I'm talking to you. I've been talking to you through my message, through my lives. I've been talking to Katie through my lives. I've done it behind the scenes and personal. There is absolutely nothing, and Chris, you've got to be able to agree with me on this. There's nothing that I've said up here on this panel that you and I haven't talked about before.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
So I'm not up here. Listen, I'm not up here to smear you or smear Katie or smear Seth. Okay, that's not my goal.
Smear. Listen, it's not a smear. It's the fact of an insinuation or the way that people perceive it. And what do? They're going to turn around and they're going to blow up the phone lines, the tip lines, and push this narrative that is so false. That's what they're going to do.
But hasn't that been the same thing? The little bit of information that.
yeah, see, I don't trust that statement. Okay, so he says they're going to blow up the tip lines. Okay, well, the cops know your whereabouts and you have a total alibi. Who cares? Bing bong. Who cares if someone calls the tip line and Exactly, says, Jay. I heard it on YouTube that Chris Proudfoot was there on the. Oh my God, this is so true. This is so freaking true. And says, I heard it on YouTube that Chris Proudfoot was there on the 25th. Okay, well, if you have a solid alibi, that wouldn't even fuck up the tip line. So we've got the lawsuit saying that, and the lawyer for Seth, Mr. Ritchie, saying that he didn't see in the police reports how they determined that alibi was kosher. They'd be able to clear that tip right away, right? Straight away. Straight fucking away. This doesn't make sense.
That you and Katie have put out the creators done to Seth?
Actually, no, we don't put out false information about Seth.
I didn't say false, just information in general.
I mean, to be fair, if it's information that should be known about Seth, isn't that worth it?
Why doesn't that work the same way for Chris and Katie, though?
Well, if it's actual factual information, sure, put it out and call law enforcement. Go for it.
Misty, I thought that was odd that didn't come up either. Dog the Bounty Hunter, this whole Nick interference, none of that came up.
What I've done in the past, who cares? This ain't about our characters. This is about finding Sebastian.
But I think,
and if we go
unfortunately, it has
tit
a
for
lot.
tat about, well, Seth did this, Katie said that, I did this, and blah blah.
There's no wasted resource when someone has a solid alibi and they get a tip that he was there on the 25th and they know he wasn't. There's very little resources used to clear that. Just saying.
Once again, it doesn't find Sebastian.
But who put that information out there for everybody to know? If it doesn't matter, why was it ever put out there in the first place?
Well, how many times have you asked us about something about Seth and we've never told you?
Rarely.
Same concept.
Rarely.
Nope.
I mean,
Same
honestly,
concept.
listen, here's the thing. It's not about me wanting you to be bashed, Katie to be bashed, or Seth. I don't want any of the parents to be bashed. But I also,
Then quit with the crap.
don't tell me what to do with my channel because I'm not doing any crap. I'm simply bringing up conversation, Chris. The same conversations that I've had with you personally. I'm not talking about anything that I haven't talked to you and Katie about. So to assume that I'm coming on here and making shit up or pushing a narrative is bullshit because I'm not. And you just said yourself, everything.
I feel like this is the only time I've heard truth tell the truth.
I've said I've spoke to you about already. So to insinuate that I'm putting out some type of narrative that is, you don't know.
And hearing this, knowing I knew his theory, his disgusting theory, knowing that I knew this, I wanted to know after hearing all these conversations he had with Chris and Katie, where the theory came from. That's why I asked. I waited a fucking year to ask. I wanted to know so bad if that came from his conversations because it sounds to me like they had a lot of conversations. And that's exactly why I needed to know if that was from those parents because that would change it. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure it happened before this panel, yeah. Because this is December.
About it, you don't, whatever. That's not the case. My questions have come
Maybe
up.
not. Maybe not. It may not have, Lindsay. We need to do a timeline thing because I don't know if this was before or after the conversation about the theory came out.
Based on the conversations that we've had, right? And at the end of the day, I will stand on this again. And I won't go into it any further out of respect. I have been very careful about speaking on Sebastian at all and why there were decisions being made because I think it is extremely important to protect a child, right? I also think that if the general public knew some of the things, they would understand why you and Katie and Seth were making the decisions you were making or attempting to make. Would you agree?
I'm not going to sit here and go over that.
I respect that.
What I will agree with is simply this. Having a conversation is one thing. Having questions is one thing. But when your chat, which, I mean, no, you're not responsible for everybody. That's completely
See, we're back to the chat. Up to good. C and K were probably already
understandable. But as one creator has even stated, sometimes the way you say something almost seems like you push something in a different direction.
I just think it's frustrating to start.
Do you think that truth pushed something in a certain direction? I mean, we kind of heard it, right? He did, and he got a reaction, and then that led into this.
People that I won't push their direction.
I don't have a direction other
I
than
didn't say
finding
you.
Sebastian and bringing him home.
I didn't say you.
That's what I have a problem with. Is why is everybody so worried about the bullshit? And that's literally what it is, bullshit. Instead of actual finding Sebastian.
Well, to be fair, Chris, without all the information, it's kind of hard, right?
Right, but there's no new information.
Okay, they talked about dog. I'm saying they didn't talk about what's going on. What is going on with Granny right now, right?
And because there's nothing, I think a lot of people are filling it with bullshit, right? They're filling the void with the gossip and the bullshit.
Absolutely.
You know, those.
Well, now a creator's involved. I mean, so yeah.
Well,
this is the
yeah.
shit that's going on.
I think when there's a divide, somebody's going to fill the gap with something, right?
Okay, so now they're all like, oh, yeah, we're filling the gap, blah, blah, blah.
That's what we see day in and day out.
You know, and I see a lot of comments, and I see a lot of comments about Katie, let Katie speak. And, you know, using the Texas Roadhouse video footage as an example, she was picked apart simply for looking for a waitress, right?
Yeah. Correct.
Like they picked that apart for weeks, or well, not weeks, but over a week.
But who cares? Who cares? Bass Essentials, what do you mean truth is your hand puppet? Who are you? Are you saying you were on this panel? I don't get it.
I kind of understand why she wouldn't. Anything she does, she rubs her leg and people think something like, I kind of understand where she's coming from there. It's a lot. People really tear her apart, you guys.
Well, hold on, and let me defend something real quick. People tear all of us apart.
Okay, that's where I feel, you know what? Tear me apart. I don't give a fuck. Tear me apart. It's
All
weird.
of us.
That's facts.
People are tearing people apart in these shows for no reason. Now they're going after a pastor.
That is crazy. That is
Excuse
absolutely
me,
crazy.
like help me understand how going after a pastor is going to help find Sebastian. How is bashing Seth, Katie, myself, my parents, and God forbid anybody else involved, how is it finding Sebastian? People are people in this world. And guess what? There's not one soul that is perfect. We all have our imperfections.
Oh, Lord. Here comes Chris.
But that's
with
what
his-
makes this world go round.
Oh,
Because if it was
Lord.
perfect, it would be very boring. And
Deep
people
thoughts with
would not
Chris.
want to communicate with each other because we're all perfect. But we're not. In return, look,
can't talk to a
have some
fucking wall.
compassion. Learn to accept things. Like, there's answers that we all have want, and we just don't get.
You know, do you see how much noise has been created around this missing kid when it's really fucking simple? We know very little. This is crazy to look back on.
Not yet, anyway.
Exactly. And we want nothing more than to have them. Sebastian to be home. That's what's important here.
Yeah, but you got to understand when there's a missing child and they're, like you said, tearing people apart, when people feel there's inconsistencies in stories, and people are going to dissect that. That's what this sector does.
I know. And the sad part is because the whole story cannot come out.
Right.
Because law enforcement doesn't want things out.
The whole story cannot come out, and she agrees. Right. How did you get him to talk? I don't get it.
Story cannot come out.
Right.
Because law enforcement doesn't want things out. You know, there are people.
See, so there's a lot more, guys. Do you hear that? The sad part is the whole story can't come out.
The sad part is because the whole story cannot come out.
Right.
Because law enforcement doesn't want things out. You know, there are people out there that want to take one thing and twist it and shove it into a direction which they don't need it to be going.
I think he's talking about Seth kind of cracking the can of worms of what we see in the lawsuit today, currently in 2026. Are you rapper base?
But they're doing it anyways. For what reasons? It ain't my business. But it sure in the world doesn't help find Sebastian.
Well, the fact that Seth is twisting things all different ways is your business, right? I mean, Seth referred to you as dad of his son. I don't know.
This community, true crime, and all these creators out there, they could do so much
amazing things.
Yes.
Why is he worried about the true crimers on YouTube at this moment? It's so weird. Oh, you are a rapper?
Everybody can. And I've had this conversation with several people.
Yeah.
They could do so much better. They really can.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that.
And instead of just going after each other, and I mean, I've even heard creators going after creators.
Why does he care? This is 2026, Jay.
You know, for their own personal
Happens
reasons.
every day.
You know, that's their choice. But when it comes to this community and finding these children.
So he's watching creator on creator drama too. That kind of concerns me too. Now remember, this is 10 months in. I had these thoughts and opinions.
Sebastian,
Did we lose you?
I think you cut out.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. But all of these kids that are missing, all these creators can do so much.
Well, and a lot
good.
of us do, Chris.
Oh, I know, and that's why I'm not bashing.
No,
I'm just saying,
I know.
Everybody came together. God, he could be an unstoppable force.
I agree, but it's hard to do when we're told half truths and lies,
Amen.
like from
Amen.
one and the other. And you know, we don't know you. I've never spoken to you ever.
I'm sorry. Who am I talking with?
That's body moving.
Body moving.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's totally okay. It's totally okay. Like you don't know me. Like it's totally fine. It's hard, you know, and And people, I'm not doing this, but people do feel that the void, they fill it with nonsense.
I know, and
Yeah.
it sucks.
And
It
and
sucks that
because
we
and
can't come out and
because
say certain things either.
no, I know, I can't imagine. Like, I
And
really can't.
I will say that that is a true statement that Chris just said.
Oh, what?
Once again, this isn't, I want to be very clear about my reasoning for this live tonight. Okay. It wasn't to bash anybody. I'm absolutely glad, Chris, that you came up here and spoke, right? I'm not mad at you. I don't have any hostility towards you. Okay.
No,
I'm
I respect
absolutely,
it. I mean, for the record, we do respect each other. So
for sure.
you know,
For sure we do. And we've always had that. Oh, and to be honest with you, the people in the chat are going to say and do what they're going to do. I think ultimately the issue,
and it's really sad.
it is. But ultimately the issue is that, you say something that really gets under me sometimes, Chris, and that's that you say, well, it's our personal life. We don't want to talk about it, but y'all came to social media asking for social media's help. You know what I mean? And with that,
Asking
there
for
are
help
questions.
is one thing, but
Yeah,
being
but
torn
that's
apart is
different,
another.
bro.
Well, hold on. Let me
That's
finish.
different. They came to social media to ask for help looking for their son, not
to solve a case.
not CPS
Right.
reports.
That's-
And I mean, come on.
Funny, she said that.
not
to solve a case.
not CPS
Right.
reports.
That's-
And I mean, come on.
Right, because CPS reports wouldn't be relevant when a child goes missing, right? Because that wouldn't be relevant to look into. Right.
Their son, not
to solve a case.
not CPS
Right.
reports.
That's-
And I mean, come on.
That's-
And last time I checked, there's not one show where we came onto a show or myself came onto a show and turned it into a bash session. I didn't do that. Not gonna do it. And quite frankly, I'm pretty confident when I say this. It's team.
He knows what that perception does for him. He knows that coming on here and not bashing Seth because he doesn't have to. The people that have already figured out Seth, right? The ones that get it already. So he doesn't have to say anything, but not saying anything and making a point of it. I don't come on here and do that. He's doing it on purpose. It's perception.
Let's find Sebastian. Let's bring him home. I don't care about the BS. I don't. But bringing our kid home is the most important thing to all three parents.
If you don't care about the BS, why are you here? I mean, we got to use common sense.
All three of us.
Let me ask you this, Chris. Is there any way, and I understand that the answer is no, is there any way that there can be a work together between the parents anymore? Is that so far gone that it can't happen?
I'm not going to say no. I'm not going to cut that off. Because quite honestly, if that's what it takes to bring Sebastian home, then that's what we need to do.
Absolutely.
But I'm pretty sure there would have to be some sort of an agreement between the three parents.
So what can we do, or is there anything we can do?
There would have to be some sort of agreement, which he stressed. Why does no one say, okay, Chris, what would that agreement look like? Instead, they all say, we're going to start emailing Dateline and get you guys on Dateline.
Have to be some sort of an agreement between the three parents.
So what can we do, or is there anything we can do as a community to help with that happening?
Yes, and it's not going to happen. And I respect the fact that you asked it. The bashing has to stop. Period.
So you think that if the bashing stops, both against you and Katie and against Seth, that there would be
everyone.
Right.
Everyone.
Well, my point is, if that were to occur, are you saying that you would be willing to sit down with you, Katie, Seth, and talk things out?
We'd have it would be tough. Don't get me wrong.
It could be mediated, though. I mean,
I
right?
would say a mediation could be involved.
I think that would be really beneficial. I really do.
That's a beautiful step.
None of this should ever happen on a YouTube live, okay? This is a real person that is missing. And we're debating the parents coming together on a YouTube live.
Statement. That is a beautiful fucking statement, and I hope there's some thought put into that.
I mean, like I said, I told Seth the day at that school.
Hey, Melissa, good to see you.
And when everybody thought I was going to do a nasty little argument, it never happened. It was a very calm, respected talk between us two. Do I think there is a way that things can change and work? Sure. But there has to be a lot of change to be done.
I would agree with you on that. But I'm glad to hear that you're not closed off to that, because I think 10 months into this, I mean, what's been occurring isn't working. Would you agree?
Yeah, but you have to admit truth. Actions, like words. In my opinion, Chris has already proved that working with Seth was not off the table a long effing time ago. Seth
See, no one like this should be butting her fat mouth into anything that has to go between two parents. It's totally inappropriate. This is me talking now, but I felt it was inappropriate then. I feel it's still inappropriate. I don't like this. It's gross.
Who reneged on that? Period.
Well, hold on. Here's my point.
I won't defend that. I'm sorry.
Right, but here's my point to what I'm
You don't need to defend anything. This has nothing to do with you. Ugh.
saying. Is that now it's being said on a platform that if y'all stop with the bashing, then they could possibly sit down and talk. And if you care, hold on. If you care about Sebastian,
Seth is grown, bro.
To say that all of YouTube needs to
Can I
stop bashing
finish?
for these three adults to put their egos aside and work, don't put that shit on us.
Well, hold on.
Don't do what you have to do with Sebastian, don't put it on us.
May I please say something real quick? So I hear what Granny is saying, and I've heard a lot of what the other creators, and actually quite all the creators, have said, done, whatever, and each other have put quite a bit of each other through, to be honest with you. No, I would not say that the three of us working together should have anything to do with YouTube creators on their own channels doing their own thing. We don't have any grounds to control that. We are not parents of creators. Never going to be, not going to try to be one. That's
Thank
not an
you
option.
so much, Leslie.
Because everybody's an adult and everybody was responsible for what they choose to do.
Right, and it's just not realistic is really what I was saying. Like, it's not
No,
realistic.
it's not. I mean,
And
don't
there
get me
has
wrong.
to be a
The
goal.
stuff that has happened, court documents, which, I'm still so lost a lot on, but
Bringing up the court documents again. I don't know what that's about.
all of the stuff that's flying out there, like, okay, that, for me, Katie, and Seth, the only thing I can personally ask is if the bashing would just please stop. For Christ's sakes, just stop. Stop bringing people into things that have nothing to do with anything.
I mean, he's not really being specific, so this kind of loses me.
It just doesn't make any sense. But with creators, they choose what they want to do. That's their shows. That's, for some of them, that's their livelihood.
Unfortunately.
Well, I mean, it is what it is.
I mean, unfortunately, is like, it's unfortunate that like a child being missing is part of how someone, and it's not just children, it's true crime within itself is very interesting. And there's a fine line, you know what I mean? There's a real fine line, and that's not the point of conversation, and let me say something. And
the fine line is, you can cover more than one case. And the people that don't cover any other cases, like they just laser focus on this one, I mean, there's a reason for that.
And without getting interrupted, please, by everybody. I am very aware that my point of view on this situation is not the popular one on quote this side, right? And y'all can have an issue with what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, I'm always going to try to make conversation happen, right? And conversation has to happen in order for people to talk, right? And so you don't have to like what I'm saying. You don't have to like my point of view. I really could give a shit less. But conversation is how you get things settled. When me and Chris have had an issue, what have we done? Chris, we've gotten on the phone to talk, right?
Yeah.
Okay. For example.
Why are they having issues? Why are they this close? Why are they talking this much? It's weird.
Clue. When you and I have had an issue, what do? We get on the phone, we talk, right?
We fucking scream, but sure, if it's
All right.
talking to you.
Right, then we'll do that. Now, let me just ask you this, Chris, while everybody's trying to beat my head over here, which is fine. The last time you and I had a phone conversation and we talked about, I felt like it was time that some people started talking a little bit.
Right.
And we had talked about it quite a bit. And I said to you, well, it's going to come a time and point that I'm going to speak on my feelings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I said, like, it was time that some people started talking a little bit.
See, now this is where I have a problem. Why is truth dictating when people need to start talking? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. There's just lines that are being crossed, and I don't like it.
That's Chris, while everybody's trying to beat my head over here, which is fine. The last time you and I had a phone conversation and we talked about, I felt like it was time that some people started talking a little bit.
Right.
And we had talked about it quite a bit. And I said to you, it's going to come a time and point that I'm going to speak on my feelings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you think I have been disrespectful with the way that I've spoke about my feelings?
No, nobody has the right to determine how you feel. That is your choice. That is you. That's what makes you Truth as the person.
Right.
Oh, thank you. Melissa coming in hot with $20. Just sent you a very important email. You're welcome. I'll go get the receipts for you now. Oh, geez. Thank you, Melissa.
Anybody that tries to control somebody's mind, feelings, other than, your personal loved ones, because, but whatever.
That's different.
Yeah, exactly. But other than, but.
So you try to control your personal loved one's mind and feelings? Okay, that's weird.
Outside of that purview, you can't control people's thoughts. You can't control their feelings.
Oh, he was pervy last night too, guys. We got purview and we got pervy coming up too. I forgot about that. Yeah, we're immature over here. Yeah, we are.
And I'm not asking to control anybody. I'm asking just a simple thing. Stop bashing. That's it. I've been asking for this for a long time. Long time. I'm not saying nobody doesn't have the right to have questions. I'm not saying that. Everybody has the right to have their own questions. What I don't feel is right is to try to answer.
Patricia, thank you so much for the Cash App. I appreciate that. I just saw it. Thank you. I appreciate that. She says, going to watch on TV and be quiet now. Thank you.
Answer those questions with misinformation, disinformation, or something people don't know anything about.
Well, if I may, can
Yes,
I
ma'am.
ask a question that led to misinformation and disinformation? Can you explain the emails that were released, or at least the context of them? Because there's been a lot of gossip around them.
In regards to the schools, correct?
Yes.
Yes. I'll answer that because, quite honestly, I'm sick and tired of listening to people come up with the craziness.
Me too.
All those emails are to show are that the parents worked together. We'd had a decent relationship.
We're talking about emails from the school. Now, mind you, we have found out that the school is the one that contacted CPS via the court records, allegedly.
It wasn't like it was a very one-sided, the whole relationship. No.
Good night, Penny. Thank you for the memberships tonight. Appreciate you.
No. Between the three parents, it was co-parenting existed. It did. We came up with an idea. Seth came up with some ideas. At no point in time has one parent or parents decided on one idea and said, doesn't matter what anybody else thinks, that's what we're doing.
So we're talking about the ideas. Yeah, I would want to know what dates about this stuff too that he's talking about. Now that we have dates on the 2023 stuff.
That hasn't happened. That's not how you co-parent. Co-parenting is talking, being able to have a conversation with the other parent and respecting what they say. You don't have to always like what each other says, but respecting each other and listening to each other to come up with a unified answer. That is very important when it comes to co-parenting.
May I ask?
That's what the emails were about. Co-parenting.
Thank you. May I also ask at what point after Sebastian's disappearance did that change so drastically then? Was it the GoFundMe? Was it just building up tensions? Do you even know where this went so far left?
I know where it went far left, and be honest, it doesn't. That's not going to answer anything. It's not going to.
Okay.
That's in the past. It is what it is. It needs to be let go of. Look.
Oh, I wonder if he's talking about the incident in California. Listen to this.
It doesn't. That's not going to answer anything. It's. I know where it went far left, and be honest.
I know where it went far left. Was it that incident in California?
It doesn't. That's not going to answer anything. It's not going to.
Okay.
That's in the past. It is what it is. It needs to be let go of. Look.
Is he talking about probably, Seth and Katie's relationship is in the past? No, that was old me. I really think he's talking about that incident in California.
All that does is allow people to say, see, back when X, Y, and Z started, this is when it changed. And that's not, once again, that goes against what I'm asking. Please, I'm
when he signed up with Tony?
Respectfully asking the whole true crime community, for God's sake, stop.
Yeah, I agree.
And I have a question. Nobody needs to answer this question. But think about this in your own head and in your own hearts, for Christ's sakes. Okay? What happens if it was you?
I ask myself that all the time. I do.
How would you feel as a parent? You sit back and you see all this crap take place, but you don't live it.
Hell no, I'm gonna tell you right now, Chris. I'm gonna tell you right now. These motherfuckers.
Oh my God. Jesus. Just let him talk. I'm going to tell you right now. Like, this is what ruins it. This is not the venue for this, in my opinion.
But you don't live it.
Hell no, I'm gonna tell you right now, Chris. I'm gonna tell you right now. These motherfuckers. Hey, won't nobody else answer the question? I will. These motherfuckers couldn't do it. I promise you they couldn't. Because you let one other creator say something about them, and they got a 3-day rant about the shit that person said. None of these people out here, and I mean none of them could.
Oh my God, we're comparing creators to parents of missing kids. This is so unproductive. That is Cluminati.
Handle every day, not just one person or their chat. Thousands upon thousands of people running their fucking mouths, judging.
Again, the only place this is happening is here on this platform. I mean, have you guys ever taken a break away from YouTube? I mean, as a creator, I've taken breaks. And it's quite amazing that when you don't go on YouTube, this shit doesn't exist. This shit doesn't exist. Why do that to yourself? When none of these people know anything about you, they don't know your story, they don't know your dynamics. No one on YouTube knows. We truly don't know these dynamics. But when things get this ugly, you don't watch them. I don't watch everything that people say about me, but also my son's not missing. So I'm in a different headspace if I do watch that shit. You know? It's too much.
Oh, I would never do this. I would do that different. I'm better than that. These people out here couldn't handle it. I'm trying to tell you right now they couldn't.
I certainly couldn't.
That could not do it.
I would collapse. I would collapse. Absolutely collapse. I would collapse 100%.
I would collapse if I couldn't find my kid. A YouTube, YouTube would not make me collapse. I'd already be collapsed. This is ridiculous.
100%. I would collapse.
I will say this. You have a strong foundation. And a lot of people say they can, and they can, especially when you got to look down deep.
Oh my God.
And you got to pick yourself up and you got to move forward every single day because you don't know what tomorrow's answers may bring. We may wake up tomorrow and get the answers. We may get something and Sebastian comes home. We may.
I agree with
God
you, Larry.
knows we pray for it. It is.
I hope you get the answer to your prayers. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I really, really want Sebastian found. I think we all want the same thing.
I just think all this focus on parents is taking away. I mean, and it's okay, Casper. We can agree to disagree. I mean, this is such a crazy. I mean, I'm on a tilt-a-whirl myself. I may feel differently about this a week from now if I hear it again. I'm just giving my initial reaction right now. Our minds can change. We can see things in different ways, and we all see things in our own way. And that was December 2024, Jay speaking. As you can see, don't believe the hype. I haven't changed. I'm the same person I was 2 years ago. I look at everything from a wide lens. I appreciate everybody's opinion here. I don't like people saying they got to leave because my commentary isn't in agreement with their thoughts, but I'm willing to read your chats and take it in as well. That's why I'm pinning. I'm not against anyone. I'm just trying to take all of this in. It's a lot.
I mean, I think there's so many people out there that would love to see this case come to a positive end.
Hell yeah.
I mean,
Chris,
it is
a lot of people. Everyone wants to see it come to a positive end. Would be him being alive, right? But what's a positive end to you? That's what I would have asked him. What would a positive end look like?
He's come to a positive end.
Hell yeah.
I mean,
Chris,
it is just ridiculous.
can I ask you something in a positive light? Is there anything that you think creators can do better to help? Like, what can we do to help your family, including Seth?
Good question. Right. I get that your heart breaks for Katie. I have empathy for Katie too. But aren't we worried about Sebastian? I mean, there comes a point where, ooh, it's thundering here. It's 3:30 in the morning and it's thundering. We are up late tonight, guys. You know, Katie's a big girl. And I'm not saying that to be disrespectful, but she's a big girl. She's been a mom for 15 years, 16 years now. What about Sebastian, you know? This is just getting to be too much. Too much for too long. And, you know, having empathy is great, but getting your emotions too overly involved to where you feel like you have to defend these people that you don't know, it makes you kind of... Did you guys hear that thunder? I think twice. Oh my God, Potato, we are up very late. I think I've heard of that before, but I didn't know there was it actually existed, Melissa. Or it should. You should think twice about that. Like, why am I defending people I don't know? Because you really don't know. We should be careful on all sides because this has gone on way too long. God, and that was only 10 months in. Look at us now.
What can we do? What can we do to make this better for everybody and bring him home?
We thank everybody that has been spreading the flyers. And keep in mind, when I say this, I'm saying this not to bash, but I don't care how the flyers are put out, as long as it's the correct information and it's out there being used.
Okay.
And I'm saying this for all three parents. And no, I haven't talked to Seth in a while, but I am going to speak for him when I say this. There's not enough resources until he is found that we could ask for. Because one, I don't know what to ask for. People have done flyers, they've done billboards. I mean, yeah, some of the negative stuff has kept his name in the spotlight.
You know what I mean?
As much as I can't stand the negativity, yes, his name's in the spotlight. You know, I don't know what else to do. I mean,
I know.
Other than stand everybody in this country toe to toe, side by side, and walk from one end of it to the other, I don't know what to do.
Right, because you don't know what you don't know. Like, yeah, I get it.
I mean, and I do appreciate God from every ounce inside of me. We appreciate everything that everybody has done and that they continue to do.
No.
You know, I've just been sitting back and listening because I think it's a good thing sometimes just open your ears and hear what people are saying. You know, for me personally, my biggest hang up, and Chris, we've talked about this as well, is that Katie has been so quiet. Now, there's two reasons why I can understand Katie being quiet. One, every time y'all come out and talk, it's ripped apart. I get that. And two, she may not be very good or do very well at public speaking. Okay. But I think that the issue that people have is that they haven't been able to humanize Katie because Katie has been so far away from the situation. And I think that people in general.
So he's trying to encourage Katie to talk here.
In order to humanize somebody, they have to feel like they know the person. Does that make sense? Even if we don't know them at all, we have to feel like we can understand them or relate to them. And the fact that Katie has been so quiet, it puts a lot of people off. Now, Katie has the right to be quiet, you know. But on the same note, if Katie has the right to be quiet, then people have the right to question the quietness. It's kind of a 50-50. So unfortunately, you know, for you come out and talk. You don't have a problem doing that. It is what it is, right? And you speak for Katie a lot of the times, as I would expect you to do because you're her husband, right? That's what we do in the South. My question is there going to be a...
I hate that saying. That's what we do in the South.
It's a Southern thing. Oh, shit.
You're her husband, right? That's what we do in the South. Is there going to be a time...
He says the dumbest
that
things.
Katie is going to not speak to you two, because like I've said to you before, I think that's pointless, right? But to go out and speak directly to Sebastian, or respectfully, is the reason that that's not happening because you're worried about whether he would be able to hear it or not? Like, is there a reason that she hasn't directly addressed him?
She has, in some interviews, directly addressed him, especially when people ask the question if Sebastian could hear you right now or he's watching this. Katie has addressed Sebastian directly.
It's been quite some time, though. Would you agree?
Right. And I want everybody to stop for one quick second. I'm going to rewind something here on you. In October, we had Halloween, one of Sebastian's favorite holidays. He's not home.
Right.
Thanksgiving, our family dinner table is incomplete. December 7th, people couldn't leave the day alone.
Sure couldn't.
Christmas is coming up. Once again, we have an incomplete holiday. New Year's.
Oh my God. We have someone using a microwave.
So she's just
Valentine's Day. And then right after Valentine's Day, what is the next one?
Well, let's hope he's home by then instead of thinking.
Amen. Amen. But everybody wants to know why she doesn't talk. Maybe because she's a grieving mother. Maybe this is one of the worst stretches of the year for any person in this world who has had to deal with a personal tragedy, losing a loved one, anything. It's not that she doesn't want to talk, but respecting the fact.
We lost you, I think. We lost you.
He'll be back.
How about now?
Yeah, we got you.
There we go.
Sorry.
There we go.
Chris, I don't mean to interrupt you for a second. Addison, will you please make a comment so I can mod you? Queen asked me to mod you. So if you'll make a comment, please.
Oh
No. That was that. Reread that. Reread that.
So they're chatting in this back chat while you hear that thunder while he's talking. No, reread that. Don't mod someone up. So fucking dumb. Horrible.
But what I was saying is when she's ready to talk, she'll talk. And I just ask that you respect the facts. It is the holidays. She
I'm
is
so
grieving.
sorry,
Seth
JR.
is grieving. Everybody grieves in their own ways. Just have some respect about it.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people are saying that you guys aren't doing anything. Is there things that you guys are doing that you're just not broadcasting?
We don't broadcast what we do because it doesn't, one, like you said before, it gets twisted.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, sometimes not having what we do broadcasted is actually a lot more effective because we can focus on doing what we need to do. Finding Sebastian looking into things, whatever we need to do. Sometimes it's best not publicized.
Yeah. I mean, look,
You know,
Seth puts out a photo of everybody searching, and that's torn apart, right?
well,
Oh, Cricket, when we get to that part, I got a story.
I'm gonna put
maybe that was Buzzy's alt wanting to get modded up.
this out there, and I can't. God, I can't stand this for the life of me.
Well, can I just say something? There are things that I have personally heard, and this is not from Chris and Katie, okay?
I'm sorry, Candy.
There was a situation talking, y'all know we've been in the neighborhood talking to people. I'm gonna cry, don't fucking judge me, but there was a neighbor who said the day after he went missing, Katie stepped outside and they just heard this like blood curdling scream. And she was outside screaming his name. And then she just like doubled over and fell on the pavement. And for days, she left a blanket, food, shoes outside for him. And this person was like, it was the most heartbreaking thing. And she was like crying, right? Because my assumption is she's a mom and that hits you. You know what I mean? It chokes me up. Like it hits me. I could not fucking imagine that, right? So I understand completely when Chris feels like even something is being insinuated about her. And I understand why he gets upset and immediately wants to come to her defense. He loves her. It's what he's supposed to do.
Right. Like I said earlier, he's being a protective husband, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Why is everybody sitting there speaking for this guy? I just, the level of emotional and psychological impact is wild, isn't it, Cricket?
I get it.
People are going to push back because they're saying already, like, no, you cared more about the truck. To clarify, that right there was going to lead to another 100 live streams saying, boom, Chris
right.
guilty. So it's not that he cared about the truck over Sebastian. He cares about, as he said, the misinformation and disinformation, or half of the information being out there that leads to hours of speculation that does not result or even help Sebastian be found because it's not based on fact. So no, he didn't care about the truck. Just being simple-minded.
Well, once again, that's where people, they have their opinions. And I've stated the fact.
Well, opinions don't write a probable cause affidavit, and people need to remember that. Your feelings about people and maybe them being shady or, you know, whatever, and I'm talking to the creators and the viewers, they don't write a PCA, right? You have to have evidence. And as we all know,
That's
right
why,
now, there is
you know
no
what?
evidence against
And that's exactly why you're not going to find your kid on YouTube.
anybody. So to start an investigation and hire a private intelligence agency and have them come out the gate after Chris and Katie is wild to me. Wild to me. What kind of intelligence agency starts an investigation with suspects in mind? It's fucking wild.
Well, because it's all a troll. It was all a troll. It was a huge troll.
So anyway, your facts, your feelings don't write a PCA.
Actually, some of their feelings did write out a whole.
Well, they wrote out an injunction, but not a
whole
PCA,
injunction.
not a probable cause, right? Come on, you know, like,
that's not even going
and you have to be in true. I've been in true crime a really long time. You guys know me from the shows and stuff, but like, you have to be able to bend with the evidence, right? You have to. You can have an idea of something, but you have to.
Do y'all know me from my shows too? Do you? Do you people
bend your theory with the evidence? And right now, we all hate it, but there is no evidence, you guys.
Well, yeah, and
that we.
Well, the cops are the only ones that are going to have evidence, right? I mean, why would we expect to have any evidence?
Know about that we know about.
If I may, because I've never had a chance to speak to you, Chris, on a panel or anything, if I may seek this opportunity to ask some of the questions that they are using, basing their feelings on. Did you and Katie take a vacation shortly after Sebastian's disappearance?
To where?
I mean, I don't know. They're all saying you guys went on vacation.
No, we have never, in this whole deal, like, we haven't been on a vacation.
Why are you people telling me to stop? Wouldn't you, like, would you rather seek this opportunity to clear up rumors and hopefully get some solid answers? Or do you guys want to have a little, you know, where we can all powwow and tell everybody how great each other is?
Exactly.
Like, I'm sorry, I'd rather seek this opportunity, but I'll digress. We'll go ahead.
No, don't digress because you're right. It is the person.
I totally agree. stop tooting the horns, get down to the nitty gritty. Now, here's where Granny brings it.
Say whatever the hell you want. Fuck them
Right, this
people.
is what
They
he's
ain't
here
shit.
for. But all right, you guys can.
No,
all
you're
chit
good.
chat and-
Granny, I've got you up here as a guest. If they don't like it, they can leave.
I mean, I feel like these are solid. I don't know. Do we want to waste this away by saying like, "Oh, I respect you. Well, you respect me. Well, this is great." No, I want to hear about Sebastian. What did you go on vacation? The answer is no. Do your parents own a private jet?
No.
No.
God,
Okay, now
no.
that's out the way.
Are there 5 CPS reports?
I don't know.
Are there 5 that you know about?
Once again, I don't know.
Okay.
Does your family own a crematorium?
No.
Do you
What
know?
else?
Do you know the relative of Yada or Yala? What's her name? Anybody?
Her name
Oh,
is
yeah.
Yada.
Yada.
Katie's aunt Yada. Can you tell us anything? Does she know Katie? Is she a close relative? Is she a real relative?
She may be a real relative, but I will tell you this. That woman doesn't know Katie. I couldn't tell you last time she saw Katie. And I will say this, because of the negative things that she has said, I hope she hears when I say this. She's not that important to Katie to give 2 flying shits about.
Fair enough. Now, Chris, your mother has recently been vocal, and I assume it is in protection of you. People keep making jokes like mom was bullying all that, but I'll be damned, we'd all do the same for our kids. But she is going at it. Is that really your mother's account on Facebook? Are you aware? Is that a real account?
My mother does have a Facebook account. Unless you show me what you're referring to, I don't know.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, there have been people out there that have made accounts.
I just, these questions that are being asked, it's unbelievable to me.
And they're me, and they're not.
We saw that in the backstage.
Oh, yeah. I have another one.
Wait,
were
what?
you
Keep in mind, there have been people out there that have made accounts saying they're me, and they're not.
Oh.
We saw that in the backstage.
Oh, yeah. I have another one. Were you and Katie in Oregon in March?
Nope.
Okay. Were you ever suing a company when you were a janitor?
First, never been a janitor, and
I didn't think so. Okay.
That gentleman's from Pennsylvania, and
Yes, he is.
They intentionally put that up there to make it appear as this Chris Proudfoot, damn well knowing they are 2 separate people.
I know. I'm just asking because you gotta get it out, right?
And here's another one, and you can, of course, as you always feel comfortable saying, I'm not
Hey,
answering.
Salty.
But is it true that you all rented out your house over the summer?
Oh my God.
We haven't sold our house. We haven't rented our house. We haven't moved. We still live in the same house.
Or the dogs. Let's clear that up. The dogs still there.
Yeah,
When
the
you
dogs are
were
still there.
when you were 7 years old, did you father a child?
Yeah,
no. That would be very interesting, but no.
Okay.
No.
Has Dog the Bounty Hunter knocked down your door?
No.
Okay.
Dog the Bounty Hunter has yet to even try to contact me directly.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
So I'll put that out there.
Okay.
I think all the Dog the Bounty Hunter stuff that was done with At Night was cameos.
Now, there's quite a few of them, so let me get out my notebook. But no, seriously. So, are you aware? Do you have a neighbor near you that is in contact with YouTubers that you're aware of?
I don't know who does what in my neighborhood,
Okay.
other than the households that we've been able to talk to, and they've been extremely helpful.
Yeah, it was
in the very
momming it
beginning of
up.
the investigation, and even until now.
So I guess Momming It Up was in the back, trying to get in under Chris's name.
There might be one or two who do not.
Me too, 2 old crows.
Most of my neighborhood doesn't even know us.
Right.
They've never even spoken to us. It is a quiet neighborhood. It's sad that once again it goes back to YouTube and people just doing things just to be malicious.
Yeah. Now I have another question. So I'm sure you're aware the Texas Roadhouse footage that had came out, and I'm sorry that was released on his birthday. I can't fathom what that did to you, Katie, and even Seth. But in that footage, are you aware? Did Sebastian have a cell phone with him that night?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay. And then I guess would you want to know then what Kate if Katie was taking photos of Sebastian, and if so, where they did she send you a photo of him that night at the Texas Roadhouse, or do you have any idea
Yes,
what those photos were?
she took a photo. Yes, law enforcement knows exactly what the photo was and who it went to. And to clarify that, it went to me.
And I'm gonna guess that
So yeah, they ask him and he says, yes or no. I mean, Granny's not pushing the issue, which, is probably smart because then he's going to double down. But hold on. Where was that comment? I know we didn't want to answer. I don't. That there are accounts made in groups.
Use that for the TBI poster, right? Like,
Right.
it's not it's not a frontal face picture. It's dimly lit. And it's not like Katie and Chris or Seth pick the picture TBI uses, you guys.
Well, that was my next question. So I've been curious about this myself. Why does it appear that every photo we have available of Sebastian is at a younger age and does not fit with what he looks like today?
So any of the photos that Katie and I have been able to provide to law enforcement have been the most accurate, up-to-date photos. What Seth provides, and this is, I don't know what he provides, so I'm not going to try to speak on that. That's not fair. I don't know what he's provided to Ellie or to whatever else. I know what he has in some of his videos and things like people put out there, and you know he's had some tasteful like his memories. Those are his memories, and no, we're not going to give people every single memory. Those are ours. Keep in mind, like we are parents.
Right.
We have our own moments that we cherish deeply. That's not for everybody in this world to know. Those are for us. All three parents know them.
Now, there was a video put out of a classmate at one of the gatherings for Sebastian, and she gave a FFA award. Were you aware that he was supposedly doing this class via the internet?
I don't know anything about it, so I can't speak on that.
And this is going to be a tougher question. Again, you don't have to answer, but were you mandated not to be allowed in the house in the month of February?
No, I was never mandated not to be at my house.
Okay. See,
You said
right
on an
here, I wish that they would have asked, were you allowed to be around Sebastian? Were you around, not the house, but were you to be away from Sebastian? That's what I would have asked.
Show that you were last in the house at the beginning of February, but that you couldn't say why, or I can't remember the
No, I
exact
said I
verbiage.
couldn't tell you the exact date, and I'm
Oh, okay.
still not going to tell you the exact date.
If I guessed it, would you tell me?
Once again, ma'am, I'm sorry, but that is one
teasing.
thing that law enforcement asked not to be released.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And I said that
Wait,
in
what
an interview
was
a
it?
long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Law
Now
enforcement does not want that information out there. I am not releasing
Wait,
it.
what information was that? I missed that.
Why, or
Sebastian. Were you around, not the house, but were you to be away from Sebastian? That's what I would have asked.
Show that you were last in the house at the beginning of February, but that you couldn't say why, or I can't remember the exact verbiage.
When he was last at home.
To tell you the exact date, and
Oh,
I'm
okay.
still not going to tell you the exact date.
If I guessed it, would you tell me?
Once again, ma'am, I'm sorry, but that is one
teasing.
thing that law enforcement asked not to be released.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And I said that in an interview a long time ago.
So he won't say how long he was gone for.
Mm-hmm.
Law enforcement does not want that information out there. I am not releasing it.
Why would law enforcement not want it out there, though?
It's just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February until I came home February 26th. That's all I can tell you.
Okay. I understand.
Now, this green hoodie guy, do you know anything about that? Can Katie explain, or can you explain why this gentleman was next to the car? What that actual, like, what was happening in that footage? Is that footage correct?
What I can tell you about that is law enforcement has talked to Katie. They've answered, she's been able to answer all their questions. And once again, there is nothing to that situation. I mean, law enforcement even put out a statement. Has nothing to do with it. Has nothing.
Right.
No, that would be the result of, Seth being so vocal. Sorry, not sorry.
Well, and
Shut
to
up,
be
Crew.
fair, they're saying Green Hoodie's a suspect, Venezuela gangs are suspects. Now we got a local YouTuber / pastor that's a suspect. So they're just swinging out the suspect.
Well, I mean, if we're going to go that route, then everybody in this world's a suspect, technically, because we don't have any answers. Like I said, God, we wished we did. We want nothing more than Sebastian to come home. But once again, we have
Yeah, there's a green hoodie person in the video of him at the restaurant.
nothing. There is nothing.
Now, Chris, you made a statement once, and I may be misquoting it, but you said the best thing about Sebastian, I don't think you said the best thing, but you said something about Sebastian disappearing, he left no clues. What did you mean by that?
No, I didn't say the best thing about Sebastian disappearing.
Okay.
I said, as it stands right now, this boy has vanished, and there's no clues.
Mhm.
That's what I said.
Yes,
And
happy
another statement they
holidays.
take that you said and they twisted about is this is going to go down in history.
Yeah, that was a conversation that I had with law enforcement, and they, too, themselves, when we had this discussion, was like, there's nothing. And when I said, this would be a case that will be studied,
Mm-hmm.
yes, it will wind up being in a book. Because, once again, we have nothing, no leads, no nothing on Sebastian's whereabouts, his disappearance, nothing.
Well,
And once
I think
again, if somebody's got something, please bring it. Bring it forward. Let us know.
Chris, what about the trash trucks? Can you explain why both you and Seth believe that or at one point or another believed the footage to be of a trash truck?
Law enforcement showed us a video.
All right, here we go with the trash truck. This is the flashlight video.
Seth has said the same thing. I've said the same thing. We all saw the same video.
here's what I want to say. First of all, I think this has been an incredible conversation, and I think that.
Oh, shut up, Truth.
We all saw the same video. Seth has said the same thing. I've said the same thing. We all saw the same video.
The trash trucks. Can you explain why both you and Seth believe that or at one point or another believed the footage to be of a trash truck?
Law enforcement showed us a video. Seth has said the same thing. I've said the same thing. We all saw the same video.
Here's what I want to say.
Shut
First
up,
of all,
Truth.
I think this has been. We look at this case.
Ugh.
Aggressive, passive aggressive, whatever. Having a conversation is great.
Thank you, Melissa.
Not having a conversation is not great.
That was old Jay saying thank you to a different Melissa B.
Sebastian's name stays out there for conversations. Keeping him in the forefront is the point of this. I'm not going to bash. I'm not out here. I'm not going to sit here and say that this person's horrible. This person's this. That's not. I stand by what I said before. I thank everybody out there for being able to keep his name in the forefront. Katie says that she thanks everybody for keeping his name in the forefront.
Yeah, I don't think Rico meant like their Google searches are getting him in trouble. I think what Rico meant was they seem to know the Summer Wells case. Mm-hmm. Why can't they clear the parents till he's found? That doesn't make sense. Please clear them. They haven't cleared that first inner circle. That doesn't make sense. And goes missing. How investigations work. You go.
But we just.
That's not true, though, Salty. I don't even know who Tyler is. I have no idea who I'm arguing with right here. It's not Salty Sleuth. They clear the parents. How people in our town? It's Salty Mamas because of the green hoodie guy. I just feel like there's a lot more going on because if they're going to put a statement out saying, this person was not involved in Sebastian's disappearance, but they won't do that for the parents. And Katie was being threatened to the point she had to leave home and they still didn't put out a statement. Katie's life was in danger. Yeah, I mean, listen to what I was saying then. They put out a statement. Can you guys hear that thunder? They put out a statement that green hoodie person had nothing to do with it. But they've never said that about anybody else. Saying, this person was not involved in Sebastian's disappearance, but they won't do that for the parents. And Katie was being threatened to the point she had to leave home, and they still didn't put out a statement. Katie's life was in danger, and they didn't put out a statement. What does that say to you? They don't even know. We didn't even know if green hoodie person was a guy or a girl. We don't even know the gender of that person. Yet they put out a statement saying that person wasn't involved so that innocent people didn't get harassed. But Katie Proudfoot, the mother of Sebastian, is getting her life threatened and they don't put a statement out saying she had nothing to do with it? Make that make sense. True. Why wouldn't they? True. You think protecting his mom, if she's getting threatened and she's not a suspect, would be, you know, priority number one. Don't you? I mean, that makes sense to me. Lip locked. I have researched this. Tennessee does not have any such law. I didn't think so. If she's being threatened, they would do that. They can't do that.
But
I have a question that's kind of Sebastian going missing related, if you don't mind.
yes, ma'am.
So I went and compared the TBI posters of other missing children, and they're all pretty specific. Like this person went, or this child went missing from his residence on this day. This person went missing and was seen in this car on that day. Sebastian says went missing in the area of Stafford Court on February 26th. Does that mean anything to you? Does that, do you, or can you say, because it's a little confusing. Do you know any information that you could share about that?
Honestly, we didn't even know that the FBI was releasing that.
No, the
until-
TBI,
or
I'm sorry.
Well, honestly, like, we don't, anything that they like put together, we are not privy to.
Okay.
Okay.
This was important to me. Let me know what you guys think. Okay. So she's asking a great question. So she's like, it says in the area of Stafford Court. Does that mean anything to you? What's his response? I didn't know that the FBI was putting that information out. Does Chris know about Sebastian being seen either on camera, some kind of sighting? And he's like, wait, I didn't know they were putting that out. And then she's like, oh no, that was on, that's on the TBI flyer. They cleared Audrey Cunningham's mom. Yep. They do it all the time. I'm not going to argue with that. I've watched enough true crime to know that they do that. I mean, the show, the Dateline I was on for Heidi Broussard's case, they cleared her boyfriend as well. So, yes, Jay, Chris has said several times he can't answer. I feel YouTube has crossed the line on this case. I've never seen anything like this. Creators have become entitled and think they are equal to LE. That's my opinion. He knows more that he can't say per LE, in my opinion. I get that feeling too.
Area of Stafford Court on February 26th. Does that mean anything to you? Does that, do you, or can you say, because it's a little confusing. Do you know any information that you could share about that?
Honestly, we didn't even know that the FBI was releasing that.
No,
until-
the TBI, I'm sorry.
Well, honestly, like, we don't, anything that they like put together,
We didn't know they were, okay, whether it's TBI, FBI, CIA, we didn't know they were releasing that. We didn't know that they were releasing that. It doesn't matter what the three letters are. Okay, I am back. Sorry, I had to get up for a minute. My dog was scared. I'm actually going to cut it off here because we've been going a long time, but we will pick this up. It's 4 a.m. and it's really storming here. So I'm going to stop here. We will pick this up again. We'll do some nightly streams like this. We'll do another one tomorrow. We can finish this one and then watch the other one we were talking about. And revisit some more of this case. Thank you guys for sticking around. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow night. It's not scary. It's just time to go to bed. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys again. Hit the like button if you haven't already. I appreciate it. We're going to run the credits. Look for your names. Thank you so much for watching tonight. And have a great day, Potato. You're just starting your day. Yeah, this is interesting. So, all right, guys. And don't forget to check out Chasing True Crime for a full read through of the lawsuits. The link is in the description of this video. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night's sleep or good day wherever you are. Listen to that thunder. Good night, Melissa. Good night, Nicole B. Good night, YouTube. Good night, Shibs. Kelly back. See you guys tomorrow. Good night.